welcome back to Covenant Live. It is Monday, making it Monday Live, the show where we talk about all things related to tabletop. That's not true, not all things. Actually, very small, exclusive things.
I'm going to derail you immediately. Are there any names potentially in the can?
Any names?
Well, you said you were going to change from Monday Live like a month or two
not
ago.
my business, man. That's head of content.
Hey, head of content. Are there any names in the can? Woo! Wild time here.
Hey.
That worked? Weird. Okay, that's new.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Yeah.
It's live.
Hey, a couple of things, a couple of notes before we get into this. First of all, we're talking about TCGs and LCGs and UCGs, which is the unique card game, if you didn't catch that. Those are all different ways that cards have been distributed throughout time and space. Particularly notable on the UCG front, we got some Keyforge previews to go over today. We're going to get right into that here shortly.
I thought we didn't sell Keyforge anymore.
We don't sell Keyforge, but we love it. And Christian and the team at Ghost Galaxy, big fans of what they're doing pretty much all of the time. So we will show a few Keyforge cards here. If you're just waiting with bated breath to see those, we will not make you wait that much longer. But we're going to have a conversation about all of this because, man, is it on the brain. There's so much about the way that these things get distributed that dictates everything. And I've got some examples of that. So we'll have that conversation. We also have actually a decent bit of Asmodee news that I think is worth covering. Two bits of Asmodee news that are very much worth covering. Before we get into that, I want to thank everybody because the likes on the videos have gone off the chain. So Jonathan's job is pretty secure right now. I think the average is like 280 to 300 likes.
Yeah.
So last week we established if you want John's kid to eat, you need to smash the like button on the videos, the live streams.
With likes.
Yeah, he's fed by likes.
That ensures that he gets fictitious money to feed his non-fictitious family.
The youth are kind of fed with likes these days, aren't they? A sense of self-worth and identity based on thumbs ups.
Yeah, I think we're deciding that's a problem now.
Yeah.
As a society,
we've decided lots of things are problems and not changed it. So
there's a segment of the internet, and I'm in this group, that thinks that one of the best things for the internet would be if we removed. You could have the likes, but don't show the count to anybody. Mm-hmm. So likes signify you're into this thing, so the platform knows, but there's no
no feedback.
I don't go check and see. It's like, oh, I got 400 likes on this post that I made.
That does sound kind of liberating.
Yeah, anyways, go ahead.
So thank you all for the likes, and then I've got some questions for the stream about sleeves more broadly, which is kind of a weird thing that I'll be asking later on in the show.
Broad sleeves.
Shirt sleeves. Nailed it, Zach. Killed it. That's definitely what it is. If we're talking about sleeves on a card gaming show, it's definitely shirt sleeves. Can we get? Do you want to get into Keyforge on them?
Yeah,
let's off the bat.
Also, important to note, the finale of the stream is us playing alphaclash.
Oh, right. That's important too.
So, discussion topic. We're gonna have news, a bunch of news to cover from various games and publishers we care about. Then we're gonna play some alphaclash because I'm going to Vegas later this week.
And you have been blown away by how deep that game has gone. I can tell. Really, by the way you've been talking, you're like, oh my gosh, it's actually really, really deep. And that can be a little overwhelming because you're trying to win. It's hard to win when things are hard.
It's not. I've enjoyed it. Because there's two sets of that game out, and we'll talk about this more later. But it's so underexplored because there have not been major events, so there is no meta. There are no here's the top decks that you're playing against. So more on that later.
But why would you bring Michael Hamilton to an event that you wanted to win? Makes no sense.
Well, it's like in racing, how you get behind someone,
and
you drift off of them. That's me with Hamilton.
So you just need him to crash at the last second. And then you take the lead.
Well, I take games from him, and even Fab.
You can believe it.
So I just need one of those games to be the finals of the tournament. You know? He knocks everyone else out, and then it's like, okay, now it's the time for you to choke.
He does feel like the kind of player though that plays different in the spotlight. He becomes an unbeatable.
He's a machine, man.
Yeah, mass. Practice games are one thing, but when it's time, he just doesn't make mistakes.
Yeah, I've said it about him before, but I'm sure all this will come up when we're actually playing alphaclash, but. I've played against a lot of different card game players. I've played with a bunch of card game players for decades. He's probably the best person I know who has the ability to in-game zoom out and strategize.
That's so good.
In the middle of playing. The first Fab World Championship example of that, top 8, his opponent put a D-React in the arsenal.
Yeah.
And then he was playing a wizard, and he had half attacks, half magic stuff. And he was like, I will just literally never play another attack.
It's so smart.
That card is stuck in your arsenal. They'd lost on the spot.
Yeah, it's so smart.
But it's like the big brain play. Anyways, go ahead.
I'd have just kept going. I just kept playing my game plan.
It's like, oh, I know they have a D-React, so I'll send this thing and I'll have to use it. He was just like, what if I don't use them ever?
Yeah. So, welcome everybody to the show. Glad to have you. Really glad to see you. I feel like we're kind of starting to get our feet under us as to what this is actually supposed to turn into, and it'll keep doing that. It'll keep tightening up. I assure you.
2 nail in it. I guess that's why they call it drafting. Works for cards and cars.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, a draft ready format. Yeah. So Jeremy reached out to us from the Ghost Galaxy team, or
GGG,
seemingly associated with somehow, and said, "Hey, y'all used to really have Keyforge on the website, sell Keyforge and play Keyforge. Would you like to show a couple of cards from the upcoming set?" And I said, "Sure, yeah. I mean, as somebody who loves Keyforge from afar and near." I haven't got a chance to play in, 8 months? Year?
It's been a while.
When's the last time we played on stream?
Probably that co-op scenario.
Upset of the game is I could play it right now and
like
not lose a beat.
We played it, and then we had last year where there was 7-8 months where we didn't have studio. So nothing happened. And that time is when they announced for Keyforge that they would basically be going to crowdfunding for every set moving forward.
Right.
Which is that's when we decided to stop offering our subscription. Primarily, I talked about this in Discord over the past week because we said we were doing some Keyforge stuff, and people were like, "Oh, they work something out. Are they going to relaunch the subscription?" We have not, but we, longtime fans and partners for Christian Peterson when he was with FFG, and now he's doing his own thing, and huge fans of Keyforge from the get go on that. But the reality of crowdfunding, which this isn't necessarily part of our discussion today,
but it will be. Because it's a way to distribute the cards.
Yeah. And a subscription are kind of filling the same spot. I mean, we've seen this several times. I think the first time this happened was Power Rangers.
When's the last time you heard that sentence?
Yeah. So we were working with Renegade Games. He made it.
Speaking of Power Rangers.
John Camp did it.
About to combine into some kind of a Triforce content robot.
But we were working with them, and their original plan was they kickstart the game, and then everything else after that's going to go straight to retail. So we partnered with them. We launched a subscription. Here's a way to get this stuff. And then the Kickstarter campaign went so well, they were like, well, maybe we should do that again with the next wave of stuff. Changed the plans. They did it. It went well. So they kept doing it. And we kind of just were in this constant loop of people with a subscription saying, and even though it was the same content, the same exclusive, same promos and everything. But it was like, they are publicly, as a publisher, doing a campaign, and the overall success of that campaign will dictate the perception of the success of this game and popularity and whether people keep backing it. Should I keep my subscription or back the campaign?
Right.
It's a really odd spot to be in with a partner where it's like, well, maybe you should keep your subscription.
It's awful for Renegade, too.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be hard to beat direct-to-publisher sales in terms of, wanting them to go that direction rather than any other direction. We'll get into that with Keyforge and kick off the combo with that. But before we do that, let's just show some cards. So we've got the GameFound is live now. I'll even pull it up on my computer to prove it. This is a real thing that you can do.
It's really happening.
Yeah, right here it is. Keyforge Æmber Skies on GameFound. So let's look at how we're doing here.
5 mil? 5 millis?
Already to 5 mil. And Christian's watching what?
I don't think it's a
game found. No, it's not that at all. 191,705 backers. That's pretty good.
One, Jasper's in the chat. Two,
Hi,
he's a
Jasper.
Keyforge fan.
Jasper's my favorite.
He's playing
man.
Keyforge. Hasn't played Keyforge in a few months. I guess I can pop the thing.
Jasper's the best.
So,
stay with Jasper in Belgium on a couch surfing journey. 15, 20 years ago, Jasper. How long was that? 1,000 years ago?
you're not a seasonal friend kind of guy.
I'm not a seasonal friend, no. Jasper isn't either. And Karen and everybody just was so kind to us, and we've been friends ever since they came to my wedding.
Yeah, love Jasper. All right, I want to give some context.
Yeah.
First, the first GameFound campaign, which was Save Keyforge vibe, right? They needed to rebuild the algorithm. They needed to get everything up and running. Was on GameFound. It was $1.1 million.
And that was post Pledge Manager and all that. So that's some extra stuff.
With 6,172 backers.
Okay.
So then they did a second campaign. This was for Grim Reminders, which was 616,000. But this was paired with we are going to go to retail.
Yeah.
And the first one was too, but this is a different era of the game. Like it's like, okay, we're doing this, it's happening. And this was 2,274 backers.
Okay, hold on. Wait, we can actually. Yeah, wait, Jonathan, I'm ready, dude. I'm ready.
Oh man, all this tech for these millennials.
Okay, so what was the first number?
All right, so first number is 1.1 million.
Okay, let's do.
That's campaign 1.
1.1 mil.
Thick.
Look at that.
Big boy.
1.1 mil across how many people?
Let's slide this so you can see it.
6,172.
6,172.
Okay.
All right, the second campaign was 616,000.
We use like the letters because we're business people.
That's right. It is Q2,
Yeah, like we'll even.
etc. Profit and loss statement,
Yeah.
etc.
Do you want to put it in parentheses?
Gross profit, EBITDA. You want more? I can go all day.
EBITDA?
Sorry, 2,274 people.
2,274.
Yeah. Okay. Now I do not know what we're at currently. Let me pull it out.
Let me just do a quick.
Current campaign. So there's 191,000 is the amount. And we're like, what? When did this launch? A couple days ago?
Shiny objects here.
Are you guys carrying the one?
You can't do that in your head.
Hold on a second.
You want me to keep throwing things at you just so you're confused? I can say more finance terms.
What is that? Is that essentially? This is a. Am I wrong that this is?
Live math.
6.3 carry that. That's about a. This is about 37% of this total. So a drop of about 63%.
It's about a third,
Yeah. Okay. So that's 37% of that. And then what are we at now?
Well,
this doesn't matter. Where we're at now doesn't really matter too much. It's a data point.
191,000.
You're not scared of a data point, right?
all data needs context.
No.
This is getting crazy in here. And 705 backers with 14 days left. So I think they're like, it would launch late last week.
Yep. So
most of these campaigns, from what I know, well, let me get in on this.
Oh, wow.
Most of these campaigns, I'm going to draw a little chart and we can erase it in a second. It's
Can you
like
move your computer a little bit, dude?
Yeah.
Your funding starts early, and then in terms of number of people backing, and it does this kind of thing, and then you get to the end, and there's another one of these things.
Yeah.
And then that enters a total amount.
It's a classic. It's a camel graph.
So this is, we're probably somewhere like right here, where there's going to be consistent funding, and then there'll be a spike at the end when people have to decide, are you in? Then you have the pledge manager, which is past this dotted line. In which case, who knows what happens?
Well, if it's Earthborn, this is what happens.
Yeah.
That's the Earthborn pledge manager
I think
right
we'll
there.
call this here is what we're going to identify as exponential growth. It just went crazy.
Yeah, I don't think Keyforge will do that unless they, unless Shut Sit Down comes in and just says it's the only game worth having.
Look at this. We're fancy.
Wow.
So I posted that to say this 191,000. I don't know the exact math, but it depends on where we're at in this curve. I'm gonna guess if I were putting a number on the board, it's gonna be a $400,000 or $500,000 campaign.
Okay. And how many backers do you think that'll leave us with?
Probably about 1,500.
So about 1,500. So we're probably gonna look at. I mean, that's a very respectable. It's a very respectable thing here. Now, if we take the first. Oh, hold on, I gotta get the.
Pretty cool that we can do that. I like whiteboards, so this is like
wanting a whiteboard for years.
We take the first campaign and the second campaign, and we run these on a cross route.
But who gets into the end zone?
And then,
you got a button hook?
And then we get, this is where 3 is going to live. Now, they had an opportunity to get 4 here, but I think because of the spacing here, they're going to have a lot of penetration.
You're really playing this joke
Yeah.
way further. So what that tells me, though, let me erase this hooligan work. Based on the numbers, if this actually does end up finishing at, let's call it 400K and 1,500 backers, then the basically decline is going down.
Like that is how decline
a bunch, and then it's like we lost 60%, and then now they're losing like
maybe 20
less volume. Yeah. But this is also. You've now had sets of Keyforge release at retail. And I know a lot of people are in the camp of, okay, I'm going to wait to buy this product until I can buy it on a retailer shelf.
Right.
And with the Game Pound, right, you have to prepay, you get on advance. And I've said forever, like my favorite Keyforge is local sealed.
Yeah. But this goes into the strategy of Ghost Galaxy because they would rather push sales in the retail direction than in the crowdfunding direction ultimately because they've got the thing. You want to read about the thing? Come on, John, let's do one card. Let's do one card real quick.
Yeah, let's do one
Do we
card.
need to delete all of this?
Here.
Whoa. He deleted it his own self.
It'll stay there. You can come back to it or you can delete it.
Okay.
We'll make that decision later.
Yeah.
Can you do the one that doesn't have the greatest art in all of tabletop games?
Turns out that's also a brand new house.
Oh, yeah.
With cool
Skyborn,
stuff.
baby.
Yeah, man, I got
So
it.
Mars is back.
The Return of Mars.
I love Mars.
I've always hated Mars, and I don't know why. I mean, I do know why, but...
Cobalt Capulet, 1 armor, 3 power. After Reap, capture 2 Amber for each of Cobalt Capulet's Mars neighbors. So capture 4 if you're playing a deck that has 2 Martians next to you. And
he's
1 on each side.
He's a little grunt. Mm-hmm. 3, I don't know the proper name.
Power.
Health and 1 armor.
Power.
Power.
Yeah, 1 armor.
Also notice it's number 000.
Whoa.
That's just because it's a preview card.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice that at all. Good art on that card. But the Return of Mars, I think people... When's the last time we saw Mars? I've been checked out. I remember people either hated it or loved it, right? It was the most divisive faction.
It hasn't been near Earth in a while.
Yeah.
I mean, the faction, I see.
Thank you.
I think it's been in the past 2 sets.
The Martians have? Mm-hmm. Man, I've been out of touch. So there's Cobalt Capulet. This is coming in Amber Skies. And I want to read from you, for you, some of the things about Amber Skies. So, first of all, Keyforge is a game like no other. From their
unique,
Kickstarter.
Some would say.
It's good because they kind of have to get, it's like, hey, you've never heard of Keyforge, check it out. Like, this is an important thing for them to do because they can't just keep harvesting people who have backed it previously. They've got to get, every game has to get more people playing the games to continue to succeed.
I mean, do you think it's possible to sustain?
It is. Yeah, it is. But inevitably, you're just going to shrink until you can no longer produce or you're done producing, which is, I think most publishers, most anything like us as a brand, as a company as well, we at least want to sustain or grow. It's not like you don't feel great about just doing worse every year. That'd be like a weak holiday party.
Yeah.
This year, just like the last 5, we've done worse.
Yeah.
So Amber,
the trend is down.
Here's the graph.
Should you be looking for a new job now? Probably.
Amber Skies is the 8th official set for Keyforge, and it introduces a house that has my attention, House Skyborn.
Woo!
Now,
how do you spell born?
And that's the return of the Red Baron, Skyborn.
Yeah, and the Red Baron was a anomaly that showed up in set 2 or 3.
Yeah.
They did these cards that, if you're unfamiliar with Keyforge, you need that game. So you buy a deck, and there's no 2 decks that have the exact same combination of cards in it. And they did preview cards from future sets in current decks that were very rare, and the Red Baron was one of them. And now what this is going to be doing, as far as we can tell, is the keys you forge are going to be very important. Like the Red Baron was all about the red key, as one might imagine.
More than 200 new cards across Brobnar, Dis, Equidon, Geistoid, Logos, Mars, Skyborn, and more.
And more.
And more.
Wait a second.
All new house enhancement bonus icon that increases the versatility of both new and old cards.
So instead of this does a damage when it comes into play, it has an extra faction.
Yeah, it has an extra faction.
That's cool.
Wild, right? So you have this thing that has 2 factions on it. Whoa. And then Sky Beasts that crash into decks bringing dynamic abilities. So let me tell you a little bit about Skyborn. Loose alliance of baronies, captains, and pirates living high above the clouds on their prized skyships.
I do love pirates.
Right?
As a theme. Sky pirates, probably even more so.
But the Blue Yonder, Zach, also hides creatures, treasures, and the perilous allure of siren songs. Those daring enough to venture into the sky realm may find unimaginable wealth or face swift and terrible fates. So they just look very cool. It's like a cool faction, and it's blue. So maybe I should back this. I don't know. Maybe it's time.
You want to see some examples from?
He just goes all in.
Yeah, Jonathan, you got some examples?
I got some examples. Let's see. There is some really good ones here. Particularly
some good example. The next preview card is a good example.
These are other previews. Okay, for Black Tempest.
Example.
Look at that. So this is what was that game? Remember the game I'm talking about? Skyships game.
Has it been revealed? Where was this revealed?
This is on their reveal of the Sky Barons.
Okay, good.
The latest update.
Like, man, we didn't accidentally do this.
Remember what that game was?
What game?
Probably a decade plus ago.
7 Seas?
Nope. It was miniatures, and it had the hexes and the big ships
Leviathans.
Leviathans, there it is. It reminds me of that.
Leviathans, man. It's like making a recipe, but a tabletop game. That game was the kind of depth that a certain kind of person loves.
A miniature wargamer.
Adores.
Yeah.
And
I know those people.
And I'm staring, I'm like 15 minutes into the demo, and I'm just like a ghost has come across my face of like, and I calculate the angle how.
That's how I feel anytime I start reading a rule book. Mm-hmm. But I'm the one reading it.
I know.
And it can be one page.
You got to stop reading.
Anyways,
Black Tempest
looks
Houses
awesome.
2, 5-2 after fight. If you have no forge keys, steal 3, otherwise steal 2. I like that mechanic. I think it's good to keep these games close. Obviously, a unique deck game too. You want it to be tight up to the end, and there can be variance in the deck strength.
I also like these, like the after fight abilities.
Yeah.
Because the only reason, like, they have to live for this to happen, right?
And didn't they just rename them? Because it used to be fight meant afterwards if you lived, this thing happened. I think they just clarified that it's after fight. Because it always was after fight. Right? Wasn't it?
So I think the other triggers would have happened when it happened. Like when you, before it leaves play, like it would happen. But I don't know.
Keyforge players are going to...
Again, rules.
Keyforge players are going to correct.
But like stealing something after fight, to me, it has to be in play after the fight for the Steven trigger.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I'm pretty sure that's how it was. They probably just made it more clear. If they didn't, who knows? Raiding party, after 2 keys of the same color are forged, steal 2, otherwise steal 1. What?
If 2. So if we both have forged our blue key, it has that.
Oh, right. So we're adding a new axis. We always knew it was coming.
This is the other one that deals with that. I think it's pretty good.
Skulking Saboteurs. Man, the art on this is just good.
It's very good.
Elusive. If your red key is forged, destroy an enemy creature. Your yellow key, destroy an enemy artifact. If your blue key is forged, destroy an enemy upgrade.
That's really cool. So late game, this card is going to be awesome.
Yeah, had a lot of late game stuff.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is the order you're doing this in, like it's really relevant if you know what your opponent's got going on.
Yes. And if all 3 of those are true, you've won the game. So the card doesn't need to do anything.
Yeah, and
the game's over.
I feel like the other piece of this is in a best of like 3 format, like knowing your like the adaptive format even, knowing what your opponent has potentially. It's like, oh, I'm going to form the red one first. But also they may have something in their deck that they want you to do the red one first. So it's a whole
new axis. All right, let's preview that second card, man.
Steven lost his mind.
I think the art on this is incredible.
Rose of Sharon.
Absolutely beautiful.
It's a beautiful card. Just a beautiful card. Rose of Sharon. Or Sharon. Or
Wouldn't there need
Sharon.
to be an E?
Could be Sharon. I don't know how Skyborn people
Words
spell
aren't
stuff.
my strong suit.
Deploy where you want. Elusive. Can be targeted. Choose a neighbor. Deal damage to an enemy creature equal to that neighbor's power. If your red key is forged, repeat the preceding effect. This card is bananasly good.
So they...
As a casual Keyforge player.
Like the red stuff.
Yeah. But like,
sense.
just really think about that. You play it, it's elusive, and then you can just action choose a neighbor, deal damage to an enemy creature equal to that neighbor's power. And that's it. That's all you have to say. But then you can do it again.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah. And this is that the uncommon
without
symbol,
risking your bodies.
Yeah.
You just get to
Yeah. So you want this guy with like a Brobnar pairing.
It's crazy how
so you
good
can get
this
those beefy boys out and have them smacking people around.
It's crazy how good this card is.
Yeah, because it also just deals damage. You don't actually attack.
No.
Yeah, that's so good.
It's crazy, man. And it's elusive.
Yeah, but it seems...
And it deploys wherever it wants to go.
Is it the whole faction that wants red, or is it just this one card? And like
I think it's just this one, because we saw the Saboteurs that had all 3 keys had prompts.
Yeah, because the idea of like they want to forge the red key first, and then opponents having things that penalize the red key.
Yeah.
But I'm curious what the full mix of that's going to look like.
Also, if you hear anything in the background,
this set does look good.
There's a lot of construction going on over there.
Yep.
Over yonder.
There's some. So we have a warehouse, our studio, and our offices. We built all this out. That took forever last year. But
It's just
while we
pounding in
were
the
waiting
background.
on this to be built, we were officing out of the warehouse. In the warehouse, though, there's like some old offices that we needed to remove, but we couldn't remove them while we had to both warehouse and office there. So it's been a staggered, very long, drawn-out, annoying process.
For some of my life, warehouse and office have been verbs also. For all my grammarians out there. Isn't that weird to say you're officing somewhere? I know that's accurate. That's what they say in warehousing. I never thought I'd be talking in those terms as a human being, as an adult.
Yeah, here we are.
It got very serious all of a sudden. Building lingo, contractors,
etc. Here's my question:
that breaks up concrete. Is that
Jackhammer?
called? Yeah, jackhammer. Thank you.
Here's my question: if you're watching right now, because we had these Keyforge spoilers, whether you're watching later or live, I'd be curious to get the temperature from people. And we have the Keyforge channel in the Discord, so this is I kind of get it from there. Just about the general reaction to this campaign and the status of the game in like community terms. I'd be curious to see some of those chats coming through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What is the? I think it's generally positive. And one of the key pieces of this return to home base thing. Now this is something wild. We've not seen this.
Oh yeah, this is the classic.
This is the Peterson Gambit
innovation.
This is the Peterson Gambit.
Hit me with it. Home base.
So retailers can pledge $1 to the campaign.
That seems cheap.
Yeah, so they pledge $1. The $1 payment made for the pledge is credited back upon purchase of a retail pledge package.
Okay.
So as far as I can tell, it gets them in the queue, and then they are then offered sale through distribution or otherwise.
So
I don't know how they're going
to
to do it.
If we as a retailer back for $1, we get in the queue, and we can potentially buy a retail package.
Buy a retail package. Now, let's talk about Keyforge home base bonuses. So what happens after that is anybody who backs the Kickstarter at a consumer level, which is anything that's not $1, you get to vote on your Keyforge home base.
Okay, and you get one.
You get one vote.
One vote.
Yeah.
And it has to be a retailer, I presume?
Yes.
Okay.
So during the pledge manager, so after the thing closes, Ghost Galaxy will provide consumer backers the option to vote for their favorite Keyforge home base retailer. Retail backers are not eligible to vote.
Sure. Can't vote for yourself.
Yeah, you can't triple stamp a double stamp. If a home-based retailer receives at least 3 votes from backers, they receive a home-based bonus alongside their retail pledge package at no additional charge. So they get showered with additional things based on if people have voted that they're their home base.
And this is trying to seemingly connect the dot on retailers who are doing the things that a partner like Ghost Galaxy wants them to be doing.
Yes.
Hosting events, building a community, selling the product, having all that stuff going on.
Yeah, it's the big puzzle right now between publisher and retail in my mind. So level 1, you become an outpost. That's 3 or more votes. Level 2, you become a castle, receiving a substantial number of votes. We don't know what that number is yet. And then 3 is you become a fortress, and that would be receiving, in Christian's words, or any
Ghost Galaxy
words,
words.
Ghost Galaxy, an amazing number of votes.
Amazing.
What is an amazing number of votes to you?
Unquantifiable number of votes.
So they say they're not revealing because they don't want people to try to like break the system and be like, this store already has this many votes, so whatever. I'm assuming what they're really going to do is have the stores with the top 2 to 4 or 5 stores be fortresses. So
that's clever.
And then it's just like, they receive the most votes by a lot. So these are like the premier spots, and presumably they'll get beyond rewards and stuff. I would guess they would get opportunities like events and that kind of stuff.
So the way that they want this to play out is, let's say you're Covenant in Tulsa, and we've built a store, and we say, hey,
God willing,
hey everybody, I'm going to post on my Facebook or my Discord or my X or whatever, and I'm going to say, hey y'all, if you want to play Keyforge here, which is something that I want to facilitate, I'm going to pledge at the retail $1 tier to get some Keyforge products in. If you guys will vote for me as the home base, then I'll get more stuff that I can sell you. I presume sell you.
Yeah, well,
or give you.
What does it say they get?
Oh, well, it only tells us an example of things that they get. But there is a notable thing that they get. So they get additional custom store decks. So the retailer's logo on the deck.
Yeah, which I think the retailer pledge has the ability, like there's packages, the decks you get are, branded and stuff.
Yeah. Then you get a limited Keyforge home base pin.
Okay.
A pin. Not like a writing pen, but like you can put it on your jacket or
backpack or whatever.
Or maybe in your store on your board. Most importantly, it'll include copies of the Keyforge More Mutation retail exclusive Keyforge set. That's what we're here for. That's what we're talking about. That's the whole point of this. More Mutation, which is a variation of the Mass Mutation set it's an ultra rare set that pulls from Mass Mutation, includes new legacy cards from Keyforge sets published after Mass Mutation. But wait, there's more. It literally says that. There's more. It'll include additional gigantic creatures, specifically logos starring an Untamed. They all receive a new gigantic creature, while Sanctum, Dis, Star Alliance, and Shadows will receive 2 new gigantic creatures, meaning that each house will have 2 gigantics in their arsenal.
What's the 2 cards that come together?
Additional new cards that bolster gigantics have also been added. This extremely limited set will be brick and mortar retail exclusive, available only to home-based retailers. So if you vote for me, and enough of you are out there,
you voting for me because you bought the product from over here.
That's right. I get this, and then I'm pretty sure I sell this to you. Is that right?
I mean, I would assume that's where you would do.
That's why it's good for me.
Yeah.
Right?
So players back the campaign, retailers back the campaign.
Yeah. Wait, can we draw this out?
Yep.
Yeah, we can.
All right. Do you have an idea of how this would visually get drawn?
The Apple Pencil.
Okay, not like. It's one of those days.
Did you see Zach's face drop?
You guys.
He's like, oh, okay.
From the first meeting today, it's been this way.
It's one of those.
Can you imagine working with this guy?
It's one of those.
Like just be on the stream. Oh my goodness. Anyways,
we're happy on the stream. You should see us when we get out of this freaking room.
It's like, when mom and dad are around the kids. That's now.
Yep.
And then they go to sleep. Gosh.
And let the yelling begin.
You can tell we're both yellers. Okay. So what I was saying is I don't know how to visualize.
If I'm a retailer, what do I do? Retailer, maybe write retailer dash pledge.
All right. So retailer.
Very good handwriting, actually.
Pledge.
We need to move your screen off or back a little bit. Get the math. Okay.
Hold on. I can do better.
And that's $1. That's $1 pledge.
All right. Hold on.
Wow. Very cool. You feel like Steve Jobs right now?
No.
No, because you're using an Apple Pencil, Zach.
0%. Oh my god.
He's rolling in his literal grave.
Retailer, $1 pledge.
Yeah.
Player.
But
you made the thickness of this so like my.
Well, it's got to show up, on the
player. Pledges for X dollars.
Yeah, X dollars. Not Elon.
Not
X.
like $1. I mean, they're buying like
hundreds
product.
Probably 100 plus.
Yeah, and like of course, if you're going in, at least if you're me, you get into the tier where you get a custom named thing, and then you don't read the fine print, and the name comes out funny.
You're the ideal custer.
Yeah, and then what do you do with that? It's like, well, I guess I'll buy it next time too to get my name on there appropriately.
You don't say anything, is what you do. You're just like, oh, that's all me.
Well, I did not read the fine print. Thank you very much.
Logator had a comment.
Yeah, this is good. So first campaign, I was going to look at this. First campaign average 178. Second campaign was 270,
which is the same as the current.
So let's put 270 on their pledge there.
On average,
we've already done the math.
Yeah, we've done the math.
That's $100 increase.
We've done the math.
Okay, now listen. I played Keyforge, and I was pivoting to Keyforge post Destiny, and then the pandemic happened. And I love Keyforge. I love Keyforge Sealed. But my normal buying pattern in the pre-pandemic days was I'm going to buy a display. I'm going to open those on release. Not all of them on release, but I'm going to play like release weekend. I'm going to open all these and play. And then every other week on Tuesdays, we had our Keyforge League night.
Yeah.
And every other league night was sealed.
Yeah.
And that's essentially how I collected all my decks.
Yeah.
It was in that manner. So assuming, I think the deck prices actually went up to $15 at some point in the pandemic inflation and stuff, which would be like 18 decks here.
Okay.
Ish. So like the average player in my mind is pledging to a point where like they're unlikely to go into their store on release weekend when this comes out and buy a display.
Yeah, probably not buying a display, but maybe playing a sealed event. Right.
There's no amount of Keyforge I can buy that would prevent me from playing the sealed event.
Yeah, right.
Sealed Keyforge on a Tuesday night is the best. 100%. Does not. But the thing about Keyforge is cool, and we'll talk about the different release formats, and that's the topic in a minute. One of the cool things about it is decks are unique. So unlike Flesh and Blood, at a certain point you have a playset.
Yeah.
At that point, only like the really fancy, rare, collecty things. But every deck of Keyforge is potentially worth adding.
Yeah. It could be better than the last.
Well, it's like I don't even have that card yet.
Could be the best deck you've ever seen.
Even buying 30 or 40 decks, there's going to be cards that you don't have in that pool because of the way Unique works and all that kind of stuff.
Or interactions you haven't seen.
Anyways.
Combos that haven't been. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Or like you get an anomaly. Like, you open an anomaly deck, sweet.
This is what the Unique deck game has to do. It has to have people just buying decks constantly. Because it's the only format where that's actually a feasible thing to do.
Yeah, and it's trying to blend the upsides of an LCG and a TCG in my mind, which is if you only wanted to play sealed or you only wanted to buy like 3 decks, you could play Keyforge in that way.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to keep buying decks and keep exploring and keep finding new things, the ceiling is way higher than a $15 a month LCG.
There really isn't, is there? There's no ceiling.
Maybe if you get 100 in, you're going to start, it's like mostly the same.
Yeah.
But even then, like I know people that did buy hundreds every set and then would still show up to Tuesday sealed.
Yeah.
It's not me.
Yeah,
it's not me. But I also don't want to say any names.
Yeah.
I don't want to say any names.
Why don't we call it a TLCG?
Ziga. It's Ziga. It was Ziga. Anyways, so let's say they pledged 270. The reason I was doing that math is that's like a decent. That's a lot.
That is a lot of money.
Keyforge is happening. Then this happens, which means the retailer coming back around.
They also get a vote. Put plus a vote next to them or something because it's an important facet.
Plus vote.
Thank you. It's clear now.
Yeah. Okay. It's
clear
the
now.
retail for some unknown amount of money buys a retail package.
Mm-hmm. Contents unknown.
And I don't know if that, I presume that includes this product here.
Yes, it must. Yeah.
And you can't even see that area.
Definitely.
It's off to this side.
I think I can fix that for next week.
Yeah.
So
It's the first time out of the gate. You got to put it through its paces.
Look, there you go. Okay. So they're buying that same product.
Uh-huh.
Now, the most committed diehard Keyforge players have already spent a lot of money on this set.
Yeah.
But in my mind, what the publisher probably wants retailers to be doing is not sell a bunch of product on release.
Don't sell more mutation.
They're kind of they're taking that away to an extent. Like the most diehard fans are going to back this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to affect retail sales, like on release.
Yeah.
But what they want is, you can host a weekly sealed event with this product.
That's it, because retail has never really been about the moving of product from publisher to consumer. That's not why it's valued.
Particularly,
it has been early.
Moving a product to people who are already going to buy it.
Oh, well, that's definitely not what you need.
But that's what crowdfunding is doing, right?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, our most ardent supporters are going to buy this no matter. If Ghost Galaxy only sold it on their own website, the people backing the campaign probably buy it directly from them either way.
Yeah. Which is why we don't have a subscription for Keyforge. Because it's no good for Ghost Galaxy for us to move product to people who are already going to be backing the campaign.
Even worse for us in the relationship is we also currently don't have a local space.
Right.
If we did, we would absolutely have Keyforge going on.
We'd be doing this $1 pledge right here.
So,
and we tell Ziga to vote.
Also, retail gets mass. What, more mass?
More mass. Just
more.
Put mass more. Yeah,
mass more.
That's fine.
Which they're going to spend Y amount of dollars on.
Yeah.
We don't know how much that is, but they're going to have to buy that. Now, this mass more is only available at retail.
Yeah.
Seemingly to retailers that do the $1 pledge, get voted on by these players, buy however that's going to work. But then now they get an exclusive set that is not competing with the game pound.
That's what every retailer's dream is.
It's also not competing, like it's not, you go through distribution and every store in the world gets a deep discount on the retailers get. Now, deep discount on the retailer could do a $1 pledge.
Yeah, like MM's got a space. They've got a space in St. Louis, so they could be a...
Even like Cool Stuff Inc. has multiple stores in Florida, right?
Yeah.
So they pledge, they get people to vote. And from what I hear, they have really robust, not necessarily for Keyforge, but communities in their spaces. Then they get this. So whether or not this ends up online...
But
and deep discounted, it's putting barriers up.
There wouldn't be enough of it though to really run the market off or whatever.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious, like
financial
how much if you get to buy it, how much you get to buy it. There's limits.
I think if I'm retail, I'm doing $50 a person sealed event with that set
with mass.
Yeah,
mass more.
Yeah.
Now that's probably the best way.
That's what you got to do. That's what we got to do.
Yeah.
Make it.
So yeah, that's what's happening.
Now here's my question. Now if plus sign here doesn't make the correct block, can we actually run the hook here? Can we run this? Is this actually feasible? Because my concern is that if X comes up here but misses the block over, now we've got a tackle right there and nobody's going to back that.
Now, I'm normally a pretty patient person. But here's some more news. In the midst of this warehouse project that's going on, they accidentally hit a water line. They had to shut our water off. I haven't gone to the bathroom in like 3 hours. So just be aware, my patience is going to get tested on this stream.
I like that it's every time. That's what makes a joke funny.
maybe it is. The funniest jokes are always expected.
It's like is it Team America was the claymation type little thing, and the guy's puking.
Yeah.
And like he pukes long enough that it goes from funny to not funny, but then he pukes long enough that it gets funny again.
That's the old Kirsten Shaw has a joke like that about she just says the same thing over and over and over again, and it does that. Funny, not funny, very funny.
We'll find the limit.
Yeah,
of how funny
waiting.
That can be.
So, man, do we have any good comments coming about the temperature on Keyforge?
Oh, like I've been popping some.
And I would assume, side note, that the retail, being a fortress and stuff, like I would think it's a missed opportunity if those aren't also the stores getting store championships and getting to host special things. Right. On and on it goes, right?
I think this will work. I think more retailers will back, and the players who are wanting to play locally will get them to back, saying they'll vote for them and give them exclusive things to sell. I think this will work.
This is a clever solution to the problem you create by selling directly to the biggest supporters, in that you're now tying to this other thing that is only going to retail, and that's in my mind the biggest, because presumably the standard set will be available through distribution.
Right.
So if I'm a retailer, in terms of I back some small amount through the campaign, get the votes for this part, and then I would go as much more as you can get.
Yeah, as much as you can get,
and then use that as effectively as you want. But again, the campaign at this point to me is like the most locked in players are going to be doing this over and over again, particularly when you know that this is going to end up on retail shelves.
Right.
So like the first campaign was, if this doesn't do well enough, the game won't exist. Mm-hmm. And now it's like, well, I think the game's going to exist. I can just wait to buy it. And paying 6-7 months in advance, and there's only so many bonuses you can get that makes it worth people doing that. But also the number of retailers with a head on the swivel enough to do the early the pledge.
Yeah.
And to do the campaign and to get the votes. Like, they're having to put an effort already.
No, I think the players are going to tell them to do it.
100%.
They're not going to have to put in any effort. They're
going to be told about it.
They're going to say, hey, retailer, we want to play Keyforge here.
Yeah.
And we will vote
do
for
this
you.
Thing.
Just go $1 and you get it back.
I wouldn't be surprised if some players are like, let me do the account and the $1 for you.
I'll make an account for you.
Yeah, I'll make the retail pledge.
Give me your email address. Yeah. That's how it usually goes, right? Okay, I'm going to erase this, and then we got to talk ourselves about all these different formats that apparently are...
Were there any Keyforge comments I need to know about?
Nothing particularly.
I get too locked into dealing with this guy's shenanigans.
Our Discord has been pretty positive on all this stuff.
Yeah.
I do know that. And those are probably some of the most hardcore Keyforge players.
You done with this? What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of out for a second. Okay, TCGs, LCGs... UCGs, so Keyforge UCG. So there's two things to keep in mind here. Distribution. When we talk about distribution, there are two ways to think about. Two ways to think about distribution. The first is, how is the game distributed? And I mean that in the sense of all the products that get made by a publisher, where do they end up and how do they get there?
Crowdfunding, direct sales, like wholesalers, retailers.
3-tiered, direct online, all this kind of stuff. The other one, which I think is kind of related and kind of wags the tail here, is how are the game pieces distributed?
That's a hot word, by the way.
Oh, it is, right. How are the cards? Let's just use cards. How are the cards distributed? So all we're talking about with all of these formats is the same cards being distributed in different ways.
So I would call that the release model.
Release model, I like that.
So there's the distribution model and the release model to me.
Okay, the release model.
Distribution model would be, we're going to 3-tier distribution and retail stores are going to sell it. Mm-hmm. The release model would be, it's a trading card game, it's a unique deck game, and LCG. Even it's like Sorcery's release model is a once a year collectible card game set in booster packs and booster boxes.
And to me, it's like so let's say I'm a publisher and I have, we'll just use an easy example. I've got 400 cards that compose a set, and they all have art done. And they've all got mechanics, and they've all been tested, and here they are. And when they all play together, they just make a beautiful, beautiful thing. Now, I can have a max of 3 of any of these cards in any given deck. So I've got 1,200 cards now that I need to push out somehow. Now, there's a number of different ways to do that. The traditional way to do this, that was spearheaded by our friends over at Magic the Gathering, Wizards of the Coast.
Our friends at Magic.
We got some Asmodee news we need to talk about too.
We got the whole news section coming up.
what I might do is I might take 400 of those cards, and I'll say 50 of them are going to be really rare, 100 of them are going to be a little less rare but still rare, and then 200 of them are going to be very common. And then I'm going to put 90% of the common cards are going to be put in a little plastic sleeve, and then the other 10% are going to go in another one. And when you open this plastic container, you're going to get 90% normal common cards that everybody's going to see, and then 10% of the cards are going to be more rare from my 400 card set.
Perhaps we should call that like a pack.
It's a pack, yeah. It's a
pack of
booster
cards.
pack of cards.
Oh, okay.
And it's called a booster because I can get a deck of, let's say, 30 of the cards that I've designed without having to open any kind of random thing. It's called a pre-constructed deck. I get that, and then if I want to boost this deck, I can get some packs that'll have things that'll make this deck better. And so that's why it's a booster pack. So that's one way to distribute cards, and that's the trading card game, collectible card game, these kinds of things. Now, another way to do that is take these 400 cards. I'm going to take 30 of them at a time. I'm going to put them in a box of 3 copies each. So that's going to be 90 cards in this little box. And then I'm going to send you that, and I'm going to do that every couple of months until all 400 cards are in your possession. And you're going to pay $15-20 for that, and that's an LCG, essentially a living card
That's
game.
a trademark from Fantasy Flight Games. So
Yeah, but we can just
living
use
card
it. I mean, what else
we
is
can.
it?
We're not selling anything.
Whoa!
But I don't know, if you were like Upper Deck with a Marvel game, you couldn't just call it LCG.
Definitely wouldn't want to do that at Gen Con suddenly for the first time.
Just with all your printed signs and banners. It's like the Marvel LCG. Anyways.
That would be a bit of a problem.
Hey, spoiler, that happens.
Expandable card game. I mean, but they're all expandable, so it doesn't work.
Oh, no, they changed it to the 2PCG.
Yeah.
But the 2-player card game that you can play with 2 to 4 players. Beautiful.
It won't ever get unfunny.
Yeah.
So that's the LCG, and then we have the unique deck game. So I got my 400 cards.
Also, real quick, stay right there. 400 cards unique deck
Okay, I'm
game.
holding them.
1993 Magic comes out and mixes a game with baseball card collectability.
Yeah.
That builds the entire industry.
Yes.
In late 2010, it's like right before 2010, I think, Game of Thrones pivots to LCG model, living card game. From a collectible.
From collectible to LCG.
They had 400 cards. Let's do this in a different way, that, et cetera, et cetera.
They said it can't make it as a CCG. We have to do something else if it's going to keep getting printed.
Because printing randomized booster packs is expensive and requires a certain level of print run there with a point.
Yeah.
Where it's like we could print non-randomized packs, and this would be sustainable.
Yeah.
Switch to that model, and then a bunch of games came out in that model. 2018, Keyforge comes out. Take it over.
And that's the unique
just for the
game.
timeline on this horizon.
Yeah. And so we've got 400 cards, and we're going to take these 400 cards, and rather than putting them in based on necessarily like rarity in a booster pack or a fixed quantity in a box, we're going to take a box and we're going to put them in somewhat random order in that box, and we're going to say however they appear in this box is the only way you can play them.
That is the deck.
You don't collect them, you don't pull them out of the package and put them in a binder and then rebuild a deck. This is the only way that it comes, boom, that's it.
And notably, no 2 stacks of 30 cards are going to be the same.
That's right.
Each deck is unique.
Each deck is unique. Unique deck.
Put it on the box.
Right there, boom. Have they thought of that? I'm just kidding. Obviously, that was the
trademark by
obviously
Fantasy Flight Games.
Obviously, the tagline from the beginning.
Actually, maybe Ghost Galaxy owns it now. I think they own that trademark.
No deck is the same or something?
UDG. Or maybe they don't.
Yeah, Taylor keeps saying it's UDG, so I'll need to change the title of the
Well, but
what'd you call it?
But
Unique card
UCG.
game?
But
yeah,
UCG
deck game.
but
Hey, hold on. Let me get on the phone with the lawyer. Let's patent it.
But this is
Trademark
all
it.
this is all just legal stuff. What we're really talking about is 3 ways that cards appear in.
Yeah, I like that. Can you draw that on the board? I need help visualizing it.
Do you want? Are we facing a rush? Or are they going to blitz the quarterback? What's the?
All right. Give me the screen.
I love it.
Okay, so in all cases, though, this is what's crazy. So you have, oh my God, it's an eraser. You have 400 cards. And a TCG says, with those same 400 cards,
I would like to make millions of dollars.
I would like to try. I've seen a lot of games not do that. So they would break this up into 200 card sets, right? And that would have the booster packs, the booster boxes and stuff, and this is the TCG. Then the LCG said, well, let's do the same thing, except for this is 12 monthly releases.
And
And
there's no
fixed.
rarity. Yeah.
And there's no rarity. And then the unique deck game, UDG, said let's take those same 400 cards and create infinite unique combos, no deck building, until
Alliance.
GGG takeover. So
let me tell you something too. If Christian Peterson was a marketplace and I was an investor, I would invest in alliteration. The man loves alliteration.
Oh man,
Fantasy Flight,
he does.
Ghost Galaxy,
FFG, GGG. So in all of these cases, though, this is the same.
Right.
You have to design 400 cards. You have to get the art done. You have to play test. With a unique deck game, of course. To me, this is almost like playing sealed. So the requirements on testing for this would be significantly lower because the odds of cards, and you know there's cards that cannot be combined algorithmically.
Yeah.
You can say never put these two cards in the same deck. And in a TCG, you can't say without a lot of accoutrement,
restricted list,
like, hey, these two cards can't go in the same deck. Or perhaps this card only ever shows up as a one of. Whereas like in Constructed, for a TCG, it's like now you have to have a keyword and you can learn one of them. We always talk about the one of balance things.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting because it's the same fundamental piece.
Okay. Addendum. Here, may I get in on the? May I get in on the?
You know what we need? We need 2 iPads.
We're gonna have to upgrade to 2 iPads here. I'm not going to do the joke. If you're waiting for me to do the joke, I'm not doing it. I am not doing it.
I'm sorely disappointed, Mr. Willie.
I have actually something to... Is this how I'm supposed to do this?
No. Look, so you're on the eraser. You can just do this.
You know, they said that the finger was the ultimate stylus. Thanks.
This would be way harder with your finger.
Yeah.
Put it out there.
Okay, so we have 400 cards. 400 cards. Tell me this.
Ooh, all caps. Your screen's in the way a little bit.
Yeah, sorry.
Wrong way. There you go.
Wow. Wow. Looks like graffiti.
That's just how Steven writes.
It's just kind of weird. I don't want to put anything on the screen, so I have to like hover
it knows when you're writing to not track your hands.
It knows. It knows the touch of flesh.
Okay. So we're looking at is this ultimately what the publisher is trying to do?
Maximize money?
If you have
is that what money sign max
If you have the same 400 cards and you put them in the hands of 5 different people and you say, all right, take these 400 cards and make the most successful business. Is that what we're actually looking at here? How else are you going to determine how to distribute these cards?
Well, I think there is an element of, and a couple of weeks ago we talked about you can't just have the best game. Like you have to have a strategy behind your business and the model and fit in the market.
Right.
So part of it is just in a vacuum, the TCG model is the way to maximize your money because the economics of it are just you can show it, right?
Let me tell you the because Jonathan pulled in that quote. Did you get who?
Oh yeah, I got it. I'm ready. I'm raring to go.
Okay.
This is Joel.
Check this out from Joel. Now
it's in 3 parts.
This is some real stuff we're about to get into here. We're not even messing around. All right, Joel. So Joel had a lot of thoughts about the TCG model. And listen to this. I'll read it for all of y'all who are listening on the road.
Look at this. Jonathan.
It's part 1 of 3. So
LCGs do not have a pressure to invest and stay invested that TCGs have. So hold on, let me take that out. And let's just admit that we're talking about player psychology.
So whenever I was in college, I went to a talk about Dante's Inferno, and he talked for an hour and a half about the first line. I get the same kind of vibes here. I mean, we can break this down sentence by sentence.
I mean, I could do the football joke more if that's better.
No, I'm in.
You choose.
I'm into it. I love it. I love
like the video if you want me
lecture I went to.
All right. So don't have a pressure to invest and stay invested that TCGs have. So we're talking about literally a psychological pressure that is created in the minds of the consumer. If you can either expect to always be able to find playsets of whatever you want, or essentially never be able to find them after they go to print, it's very easy to take an all or nothing approach to purchasing products. If I get a slow drip of game pieces, you have both the dopamine hit of getting a new addition to your collection, but also the promise of another dopamine hit next week, or even just by buying yet another pack. So again, we're talking about the raw chemicals of the human body. No one really trades LCG cards. Instead, you see whole collections or sometimes sealed stuff for sale, so the barrier to exchange is relatively high and not appealing to a low-spend player. That's true. Buying that one card I need to upgrade my deck is much more approachable than buying someone's entire collection or having to buy an entire expansion to access a single card. Now, this gets back to the idea that a booster pack is meant to enhance an existing deck that you have. So, you know, in the romantic language and world of Zach and Steve and his children, I had a battle droid, you know, whatever tier 2 was running around at the time, deck, and Zach probably had a Darth Vader deck. And that was the only thing that we had. And so the idea of buying a single pack to maybe get a new droid or the 4th droid that I needed of the playset was always lurking in the back of my mind. It's very exciting. So I'd take the $3, the $4, whatever it was, back probably a nickel back in the 90s. And I'd give it to
not.
I'd give it to
Charlie.
$4
for 30 years.
It's been the same amount the whole time. And it's like video games. I give it to Charlie. Charlie says, "All right, sir, here's your Star Wars TCG pack." I'd open it, and it was an instant like, can I put this in my deck? Can I not? Does Zach want that? He can trade me the droid that I want off of him. I got it. So it was the idea of this booster thing. Now, it's a little bit weird now because I feel like a lot of people engaging with the TCG hobby are completionist minded. This is just an expensive way to get the entire collection and then I'll build whatever I want moving forward. It's a little bit less that I have a deck that I start with and then I just kind of supplement it over time, casually, calmly. I'm sure that still exists to some degree, but it's almost like everybody has to be doing it at the same time for it to really work well. So anyway, that's to the point being made is like buying a single pack once a week at the local store is a lot easier than saying like, I'm going to buy the Game of Thrones core set or I'm going to buy the Queen of Dragons expansion for $30 to get Daenerys into my deck. Yeah. It's a much higher unit of exchange.
To that point, let's pull up Josh's comment, which is right around there.
Josh King, for this game, went to an LCG model. That's Game of Thrones?
I'm not going to tell you what game that is.
Okay. Went to an LCG model. I was buying packs from my store for about $250. So I could buy a pack for $250 every once in a while, but then the deck cost $25 for me to even buy any cards at all. I just didn't have the money.
I know what game you're talking about.
So it's interesting because because TCGs have the most amount of player spend of any format, but they also can appeal to players who have the least amount of money by buying a booster pack every week or two, rather than having to buy in to a $400 Game of Thrones collection to build a deck that can actually do well.
Yeah, that was one of the problems we saw with Game of Thrones at a certain point. Yes, $15 a month is cheaper than 3 TCG sets a year, especially if you want to own it all. Because that's another thing that sort of slipped into all this. For 20 years, I played collectible games and did not own it all.
Right.
And then it played LCGs for a while, and it was like, oh, I like having all of it. And then Destiny came out and is like, well, I guess I'm going to have it all. And it was like an expensive LCG.
You also just got older and more money. And
yeah. But the... one of the things about a TCG is you can approach it in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
You can just play weekly draft events. You can, like Airplane, right? And you sell all your stuff back. I think he's like up money on Fab, having never really bought into anything.
Yeah.
Whereas an LCG, it's like at a certain point, if you want to play this Daenerys Dragon deck, it's like you need 3 core sets. You need the Dragon Deluxe.
Andrew, are you out there?
Yeah, you need the Dragon Deluxe box. And you need these 18 chapter packs because they each have one card you need in it. And it was like, oh, you have to spend $500 to get a Thrones deck. And then because the game changes so slowly, and it's like, you're also just going to lose for 6 months even if you buy the best deck.
Sure.
But the comparable, like even a game like Flesh and Blood with Faendal, Spring Tunic, and Command and Conquer and stuff, it's like, yeah, to buy a competitive deck, you have to spend $500-$600. Particularly Tunic and Command and Conquer, you got $300 or $400 just to buy basics that you're going to use in a lot of different decks. But over time, the cost of getting into the LCG was actually just as much as the other. But then you also don't get the spike of energy around the game with 3 bigger releases all once a year.
Puzzle solving.
You also don't have the collectability aspect. It's like at a certain point, a pack of Thrones comes out. It's like, okay, fine. Like I got to stay on top of it, and there might be a card in there I want to use. But new TCG sets come out, and it's just like, and there's less approaches that you can have to an LCG.
You buy the pack or you don't. That's pretty much it. And the whole draft packs, draft set, it really doesn't. it's an added layer of complexity and weirdness that it's just very difficult.
Yeah.
Like when you and I get a box of Sorcery, we just grab 6 packs and we're done. And we're like, okay, let's go. We don't have to worry about getting extra stuff.
But I think that's when we come back to your maximize money model here. The development and also the experience / where you're wanting this to fit in the market is really relevant to succeeding at this, because yes, it's almost like a game store selling Magic. If you open a brand new game store here in Tulsa, you're like, we're going to be an amazing place for people to play and buy Magic.
Which is the ultimate mission statement of our store.
Yeah, Magic first. But if you were doing that, it's like, yes, Magic is the biggest audience, but that's also the most competitive. So there are already several stores in town that have Magic audiences and stuff. So same with the TCG to me. We're seeing this right now. There's so many TCGs coming out that, yes, economically speaking, a TCG per player, a TCG is the biggest audience of card game players, like just number of people playing that medium. And per player is generally the most, like, of the models, that's the most money you can make per individual person you convince to play this game.
If it works.
But it also has the highest, like, base, fixed, printing, complicated costs. It's got the highest cost in terms of you can't, like, the amount of effort you have to put in to testing the releases. Like, having seen Sorcery, which is breaking the trend a little by just doing one release a year, I cannot imagine putting 3 sets of a collectible card game out every year.
Yeah.
The amount of art and testing and development and printing and print runs and all that stuff.
When a TCG works, it's the most profitable thing you can do with those 400 cards. When it doesn't work, and any set, it can start not working instantly. It is the greatest source of financial ruin that exists. So the risk is high,
and we
for
saw
players and publishers.
with so many games in the 90s and 2000s.
Yeah.
And then now I think we're about to see it again.
Yeah.
All these games coming out, and
It's saturated, y'all.
Yeah.
It would take a miracle. I mean, it has to be something like Altered. The only ones that stand a chance are the ones with a ton of money behind them and some kind of insanely new way of thinking about TCGs. There's a
Ryan
few
Rober's
more
comment
that
got
may
me.
well work. That
Which one?
we'll see. But
TCGs are the best. Comment from Ryan.
when you are friends with Zach because you get all the cards for free. That's right. But you know what else? I don't get to sell the cards
That's right.
later on.
Yeah, that's another thing.
And Zach did get to do that.
With LCGs, right? And now, to be fair, some of the LCG collections actually became very valuable. Like if you have a Netrunner collection right now,
Yeah.
it is weirdly valuable. But in the midst of Netrunner being around our thrones, I remember this: people trying to get out. Good luck. Like you spent $800 on these cards, and you spent $800 on these cards.
Yeah. I mean, the best you can do is sell them for less than what people can buy them for new.
Because if you're not at least like, I don't know, half off, they can just buy it new in the package, know everything's there, etc. Whereas like recently with my retirement from Fabs, like I got rid of a lot of things and they have value.
Yeah.
So what was the actual cost of those cards all along?
So let's talk about the LCG for a second. Well, the LCG, it needs to come up and button. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Sweet.
I'm not doing that. I said I wasn't going to do it. The LCG. Now, what's funny about this, and this is an unknown. This is something that I think a lot of people don't really appreciate. The cost of these 400 cards. Let's say that costs. Let's say we pay our artists well. Let's say we have two designers on staff that let's say we have one designer that we pay.
One really good designer.
To develop one really good designer.
Let's say you have two. Let's do a team of two.
Okay, let's say.
I'm gonna guess that's a $500,000-$600,000 expense, and that includes someone because the
have
artist
a little experience with that.
The artists don't just pop the art out either.
No, they don't.
Like someone's got to find all the artists, hire them, make sure they get their work done, proof what they're doing, give them feedback, that whole thing, right?
You got the graphic design as well. So let's say cost on 400 cards. Let's just put it at 500,000. That's an easy number. 500K. Now, whether you go this TCG model or this LCG model, this cost is the same. Now, your collation might get you, and your collation printing, et cetera, might be higher on a TCG.
Like with an LCG, if it's a monthly pack, and this is how it was for most of the LCGs in the 2010s, monthly pack, monthly. 20 unique cards. So there are 240 cards a year. Versus a lot of TCGs, you're at 600 to 800 new cards a year.
Yeah. So it does cost more.
Yeah.
But if you could do a TCG with only 100 cards in a set.
The same number of cards cost you the same loosely amount.
They're the same. Let's say TCG, it might be a little bit higher because of the paying the factory to collate it and put it in a booster pack and the time and labor and whatnot involved. But let's just stick there.
Well, the printing costs are definitely higher.
Of a TCG?
Yeah.
Because of all the bulk.
Wait, why?
So
you're printing more cards. That's why.
And the cost of collation of booster packs, like a single LCG package,
right,
is a lot less. Because
so, what's the difference? You think?
I don't know.
We got a whiteboard, man. We got to put a number on it.
Is Andrew in the? Can Andrew give us the?
Someone give us some.
Are you out of an NDA yet? Can you give us all the numbers?
My just purely yes. I think depending on how much you're printing, you're going to pay $10-15 to print a booster box.
Okay.
So
how much to print a LCG pack?
$2 or $3.
Okay, so costs are lower.
Part of it is an LCG pack. If MSRP is $15, that means retailers paying $7.50, which means distribution's paying $6 something.
We got it.
Which means it has to be
50% less from Kevin in 6 forms there.
For
50% less to print.
To print.
For printing, not the art or not the card design and all that, just 50% less.
Yeah.
So let's say the cost, let's say design cost here, and let's just give ourselves a little bit.
Chris, guys, you can collate yourself.
You could do that. Design cost, there you go. There's something you can't read. And then we can do, let's say print cost. And let's say that LCG 50% less. We're having to use a really fat marker here too, so yeah, this is all unreadable. So, and let's say, what are that honestly is a fairly small number compared to the design cost, depending on how many you print, and that's a scale.
Well, the other thing is, I think the floor on how many you have to print to do booster boxes collated is higher.
It is higher.
Versus like with Ashes, which is similar to this LCG style, right? With our PDP system, knowing exactly how many to print, like you can print significantly lower quantities, which then, even though the unit price goes up because you're printing less, you're not printing 2,000 extra boxes that you do nothing with.
Right. So let's say we take these 400 cards, we release them. Let's say we have 150 card. Let's say we have a 200 card core set. Okay. And then we take the other 200 cards and do them 20 at a time over 10 months. So that's our year. So how many core sets and then expansions would I need to sell to hit this 500,000 number that I've already invested? How much do I make per core set on an LCG?
Core sets a
sell it for 50, and if I'm loss leadering it, then it's totally out of the question anyway. But $20, $15, $10?
I don't think anyone's not making money on the core set.
Okay. How much are you making on the core set?
How much, like what's the gross on it?
200 cards in the core set. You price it at 50, 60, 80. How much do you think?
Let's say it's 50.
Okay.
Then publisher is getting 20.
Okay, 20 per core.
Spending just printing cost, let's call it $5, so 15.
Okay, 15.
After printing costs. All right.
Yeah. We haven't done any marketing or anything like that.
Well, and that doesn't count the cards. The 200 cards you have to have art for and a design. So you have, if you sell 10,000.
Well, we're counting that here already. I've got that in design cost. 15 per core. How much per expansion? How much do we make per expansion?
Is it
expansion of 20 cards?
Let's say it's 20 cards, play set of each.
Yeah, so LCG pack.
All right, $20 a pack for easy math.
Yeah.
They're probably making $5 gross.
All right,
after printing costs or before printing costs?
After.
$5.
Let's please let them at least make $5. What is wrong with the freaking world?
Well, it'd be more if we weren't taking out the printing costs.
Okay, so what do we think? So I probably need to sell.
Taylor, you guys should make one and take us along for the ride, then we'll know.
So a fairly successful, what's a really successful launch of an LCG? How many core sets can I sell? Independent, small. So let's say I'm not like an Asmodee, Game of Thrones name recognition.
I think you'd be ecstatic if you sold 10,000 core sets.
Okay. So that's I made 150,000 on that deal.
Made revenue.
Yeah. Well, I'm making 15 per core. So 150,000. So then you're telling me that I need to make up the other 350,000 in expansions over the next year. So if I have
out of those 400 cards.
If I have 10,000 players, that's what, 50,000 each?
Yeah, and how many of those are actually going to buy the expansions, right?
50,000 times 10. So I could make 500,000 here. So if I make 10,000 players on my core set, and then I sell all of them, every expansion that comes out over the course of the year, and I release about one every month, I have made the cost back of my 500,000. That is not a very convincing model.
Right. Which, if you were, the core set's the worst math because you're putting a bunch out. But if it's just the expansions, right? Technically, 400 cards should be 2 years of expansion.
Yeah.
So now you can make $1 to $2 million at that level
over the next couple of years
to pay these costs. So then it gets into feasible territory.
So what you're saying to me, as far as I can understand, I haven't thought of it this way, the LCG format must sustain over a long period of time to make its money, to get you over the hump.
If you're framing the core set as like a loss leader scenario,
sure,
like
just to get people playing,
yeah.
But
it's like the PlayStation to get people to buy all the games, right? Like a lot of times the publisher, because the R&D, because you're not talking about the R&D here either of full design development, right? Or are you? Like I don't know if that was factored.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it got fuzzy, right?
Yeah, design
but like,
costing.
It might take a couple of years for like back in the day. I'm sure Eric Lang, when he's designing all those LCGs, it'd be like a couple year project to design the core system.
Yeah,
you know that whole thing's happening.
Yep. So
inherently, you do want it to go like Marvel and Arkham right now. Arkham's coming up on, I guess it's 8 years. Core thing was designed, and they've been able to reprint and keep selling those expansions too for a very long time. So I would actually guess that their math is very good.
So as long as your game continues to go and continues to be played, the LCG format is a really great. It's like a board game vibe.
Yeah. Right? But I think there's a number of players in LCGs, which is why FFG pivoted the model in the first place, that you could profitably make it. That if you had that same number of players playing a TCG, it would not be profitable.
It would not be profitable.
Yeah.
But the upside of the TCG is that the first set can make you all of your money back and more on those 400 cards.
To the moon.
To the moon.
Yeah. You look at Star Wars Unlimited sold out their print run.
Yeah.
It's like.
So let's speculate a little bit. Let's say that Star Wars Unlimited, it cost them $500,000 to design, and probably was a little bit more based on the licensing and stuff. It could have been a lot based on the license. How much do you think they're making per booster box of Star Wars Unlimited?
Well, can I erase this?
Yes.
All right, we're getting into the T. Let's do the right method. There's probably a button to just clear the whole screen.
Yeah, but this is romantic.
John's got this strange green thing going on.
We'll just talk about that, don't we?
All right, so what's the MSRP on a box of
Star Wars Unlimited? Let me look it
120,
up. Star Wars Unlimited. I can't even buy it, right? Because is it out? Buy. I'll just type in like I'm normal consumer.
Also, a great reference point here is the most recent episode of the Covenant Cast, our only one for the year so far.
It's quality over quantity, baby.
Once in feature, most recent
we're taking the Sorcerer Pressure podcast with Andrew Navarro. He was talking about, and this gets to the distribution models of if he was designing it to go to distribution, to go to retail. Like that's part of what pushes this all down, right? Is that it would have to be like $150, $180 MSRP product,
right,
for him to make it make sense, and that's $100 core set.
Yeah.
So that is saying if you went this other direction, here's what you have to do to make this sustainable. So that kind of gives you a peek into working your way backwards into these margins.
Unlimited is $260 from Little Shop of Magic.
That's not.
It's 120, I think.
Okay, so
but it's very inflated.
Let's go 120 MSRP.
Okay.
Here's what I know. Fab revealed they printed 125,000 boxes in Monarch First Edition.
Okay. They put that in their newsletter or whatever.
On the website.
The website, yeah.
And they also, Mickey, said they printed Unlimited, which I presume they printed just as much of, and there was way too much Monarch. So the reason I give that for reference is that Fab, in one of the hottest times for TCGs I've ever seen in my entire life, as one of the hottest TCGs I've ever seen in my entire life, 125,000 was like a big print run, like big. So let's say they printed 75,000 boxes of Unlimited, and I have no idea how many they printed. But let's just say it's 75,000.
Let's just say it's a random publisher with a random TCG.
Boxes.
75,000 boxes.
So we also have an interesting fact here, which is I don't know how many of these boxes were distributed by Asmodee.
Direct.
They have
and
two things going on. They have direct sales on their website. So direct.
Could you buy Star Wars Unlimited boxes from them online?
Yeah.
MSRP?
You could pre-order at MSRP from them. Which I did until I found out I have a friend who's got a YouTube channel who for some reason can buy from distribution and sold them to me.
Is your friend Rudy?
No. Sold them to me.
You just described that exactly.
Under map with free shipping and shipped them to me a week and a half before release somehow.
Okay.
That's a different story.
World is chaos.
Yeah.
Entropy,
So
etc.
any direct sales they get 100% on. They are the distributor. They used one other U.S. distributor.
Yeah, weird.
For some amount.
They get the 10% then.
But they get 50%. Now, one of the unique things about their whole strategy is that they're the distributor. So normally a publisher would only get 40%. And then distro makes the difference there.
Yeah, 10% or so.
So normally it's this. But this is Asmodee.
Playing pretty fast and loose with your 4 there, Zach.
This
says Yo 6 on my side. There it is.
There you go.
Yeah. Which is one of the benefits of the vertical integration they have.
That's right.
Right.
So, and used to, they also, for a time, owned Miniature Market, in which case they would have been.
Yeah.
Now, their direct sales are the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Which they
just put a smoke screen
currently been doing. So let's get rid of this real quick, just for reference. Now let's just calculate the math on this.
75,000 boxes. How much money have I made yet?
Part of the news about Asmodee is that Embracer Group is splitting off Asmodee and 2 other groups into their own companies.
Yeah.
And that's more in that. But they're going to be a public company. So some of this information, like for Magic, some of this information drips out because they have to. They're a public company. But $120 MSRP. And let's just say Asmodee distribute all of these.
Okay.
So they get $60 a box.
Okay.
Which $60.
Let me do that math for you.
75,000 times 60. And then 0.00003.
4.5 million.
Okay. Beat me to it. Okay. So if they're making $60 a box and they sold 75,000 boxes, then they make 4.5 mil.
Okay. Off the same 400 cards.
I think
really
there's only 200 cards in that set.
So they may make about $10 million off that 400 cards, whereas the LCG might make 1 million.
10 million?
10 million. Two instances of 200 cards going out at 75,000 boxes.
Yeah. So then there'd be 9 million. So I'm assuming that between designers, developers, artists, and stuff, this probably cost the imprint. I'm gonna guess it was like in licensing 1.5 mil. Yeah. And the license is going to be the cost is going to get divided over the entire, the whole cost. They might lose a percentage of revenue to the license or whatever.
Sure.
So they're probably up $2 or $3 million in profit off of set 1 of Star Wars Unlimited.
Yeah.
Because
it worked.
And they've also probably now paid for the design development. And normally, it'd be like buying a building. You would that cost would get spread out across the entirety of the game. Sure. So Destiny had 10 sets. Design development of the core system would be a cost you're kind of factoring.
That gets spread
across
because you use it on every release following. So it's like a technology you invest in early, and then you get to reap the benefit of it over the course of the assets being made. Okay, so the reason that everybody doesn't just immediately say, oh, well, just do that one, is because it only works if it works. And for it to work is harder than ever. And when it doesn't work spectacularly. And I think right now, one of the difficulties we've seen is that the math that we just did was the exact math that everybody was doing about 3 years ago. And then everybody did the same math, but they didn't, the problem with everybody doing the same math is you can't all sell 75,000 boxes. Yeah. There's not enough players, there's not enough interest, there's not enough differentiation in the market. So then eventually there are TCGs that come out that do not sell those 75,000 boxes. And we've seen a good number of those. And then you have, and I just wanted to shout out Kevin. So Kevin launched the 6 Forms Kickstarter for the Six Forms trading card game, and probably ran into some of this as well. Been talking to Kevin a little bit about the game, and have watched it played many times, and have thumbed through the cards, and have every intention to actually get it to the table. You know what? I watched a session of the game being played on YouTube. You know who was playing Kevin on the other side?
Who?
Gree.
No way.
Yeah.
The Gree
from Discord. Can you believe it? There he is.
That's awesome.
Yet again.
In the flesh and blood.
There he is. But Kevin had the TCG Kickstarter going for Six Forms. Again, like we have said in previous things, by all intents and as far as I can tell, incredible game. The kind of game that we would play on a throwback in the pandemic streaming and say, oh my gosh, this was just an incredible game that was being created out there. Ended up canceling the Kickstarter before it ended. Had I think 40 to 80 grand, correct me if I'm wrong on that, Kevin, bought in, because one of the reasons is that unless you have that initial just giant fervor, like we saw in the TCG math, it's like you're having a lot of upfront cost, and it has the potential to totally sink you if not enough people buy in, and the game just completely fails. The risk of that for an LCG is way lower, because you could sell that core set for the next 2 years and make your money back on that over time. And so what Kevin did, and he sent me a really nice message I wanted to share. I asked him if I could, and he said, yeah. And he said, I agree, we have reached TCG saturation. And Kevin thinks the same thing. Altered and Star Wars Unlimited are basically taking up a lot of the space that was kind of left in that market. To make an LCG sing is an interesting question, and Kevin seemingly looking to crack that nut, as we are. I think a lot of us, we want the model to work, and it seems like there is a way to make it work, right? It seems like there is some twist or some little tweak that would suddenly make it make sense. And like Christian doing the retailer pledge thing on Kickstarter is one of those little tweaks that a format can do that suddenly, wait a minute, okay, so this is starting to work better. I figured out how to do crowdfunding into retail a little bit better. But this was what I thought was interesting. A big win for a TCG is that people get invested and then, parentheses, can't, or apostrophe, can't get out, like a timeshare in some ways. This helps with customer churn. And we've all felt this. Nobody wants to talk about it.
Exploiting consumer behavior is expected.
It's what I'm in the business of doing, my man.
Pretend like it's not. I think that's the problem. This is happening.
Yeah, and unless it's kind of like globalism, unless everybody decides to stop doing it, the one who decides to do it is going to win all the.
It's just the button you push.
In some ways, though, it's sort of like Netflix wants me not to cancel my subscription,
right?
So they should offer enough value in some way that it keeps me engaged. Mm-hmm. Now, they could be so good at that my life goes to shambles because I'm just obsessed with watching all my Netflix stuff.
Yeah.
And even Netflix, it's almost like the stickiness of I might want to watch it, so I don't cancel. So TCG is a little different. But
I think it'd be more like if you cancel Netflix, you can't get back in for the next 12 months. Or you can never watch a show that was produced while you were unsubscribed.
Yeah.
Or something like that, you know?
I don't know. With the TCG, I have not found, at least, there are moments where this happens where if I don't buy the stuff now, it'll be worth so much more later. It's hard to get in. But it's sort of the altered problem I had. Theoretically, I understand what you're saying. But on the flip side, I've never had trouble hunting, even now, with sorcery being sold out and boxes are crazy. It's you can get any of the cores for $60-$70 online. Mm-hmm. It's these are still accessible. You could build a viable deck for $30 to $40 in singles.
Yeah.
Even still with it being sold out.
You're saying you can get back in. I think a lot of the times
psychologically you might not feel that way.
It's difficult, yeah. And it's also it'd be like if you cancel your Netflix subscription and then to get back in on Netflix it costs $30 instead of $15.
Yeah.
And then the next time you did it costs $45 instead of $30.
Well, that happens all the time. It's you cancel your internet, you come back, it's going to be more expensive.
That's a real thing.
Are you sure AT&T's better?
So Kevin says for an LCG you don't have the same ability to lock players into your game on the economic/investment side. This is healthy for players, which that's kind of always been the tension. Is this seems best for players. For the business side, though, it makes churn more difficult because you have to earn retention. And I think that's a really interesting way. You have to earn retentions. The quality of the product has to be such that playing it makes you want to keep buying it. Yes. But since we've already seen the economics of this, the most rewarding thing for players is events and people to play with. And if you're making the least amount of money off of these 400 cards, you can invest the least amount of money in those systems, which is the grand finger trap of this format.
Yeah, and I felt that so hard when Destiny came out.
Yeah.
I remember locally we've been very supportive of non-collectible card games. And we treated Destiny just like we treat every other game, except for we would be like, oh, we're having a Destiny tournament this Saturday, and 60 people would show up.
Yeah.
And the same 60 people would buy 2 booster boxes each while they're there.
Yeah.
And it's like,
whoa.
Wait a second.
Whoa.
So as a retailer, we can do more. And if it's successful, the publisher can also do more. And you see this even now. It's like Fab has $1.5 million in prizes. That's the cash. That's not the cold golds and the Pro Quest seasons and the play mats and all the stuff. And so it's nice, the idea of I could play a card game for $15 a month and have a play side of the cards. But personally, it's not even like some psychological trap for me. It's like I like the kind of experiences that can be offered when a game is this expensive.
Yeah, right. And that's the weird thing is, again, it comes back to like, is your LCG pack just $50? Like, would players even, again, we get into psychology, like a player would not say, $50 for like the same cards everybody else gets versus I'll spend $50 in packs and I might get a Philosopher's Stone, right? You're not likely to do it. But people go and they pull the slot machine all day.
It works every time.
But if you said, hey, yeah, you can pull the slot machine, but it's going to be the same results as everybody else in the casino, then it's like, well, why? Yeah. I'm not going to do that. So Kevin's saying a few major problems for an LCG that would need to be solved. Customer churn, product engagement frequency at the game table and point of sale. Those are 2 very important things. And those are linked, I think, in the grand scheme of things. And then product beauty / desirability, which would be like special things, promos, shiny stuff, etc. And then I said, do you mind if I say this on stream? He said, please don't. I will kill it. No. He said it was fine.
Of course, also with the LCG model, you have a complete lack of limited format.
Oh, dude, I have something else to say about this. Also, Kevin saying, I assume that this is still in the thing, saying didn't cancel the Kickstarter because of funding. Had the next 2 sets are basically done. The call to move is because there's room for 6 forms in LCG for the long term. Fascinating stuff. So there are people out there working on the problem. How do you eventually get, and where does the unique deck game fit into all of this?
Yeah, that's
huge startup cost, big tech burden, collation is difficult.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you were looking to do a new unique deck game, I'd be trying to talk to Christian Peterson and licensing that.
But why would he ever do that if you're competing directly with his game?
Do we know he's not wanting to do that?
I don't know that. Yeah. Maybe that's the ultimate.
Because I know he's building some publisher tools to manage art.
Yeah.
I could see this technology being a part of that ecosystem of like, we can print the game, we can print these prizes, we can, do that kind of thing. But where it fits to me is it's a scenario where either this is going to go through the goalpost and be for nobody, or it's going to go through the goalpost and it's 3 points. You know what I mean?
Nobody's in the stadium.
Well, it's the reality of it has strengths of collectible card games and non-collectible card games, and it has some of the weaknesses of both. So its strength is there's no limit to the number of decks a player could buy.
Mm-hmm.
So you can do limited because anyone can open a new pack and it's like a sealed pool and you can play it. There's not a ceiling on how much product a player can buy, so the economics are better than an LCG. You only ever need 1 deck to play, so the economics are better than an LCG on that front, where
true.
It's like you don't need $800 a collection to get in. Like at this point, you can start playing Keyforge for this next set and not miss a beat. Like, that's just the way it is.
Every deck is a pre-con.
But it doesn't have some of the things that both of those models have. There's not deck building, really. There's not customization. There's not the game outside the game, which we talk about all the time. Trading is harder. Valuation of things is harder, even though there's some of that in Keyforge. But
on the face of it, it seems like a home run
as
a model.
When it came out, we were in that, like, we'd been doing Subordinate Destiny, but we were mostly still non-collectible card games. And that's how it felt. It's like, this is the perfect blend. And realistically, to me, I think there's room in the market for a certain number of each of these.
Yeah.
But I also think if I were doing an LCG today, or you need that game, trying to do what TCGs do on the support side with those models is very hazardous.
And it have to be something different with it.
If players, that's how it kind of felt early with LCGs, where it's like,
right.
They're looking for the full card game experience for $15.
They got a world championship, and FFG did all
no,
of that.
for sure. But even locally, I just remember once Destiny hit, it was like painfully clear.
Yeah.
Not even from this is the most profitable thing we can do, so let's really do this. It's just the reality of I can't have 3 staff working an event for an 8-person Thrones event.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You can only do so much, and even with LCGs, one of the weaknesses is price support. Because what do you do?
Yeah, you can't just give packs away. I mean, that is the biggest thing. It's the complexity of the TCGs and everything that happens before it gets to the player. And then it's the simplest thing on the planet. You have one thing. It's called a booster pack. Mm-hmm. Open it. That's all you have to do. Open it as a prize. Open it to build your collection. Open it to hunt for stuff. Open it to collect. Same booster pack. Open it. That's why this whole Magic splitting the booster pack thing.
You also have that unit to just give to people at the kitchen table, and then they can open it in whatever way. Then they can build a cube. But like we've been doing, we've been drafting sorcery, every week or whatever, and that's an easy unit of fun that contains all of the consumer psychology.
And it's another component of game outside the game, right? Which is I open a booster box with my wife, and it's a fun thing that we can do, even though I'm not playing.
I think about that constantly, how she can enjoy just collecting the cards because it's just such an easy, they're shiny thing.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's a fun thing to do. So I even with the LCGs, one of the questions I have on that model, even in like Keyforge as well, like FFG, it felt like in the 2010s was successful with the LCG model. And there are various reasons and licenses and things going on with that. But I also wonder, there's a scaling issue as well, which is, let's say you have an art director to do your Game of Thrones art and you need 300 pieces of art a year.
And they had a really sandbagging art director for a while over at FFG.
That Navarro guy. Andrew Navarro.
I haven't seen him in chat, so feel free to keep talking about
him.
We'll call him in. His ears will start burning.
So there's a reality, though, of like, okay, if a TCG is actually producing 600 to 800 cards a year, and you have someone managing like all the artists and art director, if LCGs are slowing down that model, and you're only putting out 240 cards a year, which is what they were doing-ish, do you even have a job to offer someone?
Oh, sure.
Same with designers and developers, where it's like, if a TCG design team is designing 3 sets of 200 cards, and you only need 240 cards to put Thrones out, do you have a job to offer them?
Like over the long term?
Yeah.
You're really speaking like HR now.
Yeah. But because FFG had the benefit of, they started with Thrones, and they had Call of Cthulhu. I think one of those two was first. Thank you. Call of Cthulhu. And then Netrunner came out, and it was really successful. And then Star Wars LCG came out, and then Conquest came out, and they also have Imperial Assault going on in X-Wing and all this stuff. So there's synergy there. More NBA business talk, synergy. But there is synergy there of, you have 2 or 3 art directors who are all directing all the art for all of your projects.
Yeah.
You have a design team of 10 people who are doing all these different things, and you can be like, we need someone else because we're behind over here.
Yeah.
And so just fundamentally from a business perspective, I don't know what is sustainable, but I think there could easily be, we see it now with Ashes, right? Like it's a different way. And you talk about release model, they're the non-collectible, expandable living card game vibe. But they also have the distribution model, which is very different because through our PDP system, it's a guaranteed, this is the demand for this thing. Keyforge, similarly, let's talk on that note for a second, is when you go to crowdfunding, that math we did earlier, part of the reason is that they go from 40% through distribution to 100% through
10% in fees to Kickstarter.
Yeah, but let's say 90%. And so part of it is, and I don't know the math on Keyforge, that would be a Christian conversation, but if you can get some amount of that direct upfront, let's say $400,000 at that margin, that might be what it takes to fund the cost of all this stuff to make it a viable product to put out in this kind of a way.
Yeah, I would even maybe just go far enough to say, with experience with Ashes and look at how Varia is doing it with the direct distribution, direct to player, like maybe the big problem with the LCGs is just that they were retail products. I mean, if you remove that plank from the experience, then I don't see how they're not just way more sustainable, successful, assuming that you can get your 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 players.
Yeah, and that makes sense because one of the problems with distribution and retail is that a retailer, even as just retail, zoom in on that. If it's Game of Thrones LCG or the next set of Magic, it's like if those are the same. If someone walks in and is like, "Hey, I want to play a card game," and you can pick, you're gonna pick Magic. If they're gonna get into anything for you, it's Magic or Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh or Fab or whatever it is. So when you're a LCG trying to compete in a retail model,
that the retailers don't want you to succeed in.
So
effectively,
they're not incentivized for it to succeed.
Right.
So then it's like, well, and we see this with Ashes. Like that was part of the whole thing. Is like this is not really a retail viable product.
Yeah.
And so that's a hard pill to swallow because what a lot of people at least think they want or desire is I have a local community of people that can play this game and a retailer scheduling events and like all these things going on. And it's like that didn't work.
But it's because those two things are linked.
Yeah.
Because retail sales and physical space where you can play are linked.
Retail, or essentially the release model and the distribution model, and then that.
And then this is the sticky business that changes the entire world for everybody in the industry. Is that I have to be able to consistently sell and make profit on your products for me to welcome you to play them in my shop.
Yep.
At the moment that breaks down, then that's a whole new moment for things. And it's breaking down some with the cafes that are coming out and whatnot. Like you could bring Ashes into that environment and have a coffee and everyone's happy.
Basically that booster pack model is in the impulse buy range. And that's what a retailer wants, right? It's like the gum next to the station. But you can't do that with a $25 product.
No, yeah. And you only need it once.
Or a one-time
you only need
purchase
once.
product.
You only need it once. That's a big deal.
And also just there's so many problems with it. Another one is at some point Thrones has 48 SKUs that need to be on the shelf and in print.
Yeah.
With the TCG, it's like you print it, it's in stock for 2 to 4 months, the next set comes out and it's gone.
It's gone.
And a retailer needs to have this much space for alphaclash TCG boxes. And then once those are gone, the next set comes out and then you move on.
You know what it feels like to me, Zach? It feels like to me, you can tell from the tone that I'm about to say something very profound. It feels like to me that in 94, a new kind of card game came out. And ever since then, there's been iteration across retail, distribution, and publishing to further innovate and tailor and tweak and figure out that model. And that has left us with a TCG model that works very well in all the systems that basically crafted it.
Yeah.
And so then we introduced LCGs in the 2010s, and they haven't had nearly the time or the people iterating and figuring and trying to make this system work. And so like next to something that's been honed in the fires of the existing systems, it is going to have nothing but weaknesses.
Yeah. And it has the disadvantage of going second.
Well, yeah. Then you're saying you're comparing a super mature model of the TCG to a very new model of the LCG. And I think when the problems start is when people think that the LCG is just as mature as the TCG.
Right.
Instead of this is the beginning of the journey for the LCG.
It's the beginning.
There's a lot of room to innovate.
And thinking that the retail shelf is the natural place that should exist because that's where the TCG has succeeded is something that maybe needs to get jettisoned.
Yeah, I mean, you can shift. You look at that Patreon guy, his speech at South by Southwest, where he was talking about you need 1,000 people, 1,000 dedicated fans.
1,000 dedicated fan
right?
theory, yeah.
And the 1,000 dedicated fan theory, I think, works a lot better with LCGs than with TCGs.
Totally.
Look at that.
I'd be curious what Varia would say about that. Varia? Anyway. Did you need to go to the bathroom?
I've had to go to the bathroom since 11 a.m. I'm going to go get some water, go to the bathroom.
We got a
then
great
news.
comment.
Yeah, Do you need me for this
Chronocore,
comment?
what's
Can
up?
you guys handle it?
Yeah, go ahead. What's up, Chronocore? I that's another one that's on the list of checking it out, keeping an eye on things. I think the problem for indie TCGs is the instant focus into a retail release and commitment of a player base in a physical space just because of Kickstarter. I don't think that's realistic anymore. It's not realistic. No, and in many ways, it kind of never has been. I mean, the other thing we got to keep in mind about the LCGs, there's two things that strike me about this. One, well, there's a number of things, and this gets to the iteration and kind of the honing thing. I think it's very obvious that the LCG model suffers more the more factions that you have in the game, and the more difficult it is to play the cards in the pack. So they released Game of Thrones as an LCG, but it's got 7 factions. And so I'm getting a pack of fixed cards, and if I play one of those factions, I've split the value of that pack into a seventh of what it could otherwise be. So an LCG that has no factions, now every card in that pack is playable. I'm starting to remove a lot of the downside of the multi-faction thing. Also, not having 20 LCGs going on at the same time from the same publisher that's splitting the LCG player base across all these different IPs would probably make any one of those have lasted a lot longer.
Yeah.
Like
and as we know, it wasn't lack of interest that killed them once again. It was
we saw this because we were in every LCG that came out, and every customer of that LCG was pulled off of primarily the existing. It started with the Game of Thrones audience, and then it's like, okay, are we going to stay playing Game of Thrones, or are we going to split off to Conquest, or are we going to split off to Star Wars? And so it wasn't. There's only so many people that are hip enough to understand a monthly expansion card game because I've played TCGs and I understand how this is different, and so I can get into why I would want this instead of this other thing. There's only so many of those people, and so the model is as enticing as any given game in that model is to many of them. It's like, I just want to play a card game experience that I don't have to buy booster packs for.
Right.
I don't care if it's Star Wars or Conquest or Game of Thrones. And then enough people jump ship to where this is now the more popular LCG at the store. So now everyone else jumps to that.
Want to play with somebody.
And you keep hot. So if you did an LCG that was the only LCG and had no faction lock in it, and you could play every card in the pack, that already is like solving a lot of the problems that we associate with the format that doesn't have to exist. Like that problem was generated.
All the LCGs did that.
They had so many factions. Conquest had like 8 factions.
But Ashes didn't.
And that was one of the nice things
here
about
it is.
Netrunner is, they had the asymmetry thing, but it had a pretty nice splashing system.
The influence system made a huge difference for Netrunner.
Yeah.
If it hadn't been there, it would have been way less successful.
People in the chat, you're on it, which is, and I don't know if you mentioned this while I was gone, but PvE/cooperative in that
totally
model
different
has been out of the park successful.
Yeah.
Arkham going on 8 years, Marvel Champions going on 5. Earthborn, clearly.
Lord of the Rings LCG had a huge run and a re-release.
Lord of the Rings keeps getting reprinted.
Yeah. It's just a board. That's the thing is it's powerful when you only need 1 or up to 4 people to do something with for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, the other piece that's really important for that model, and again, the kind of game now we're putting into the release model, into the distribution model, whatever those look like, is you don't need all of Arkham to play Arkham. In fact, you probably don't start there. You buy the core set and you buy 1 campaign and you're playing Arkham. Mm-hmm. And then you can, same with Lord of the Rings, you take it at your own pace. And because you're not having these head-to-head competitive tournaments, you don't need a meta deck.
You don't need every card.
So then the model actually has a strength, which is there's $1,000 of stuff you can buy, but you'll start with $100. And if you like it, you can buy 50 more. If you still like it, you can buy 50 more.
It's kind of like a DLC model in video games.
But even then, most local retailers don't want to stock all those SKUs.
Right.
So if you're trying to put that game experience in that release model into that distribution model, you have problems.
Yeah. And I think there's something can change there.
That's what we were saying several weeks back, where it's not enough to have a great game. But I think when all these things align, something really special happens.
Somebody's going to figure it out.
Someone's figuring it out. We got Daniel saying he's working on it right now.
I have a game I'm developing that actually could solve this whole issue. No joke. That's why I'm loving this combo. Daniel, I hope you'll be in touch.
So one of my recent hobbies has been watching video game designing YouTube videos and then trying to apply those lessons into the board game space.
Real innovator.
I guess.
It's really a mature thing to do with your free time.
Crossing the streams. Yeah.
But there's one recently called How Fortnite Exploits Your FOMO.
Uh-huh.
And Fortnite is a game that they're not introducing new characters, right? It seems much more on, I think the lessons of that video can be transferred to LCGs in exciting ways. So, and basically it is, you have a smaller window of usable cards, like the rotation window is smaller. But even to what you were talking about a minute ago, you could have your LCG pack that comes out, but then throughout you could have scenario packs. Mm-hmm. Even for a head-to-head game, you could have scenario packs that have new cards and new rules, and we've dreamt about this and talked about it multiple times. But there are they keep, apparently I didn't know this, they keep changing the map on Fortnite, they keep changing, the skins on Fortnite, the guns on Fortnite. They're constantly experimenting, and sometimes they're bummers. but there's another one coming down the line, so you want to stick in for that reason, not necessarily because they're releasing new characters or new things.
I mean, you could do that through a PDF on your website every month.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's the cost of changing the game with the existing cards is so low. They did that. Game of Thrones restricted list was the most exciting time in the world for that game.
You can just mess around with it. That's the thing. People, I think, especially with the games we played, like they're so worried about the restricted list, they want a soft touch. And like, what if you went the whole other direction, just went crazy all the time?
Go wild with it.
Yeah. They already have all the cards. There's no downside.
Right.
That's my thoughts.
Go wild with it. Yeah. Want to get to the news?
Yeah,
Wait, do I have to, did anyone else say anything smart?
Anything
all the
smart.
smart stuff.
A lot of people, nothing but
There's too much good chat to keep up
intelligence in the chat.
Let's see. I keep saving stuff, but we're so far away from the stuff that I
See,
save.
that's why I mean we're bad streamers.
It's all right.
There were some really kind comments last week after you said that. Like on the video afterwards.
Well, then I'll keep saying it.
Have you seen that?
No.
People were just saying like our lack of engaging with the actual comments is totally fine.
Really?
And they liked us just babbling on and rabbit trailing. There are at least 2 of them. Now smash that like button and prove to me there's more.
Like my child.
All right, let's get through the news.
Get through the news, Jonathan. If you see any good comments back there, please pull them up.
All right, first is alphaclash. Alphaclash this weekend is their first big Clash Ground event, Level Up Expo in Vegas. I'm going to that. Apparently, they've added a free booster box for every competitor at the Vegas event. Saturday is the world premiere of Set 3. So we've seen a lot of spoilers, but there's a lot that we haven't seen. This happened on Saturday. Sunday's the big constructed event. We're going to be playing some alphaclash later, but like there is no meta for this game.
Yeah,
which
is
is
the first big event.
There was like one 20-something person event, I think, in the Philippines or something, like genuinely. And so I actually have the winning deck from that with me as one of the decks we'll play today when we get to the actual gameplay. But it's just the Wild West, which is fun.
It's the greatest feeling on earth with a card
so
game,
good,
dude.
Yeah.
Whose ideas are right. Don't you love it? That's the way SorceryCon felt too. You had these little regional metas that all had their little ideas about what was good, and you get to smash them together.
Yeah, and then as we started getting into playing, you start learning a lot, and you start making what I would consider better moves throughout the game, and you start learning all these little. Anyways, it's been really fun to kind of just dive into a totally different thing.
And it is. I don't know if it's on your list that we're doing the recap video.
Yeah, it is on the list. So preview season's ongoing now. May 3rd, we're doing a recap of all the previews.
We're gonna just sneak it in as soon as you get back from Vegas because I want to know some boots on the ground.
We're just gonna look at some of the cards. I think. I don't know that we'll look at all of them.
I need to get something out of my book bag.
Also, this is something that's been driving me crazy. I don't know if y'all feel this way too, but I feel like if this video got like 500 likes or something, we could finally get Zach a water bottle so he doesn't have this open glass of water. Our sponsor, Clean Canteen.
Yeah, where's mine? I didn't bring mine in today.
Has cut our checks down by half because Zach is not engaging with a closed.
It was in the contract.
Container.
Yeah,
I don't understand.
I wouldn't do it.
Why
and he's not going to be able to afford a new computer.
This water must be loose.
He's broken a computer. He's literally taken a laptop out of commission, and yet here he is back at the same till that got him
to learn
there.
a lesson.
With so many valuable. I have an iPad now. I've got a fancy.
This is
book.
a card gamer. This is a guy who's supposed to iterate to find the one of thing to switch in your deck. You dunk a $1,000 bet on your computer, and you go right back to it and say, "Let's run the same card."
Sometimes you can't beat the original. You know, put a price on that. Anyways, I want to show some things real quick related to alphaclash. So this is a book I got with the Kickstarter, and they surprised everyone with this, which is really cool.
It's like a flip book.
No, it's like the what do you call the edge of a book? The
yeah,
filigree?
there's a special word for that.
Oh man, that looks great.
I did not realize you were showing me the back of that book
is
when you showed me
filigree.
that this morning.
Can you give me?
Yeah. That's what the pages look like.
I'm sorry, I just kind of took that.
I thought it was the spine, but it's not the spine.
It's got old Alpha Aster there with the logo down there. Super cool.
Kind of open it up a little bit so we can see how there we go.
Signed, you know. Oh, it's numbered. Number.
You mean it's a serialized book?
So. Oh, number 5 out of 100. Yeah, you can see the edges.
Don't read it for free.
See, you can see
somebody just saved all those pages as a PDF. You
know? Anyway, so this happened.
Oh, it's got the galaxy up top. Did you see that too?
Yeah. The portal, as it were.
Galaxy.
Look at this thing, though. This is one of my favorite things. I'll use this later.
I just like people doing things that are interesting.
Look at this bad boy.
What is that? Wow, is that a D30?
D30.
I love the D30.
For tracking hell.
I used to have a D30.
Red and gold. I was very excited about that. The thing I was getting at to actually show, though, is this. which is our exclusive Set 3 promo.
Oh, yeah.
In the flesh.
Oh, I got that. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
I will pop the card.
Do you want me to zoom
you
in
can
on
still
it?
sign up for.
This is frigid.
Yeah, it's cold. One of these come with every booster box to the subscription. Set 3 is the next thing processing, and Jonathan will post a link to that in the chat.
You know I will.
Yeah, it's funny. It's actually kind of seemingly finding its feet. The old alphaclash TCG. They
announce new distributors every week,
and they just keep pushing and they keep doing quality stuff, and they assume it's going to work out. And I think
they
it
got
will.
the Kickstarter for the comic book going on right now. I saw it cross 30,000, which I think is extremely successful for that.
Their first
indie superhero thing, comic book.
First big organized play event.
I'm excited to see the event this weekend because it's at the Level Up Expo, which is like a video game, anime, comic book convention. And that's part of their whole strategy, which is a TCG is the release model.
Yeah.
Competitive head-to-head game, a la Magic, with a lot of improvements in my mind. Like everything fixed. And then from a marketing perspective, and this is a huge challenge for a publisher to actually try to do this, being the bridge into tabletop for people in that audience.
Yeah.
Love it.
Which I love, but that is also like, that's ground a lot of people don't tread for a reason, because it's hard.
Yeah.
Like,
But that's why it's open.
when you're marketing something, the first step is like, well, here's what a card game is.
Yeah, we've been there.
Yeah.
Remember, we had those conversations.
Yeah, but
right?
it's a very determined group, and I applaud the effort. And I think it's very good for tabletop to have games and publishers who are interested in bridging that gap.
And see, this is my thing too. If you're talking about TCGs, you got to go where somebody else isn't. You can't have the next, fantasy trading card game or the next collect little pets trading card game. You're not going to beat Pokemon at it. You're not.
Collect little pets.
Yeah.
TCG.
I mean, wasn't that what MetaZoo was?
I mean, seemingly it was not the game or the model or release model that was the problem, though. They had a lot of success.
They did.
They just fumbled.
Well, they
continuously.
They had the booster shot of the pandemic to guide them. For a certain point, there was no amount of wrong that you could put a TCG on Kickstarter, pocket the money, go to Puerto Rico or whatever. Like
you leave the country, not Puerto Rico. You gotta go.
That's right, territory. Everybody could have done that. I could have done that.
Cayman Islands, Bermuda.
At 24 hours, I could have had $100,000 and just out of the country.
Dude, that could have been our send-off party.
Maybe 500.
Could have been the Covenant TCG. Boom, $5 million on Kickstarter. See you later.
Yeah, and then just you don't hear from us ever again.
Live stream stop immediately.
Close the books.
Yeah, gone.
So anyone could have done that. So I don't know that anything succeeded at that time is notable for how genius of an idea it was, as opposed to it just was very fortunate to be there at that time.
Yeah.
Good timing. It's everything.
Sometimes the timing is worth everything. Anyways, alphaclash stuff going on. If you're anywhere near Vegas, that event is this weekend, and you should check it out. Saturday is going to be great. Just the world premiere. You don't need anything. You can just show up and play. And I think you can sign up on go to the alphaclash website or the Realm Games.
They'll give you a dang booster box.
Yeah, for showing up.
Peter, you're correct. Like if you're responding to my comment, like Altered, that's a great example. Altered is digital ownership TCG. That theme doesn't matter.
NFT.
It looks beautiful, but that's really why you would be playing Altered in my mind. And then the non-competitive, the race nature of it, there's some things ticking there. It has a little niche, right? Pokemon's got its niche. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the strangest card game on the planet. It's not even close.
Well, another piece of this is
it's also an anime. It's a TV show.
Japan is the second largest TCG market.
Yeah.
And there's so many games that are unappealing to me that I know are extremely popular in Japan. And Bandai specifically is just has a new TCG every 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And who even knows what's
It's also just terrifying to crack into because you're just looking down. It's like looking off a continental shelf.
It's also an anime about people playing a TCG,
yeah.
which kind of helps it find that audience.
Yeah.
And then you got Pokemon, Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh! Obviously, you got Flesh and Blood is the competitive card game.
Yeah.
Just the nature of a dueling competitive card game. So you got to find your. If it's not just TCG, yeah, it's got to be different. Differentiation is the key here.
Yeah.
Find
your position. All right. Next up, we have Arkham Horror. Apparently, Dark Horse.
I bet you guys didn't know this.
Dark Horse are developing an Arkham Horror comic book miniseries.
Really?
Titled Arkham Horror: The Terror at the End of Time. Look at that.
Boom. Okay.
Main characters be to be Jenny Barnes and Joe Diamond.
Okay.
Say it ain't Joe.
Hey.
My old friend.
Look at that.
Mr. Diamond.
That looks pretty good.
Tony Zeros, right? Tony Morgan was his technical name, right?
Yeah, Tony Zeros.
And then Joe Diamond. My first loves of Arkham. And then nothing else on Arkham, but it's maybe worth injecting the Asmodee conversation real quick.
Two pieces of Asmodee news that are big.
Because it is related to Arkham. One is this morning news broke that the Embracer Group, I believe is the name, is spinning off Asmodee and two other parts of their big conglomerate into separate entities. And seemingly from that report is Asmodee, it's a crazy business talk, where this is the NBA episode, move of they're getting 900 million euros of debt, taking the cash, spinning off Asmodee into its own company.
With all the debt?
With the debt. Which is interesting. I don't know the financials, but their gross margin, they had, I think it was reporting last year, 2 billion gross revenue.
Asmodee?
Yeah. Or it's 15 billion revenue, 2 billion gross profit.
Okay.
So if you have 900 million euros of debt.
Can we just say $1 billion?
Sure. In US dollars, it'd probably be $1 billion.
Okay.
That you can service, get the screen back out, conversion rates and stuff. Over like a 10, 20-year loan, as an example, you can see why they would get that kind of a note. But the exact ins and outs of that, don't know. But Asmodee is seemingly going to be their own public company, which means there'll be a lot more information out, kind of like we get with Wizards and their shareholder reports and stuff. That's just news that happened this morning. We'll see how that goes.
What's the highfalutin corporate reasons for doing this? Put plainly,
they had corporate speak about it's essentially focus and it's focus and like unified strategy. So you had these three groups that were a part of the big conglomerate strategy of having the entities producing games in a certain kind of way, but this lets them sort of refocus on what it's just a bunch of.
Does the Embracer Group folks go into miniature market have to play into this at all? Is this like a do we get the red thread out?
I don't know. It feels like a.
I think this former CEO of Asmodee bought Miniature Market and is running it. We talked about that a couple weeks ago or a couple months ago. I don't know what his role was with Embracer. So Embracer acquired Asmodee, and I think he continued leading Asmodee, but he was never Embracer person, if that makes sense.
Check this out. I'll give you the hot scoop. Okay. This is a transformative step for value creation.
Oh goodness.
Put your NBA goggles on.
Oh my.
We're going in.
The goggles, they do nothing. Through a separation of the group into three market-leading games and entertainment companies. We have the Asmodee Group, Coffee Stain and Friends, and Middle-earth Enterprises and Friends. Asmodee Group, no Friends.
It's interesting to be using the name Friends in the name of the business when the language is so friendly.
I feel like it should have been Asmodee Group and Friends to fit the three market-leading entities, but they'll be separate publicly listed companies, enabling each to better focus on their respective core strategies and offer more differentiated and distinct equity stories for existing and new shareholders.
Equity stories.
This will, Zach, I know you were skeptical before, but let me make it as clear as I can.
Now bringing it home.
This will enable the entities to unlock value in the high-quality assets of Embracer Group following the successful completion of the restructuring program. So if you weren't sure, be assured that they're going to unlock value in the high-quality assets of Embracer Group.
Someone could have put this like in a college-level poetry book and no one would have known the difference.
I thought the value was a little locked.
So it reminds me of when I was getting my MBA in actual MBA school.
Yeah.
Sometimes people would give presentations,
Yeah.
and they would talk for 10 minutes and they would get done with their 10-minute presentation and they said nothing.
Yeah.
It's this. It's like, well, the strategy here is we're going to unlock the value and like all these keywords from the book. And then you get to the end and then the professor is just like, what did you just say? Mm-hmm. They have no idea.
Yeah. And it needs to be mocked.
I think this is a large corporate scale strategy. Like based on the tea leaves I'm reading, I have no idea. But it seems like this is going to, for one reason or another, this is a way to generate profit. Mm-hmm. And it seems,
it's a good idea.
Based on what reading all the stuff, and we'll know more once they're public, I would not be surprised if Asmodee is a profitable arm. You can get the debt, get the cash over here, send them off to do their thing. They can service that debt just fine. And then you can
servicing meaning making the monthly, yearly payments on the interest rate of the debt.
Based on their profit rates, and they're going public as part of this. So that's usually you're going public because you're raising money. So they may raise money to pay off the debt, but it's like clearly we're making X billion dollars of profit a year. If we raise $1 billion, we can pay off the debt, and dividends will flow and all that bonanza. But then you take that money you have over here from the debt, and you can utilize it over here, potentially to pay off debts to make these companies profitable when they maybe aren't right now.
Right.
And so it's kind of strange. Like one of these groups has the rights to the Lord of the Rings IP.
Middle Earth Enterprises and Friends, surely.
I'm going to guess that's them. So, and later in the article, they talk about still using that license across these companies. And so if you part these companies and it can be more profitable that way, but you sign licenses still to make it where you still get the kind of synergy and advantages of them being together anyway, it reads as like a financial restructuring.
Right.
This is not really anything but.
Now, what does it mean when it says this? And they say this. Embracer Group entered through Asmodee into a financing agreement with JP Morgan, BNP Paribas, SEB, Societe Generale, and Swedbank. The financing amounts to euro 900 million with a maturity up to 18 months and on similar terms as the previous loan. Does that mean 18 months it's due?
Yeah.
Wow. See, so it's not the 30-year.
No.
Send it out.
But presumably if they're going public, I would not be surprised if they're raising money to pay off that debt.
Okay. So explain this to me simply as a normal person. I'm Embracer Group. I go to a bank and I say, I want 900 million. I want $1 billion. And they say,
well, you apparently went to like 5 banks.
Yeah. So together, I want $1 billion. And then they're going to say, okay. And so now I'm at $1 billion in debt, but I have $1 billion in cash.
Yep.
And so then I say to my right arm, I'm going to go make you your own body. And with your body, you're going to take all of the debt that I just took out. I'm going to keep the cash over here, but you, new body, are going to have all this debt because you're a healthy body and you can pay the debt off.
Yep. And then presumably if that healthy body can go public and sell shares, they may be able to raise $1 billion in the next 18 months to pay off that debt. And then now you have but that means you don't have to go public with a Middle Earth company.
So what do I do with $1 billion I now have here?
Who knows what you're doing with it?
Am I just going to distribute it to the freaking CEO like everybody else?
Sometimes that's how it goes, yeah.
My gosh.
Yeah. What company was I reading about the other day? It was like they had 23% layoffs last year, and they're cutting back. It's one of the movie studios, cutting back all these different things. And the CEO's pay went from like 22 to 42 million.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, Wizards didn't Wizards do that? Elon's done that. Whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, how many bad ideas do you get
he's
to raise on?
Some way of making up for that loss on the Twitter purchase.
On Twitter, on the Cybertruck? You kidding me?
Anyways, it's a lot of corporate speak. They're only going to reveal so much behind the intent there. So who knows what's actually happening. But it does seem like Asmodee, who owns Fantasy Flight, who makes some of the games that we support, that's how this all connects, is going public and carrying a bunch of debt over from this thing. And who knows how that goes. Like, we talked about during the Star Wars Unlimited pieces of this idea of like, they are now a giant corporation. And so the game's obviously successful at this point, and I had no doubt. I expected it to be quite successful. But the kind of thing that could end a game like that is not what you normally expect it to be. It's not like, oh, it won't sell enough and they'll have to go. It's like corporation gets sold, goes public, and it's like it's not making enough quarterly. So all of a sudden, here's what happens. But
can I have the screen for 1 second?
This screen?
Yeah, I think this is fascinating. Because think about this journey, okay? Ready for this?
I'm just going to hold my physical...
What's the character that does that MK all the time? Is that a South Park thing?
Yeah. It's the teacher, right?
Yeah. So we have our friend Christian.
CTP.
Did I do that right? Christian, yeah.
You missed it. Okay.
It did look like I was missing something, right?
AIN. Christiane.
IAN? IAN. Got it. Christian T. Peterson, okay?
J.K. Rowling's in before football joke.
All right, Christian creates Fantasy Flight games. Fantasy Flight Games gets bought by Asmodee.
Technically framed as a merger publicly, at least.
This is actually Asmodee North America, which Christian then takes over. Asmodee North America and Asmodee get bought by Embracer. Is that right?
No. They get bought by, what was the name of that company? There's a company before Embracer. I forget the name of it. It's on the tip of my tongue. Anyways.
Let's just say they get bought by
X.
Corporation X.
And then
they get bought by,
I think they buy Asmodee from
Embracer, which then spins out Asmodee.
But now Asmodee is a publicly traded company.
So, this makes sense. And what's interesting is this is where Keyforge started, and this is where it ended up.
Which, now, would you go zone or man against that?
And then we got GGG over here.
Hold on. There it is.
There we go. That's
so
kind of like 666 there. That might be a different kind of.
The Keyforge actually came out in the Asmodee era.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Is Embracer going long?
Preset here. And we think by the end of all of this, Asmodee is going to get freed up in the pocket over here.
Hold on, let me get my forearm up here. There it is. There's the pocket.
So anyway, corporate America makes a lot of sense. This is why everything's so much better all of the time. It's just constantly getting better. This is why.
Yeah.
Because of the efficiencies and the value being unlocked. Just so much value. You could feel it being unlocked in that whole presentation, could you not?
So unlocked. So unlocked you wouldn't believe it.
It started out locked and now it's unlocked. They told us.
All right, moving on.
What else you got?
Ashes, tons of previews coming for the Siege. So mine thing says Siege or Lord's Wall.
Siege of Lord's Wall. Yeah, your choice.
That's an internal document.
I had to reread that one. Flanking Strike is bolded. So maybe let's look at that.
Hold on, let me get you. This is
take a lick ski.
Turn on my mic here. I just love this art. I'm like crazy about it. Oh, my mic's on, but it's not on my shirt. Hello, there we go. I love this art. I love this art. Let me
Flanking Strike. I almost ran Flanking Maneuver in my sorcery deck.
Look at this beauty.
That was clutch for me in my...
Good looking, man.
Yeah. Is
that a lion? That's a lion.
A lot of the art in this set is right up my alley for some reason.
And this is the thing attacking you in the PvE. Yep. This is the enemy.
This is a lion and it looks like a pterodactyl.
Yeah.
Little Petrie down there.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of a version of C.S. Lewis's classic tale.
The lion, the pterodactyl,
and the saber-toothed tiger. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. I don't even care what it does. Right? The art's great.
Wait, I want to see what it does. After it destroys the unit an opponent controls, destroy the opposing player's start. Wow. Okay, they're not messing. I feel like
no. This is a not messing around set.
This feels like a straightforward.
If I took the temperature of our Ashes Discord correctly, everyone's like, okay, well, this is going to be difficult.
Can you imagine how heavy that armor would be?
Destroy the opposing. Yeah, so this is just like destroy your stuff. Mm-hmm. This is just old-fashioned.
Yeah, you can't build a board.
Old-fashioned Ashes right here.
You're putting a lot of these guys on the board.
Oh, the zombies, of course. Mm-hmm. The Rainwalkers.
That looks painful.
Ashes because attacker, all the units on this battlefield are also declared, so they all attack at the same time because they're a horde. Units that block or guard against this do not exhaust. Okay. Well, that's good. So you can easily knock them down, just like in the movies. And after it becomes exhausted, destroy it. So it's just annoying.
Also, it's red rains, so it's the Rain Walker, which is funny. It's been affected by this.
They've been affected by the energy. Yeah. Beautiful. Check out the Ashes subscription. Hey,
it's coming soon. This release. So if you want this, now is the time to sign up.
Yes.
This is our last one, and then I'll just
convert or convert.
PAI was the company that bought Asmodee originally.
Who could forget? Yeah. Classic brand.
Corporate finance is not branded. They do not care. Anyways, convert.
Death aspect. After this unit destroys the unit and opponent controls, place a Rainwalker, just place a zombie on the thing, and then damage dealt by attacking or countering cannot be prevented. Yeah, this is just like all of the cards you don't want to see when you're playing against a 1v1.
Yeah,
there you go.
Card game.
And this is talk about an expandable, non-collectible game that is. It's both. I think it's the first actually in this category, both cooperative and competitive now.
Yeah.
PvE and PvP.
Yeah.
Very cool. If you haven't checked out Ashes,
check out Ashes. Seriously, what are you waiting on?
Next up, Flesh and Blood.
Flesh and Blood. Give it the tour. I'm gonna go take advantage of the water being turned on.
All right. Yeah. Enjoy. More cards previewing from the next set. There is actually, you know what? I was gonna say there's time to sign up. There's not.
Oh,
Subscription is locked, so you're either in or you're not. But some new cards got previewed. The Ranger cards, I see.
Cards.
So Steven would be excited.
See, that's,
the
the
gloves
guy who
particularly. Can you pull the gloves up for me real quick? Should be the long draw
gloves.
half glove. I saw these. I'm trying to be retired and not pay attention to things.
Sound like my mom.
Still being in the Wolfpack Discord, it's hard to get away from it. So 1 armor, battle worn, you can block with it once, and then you have an instant. Destroy this. Put 2 cards from your hand and or arsenal on the bottom of your deck. Oh, can't see because of the comment.
Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, that's right. It doesn't work like that for you. Sorry.
On the bottom of your deck, your next arrow attack this turn gets +4. So this is very good. You just trade 2 cards for a pump. So normally you'd pitch and play a card to pump, and this is just a built-in +4 at some point. So,
And then there's also the other one.
just before asking when we're playing Ashes next, probably after we get our hands on the new release, Murky Water.
Just said that.
Sorry, I was
I'm just
reading.
glad we're on the same page.
Riptide, man, he's trying to make it happen. 2 for 6, 3 block. This is all good. Riptide specialization. It has an aim counter. It gets +1 and dominate. Okay. When it hits, you can banish face down 3 traps from your graveyard. If you do, choose 1 at random and put it into your arsenal. Okay. So trap recursion. That's just, and this is an arrow. Yeah, this is great.
I like the random trap recursion. Hey, we got some Ranger cards for you.
Just pull up the gloves again. That's all that really matters. Steven will have context
I
for
haven't
this.
played Ranger in so long, I don't even know what's what.
You'll know this is good. Battle worn 1 gloves.
Okay, so they block for 1.
Instant.
Already better.
Destroy this, and then put 2 cards from your hand and or arsenal on the bottom of your deck. Next arrow is +4.
Okay, so that's great.
You just turn 2 cards into a pump, right?
Yeah, 2 cards in a +4 is below rate, as we know. But the fact that it's instant, and it can also be CNC protection, etc., immediately clear your arsenal, incredible.
Yeah, and just if you get stuck with a card in arsenal you don't want to play, you can get rid of it to turn any card into pumps, get +1 more.
Yeah, +1 more.
Yeah, there's definitely times where it's I have an all arrow hand, and it's those now turn into pumps technically, and you can do something.
Yeah, that's true. It gives you a little bit of breathing room. That's
Here's the other one just for your edification.
I don't understand Riptide.
Yeah,
I don't understand how
he's weird, man.
I don't understand how it can be balanced.
He's like the Vincent of Runeblade or of Ranger.
But doesn't Riptide just, and I played a little bit of Riptide, and I played against a lot of Riptide when I was testing Bolton at one point, and it's like I didn't understand anything about why it was enjoyable. It was just like you just attack, and then they play a bunch of traps, and you find out how bad it is, and then they don't do anything.
Weren't you the guy that was like, I can't wait till traps are a real thing?
Yeah, but I was playing traps in a non-degenerate way, Zach.
Oh, I see. Back when they were bad.
Well, you at least had to put them in the arsenal, and it was hard. And then they just avoided damage, But these new traps are if you had plus strength, discard your life. I mean, they're bad.
Yeah. So
it's take 8 damage if you did the thing that you had no choice but to do.
This is a 2 for 6 arrow that's specialized to him, and
you get traps out of your thing and put it in the arsenal.
One
in
trap.
the arsenal.
Yeah, but now your opponent knows there's a trap there, which is why having things like the gloves to ship that away if they don't do anything is relevant.
But what are they going to do? What are you going to do in Flesh and Blood? Okay, they've got a trap. All right, I guess I'll pass and waste all 4 cards.
Not doing that.
No, you just have to take it. That's what I don't understand about Riptide. You just have to take it over and over and over and hope that at the end of the game.
I didn't know you were so strongly opinionated against Riptide.
It just feels it almost feels like a mill deck. It's like a one-dimensional, just make you suffer deck. I'm not really going to do anything proactive. I'm just going to make it annoying for you and see if you can get there. Well, it's like you're running a PvE scenario for your opponent.
So I will say the Riptides I've seen that have done well are not heavy trap decks.
Yeah, that tracks.
There's a handful. And it's you pitch and then in game it's that's direct damage, 1 or 2 damage to finish it.
Yeah.
But it's less about just obnoxious all the time. Because
it's more that ability, Unlimited, that ability was really cool.
Yeah.
Where you could get things in your arsenal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a good player of Flesh and Blood and haven't engaged for a long time. So my opinions are not worth
grain of salt.
Anything.
Next up we have SolForgeFusion coming up on the news. They have launched their digital app.
Yes.
And this weekend, they had a 70-person tournament on the app, which is cool to see. Everyone apparently received 4 temporary decks with a 24-hour timer. And then I think if you went at least 4 and 3 or something like that, you got to actually keep your decks. And I don't know if you can get the physical version of
They
it? in
said
some
not
way?
yet.
Not yet.
That's like the hope.
That's the dream.
That's the dream. They have like then you could print them out, but you can keep on the app, which I think is just cool. They built in a sealed 24-hour timer type thing just from the jump.
Yeah.
Can I get the board again one more time?
Here we go.
Yeah, I think it is fairly relevant.
My man.
So we have.
Oh yeah, we haven't even gotten to the Taylor Swift news.
Oh my god. I got a lot of thoughts about that. Well, I have actually a very.
We also need before I want to get you on the record, Zach, about your bold prediction of the new Asmodee title.
Oh yeah.
There's a new Asmodee title?
Well, in the article, they were saying that like the other companies, even though Middle Earth's splitting off in its own thing, the other companies will continue developing Lord of the Rings based things. And they mentioned in there the success of Star Wars Unlimited. And in my mind,
they're doing a Lord of the Rings
it's
TCG.
like the boardroom, the
Oh,
spreadsheet says yes. How could you not? You have the Lord of the Rings license. You saw what Star Wars just did. You saw Lord of the Rings magic go crazy. Like, come on. You were talking about earlier, new TCGs have to have something going on special. They already have the ecosystem built with how they're doing organized play. The team's built to make it. I'm guessing, what year are we in? 2024? Either Gen Con 2025 or I think they'll announce it next year. I would they'll announce it before Gen Con of next year.
Okay. I mean, that is one way to differentiate. The IP is so strong. And it has, of all the IPs, it has not been dragged through the mud quite yet.
They're working on it.
It's on the way there. Rings of Power was close.
Well, part of the weird thing about that, and I'm not getting into that. I'm stopping. I got too much to cover. Anyways, that's my prediction. Mark me. This 22nd day of April, 2024. Can you give me the John Madden cam?
Yes, I sure can.
All right, so we appear to have reached some sort of
It's like that Asmodee chart you were
infinite
drawing
cycle.
earlier.
This cycle might continue forever.
Yeah, so SolForge Digital came out like a decade plus ago. And I think it was before even like Hearthstone.
It was like the OG digital card game.
And then it goes offline. Keyforge comes out.
Yeah.
And then Justin sees it and says, that's exactly how we should do SolForge Physical. Unique decks. That technology is now available. Let's do this thing.
Yeah.
And then that was successful to the point where it was like, hey, let's actually build a digital companion where you can register these in-world decks and they show up on your app and you can play it. Which is, that's not I guess Warhammer Champions kind of did that. But it's a lot easier with like Altered's doing that as well, right? The digital ownership. But you can't play online with Altered.
Not yet.
The difference is too, like in Keyforge or SolForge, you scan a deck. And it's like a big stack of cards instead of like in Altered, you have to scan every single card.
Yeah.
Anyways, then here we are.
So then they made the digital version of the physical game, which is effectively the digital game that they started with. So where do we go from here?
Well, it's the digital game they started with, but definitely different. They changed some things to make it physical.
It's a little different.
I mean,
so is this the Warhammer Champions situation where digital becomes the only popular way that people play this game now? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, the question for me is, do you have to buy a physical deck to get decks online?
Yeah.
Step one. Because part of the Warhammer Champions problem was a small community. You can play online anytime. It's much easier to play competitively online. You can get all the cards online almost for free with enough playing, right? Like you could earn packs and stuff.
That was a big issue, yeah.
And I feel like they had their strategy backwards where they were using in-person play for their big competitive tournament. And then online was doing the kind of kitchen table story-driven piece, which I think makes sense on some level, but in tabletop it's kind of flipped, where like it's a lot easier to have people grind a lot of reps and play a lot of games and play big tournaments online. Yeah, especially when your game's not huge.
It's like Magic Arena and all that people talk about.
I mean, one of the things about Magic though is we do the math earlier on all the cards, the 400 cards you have to design. If your online client actually generates revenue, you don't have to pay more to make 400 cards.
Right.
And if you create the system right, you shouldn't have to do that much work to integrate those cards onto an app.
Yeah.
So Magic talks about that all the time. It's like this much is physical, this much is digital. Which of these two needs to bear the burden of the development and the art of the game? How do you divide that? And if let's just say the physical, would you be doing that anyway? Now there's no cost of that on the online, which is crazy.
Yeah. And then vice versa, if you're a digital game and you say, well, I'm developing all this art, I'm developing all the mechanics, developing all the design, why don't I just spend X to go get these printed physically?
And that's where like a game like
doing.
Hearthstone can't, because it's fundamentally a game that works digitally.
It cannot work in the physical.
Not as currently going, but if you can design a game that does both, and it's sort of, again, a goalpost thing. Either depends on your success and the size of the company and the player base and stuff, but like it can mean that you're double successful. It could also mean that it's really hard to do either of those and be successful. So it's a matter of where the focus matters.
Interesting times ahead. Yeah. Why has there not been a cooperative TCG?
I don't know.
All right, next up.
There maybe has. Was there not one?
I think didn't Warcraft TCG have a cooperative thing on it? But what if
Warcraft TCG had dungeons? One of the commenters said.
What if you were playing Marvel Champions and the only way to get the cards was in booster packs, and they had awesome alt art treatments and crazy rarities and nutty stuff?
I'm still nuts for the idea of you take your unique deck game, but that's your scenario pack. Everything else is fixed.
Yes, your scenario, but your PvE scenarios are randomized via
I was a little surprised.
Your ward cards could be randomized at the end of the scenario.
Yeah, I remember when we were talking about when we played the Keyforge PvE scenario.
Oh yeah, I guess
that reality of like I'm a little surprised they didn't apply the unique element here.
I think they thought it was too hard to balance. Like I'd give a good experience, but that's kind of the roll of the dice, right? Yeah. Like imagine if we could have a 3-pack draft and we all 3 drafted and then we had a Marvel Champions deck at the end of that draft that we then played against it. So we were trying to help each other during the draft. It'd be kind of interesting. It'd be cool.
Yep.
See, there's ways, man.
There's some stuff out there.
There's a lot of stuff to do.
I think part of it is the release model through retail. Like the TCG release model in the distribution model of retail. One of the big draws is the local events and gatherings and tournaments and stuff. And PvE, a lot of times you play solo or with like 1 or 2 other specific people. And so it's hard to make those things align.
But if I was just sitting at your store, and there's 2 of us, Jonathan and I are just playing Earthborn, and then we're like, we'll come up to the counter and grab a few packs and like upgrade our Earthborn decks.
Wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, right?
That's pretty cool.
Are you really going to be coming to my store to play Earthborn?
Not if it looks like most stores.
Well, it's obviously not. We've been working on 3.0 for a decade.
All right. Yeah, 3.0 doesn't even look like a store. It looks like an empty lot right now.
I think there's a tree limb hanging over there.
Yeah, you can just imagine the tables and the cards all themselves and play in your brain. Okay, last up on the news, sorcery.
And then, man, forever, man.
Yeah. Well, there's so much baked in.
There's so much.
How many people are even watching still? Oh, 184.
How many people? It's
been growing, y'all.
Like button?
What's the percentage of likes here? Are we being failed by our friends?
I mean, we've been doing pretty good.
93 likes. That's Bush League.
How is little Johnny gonna eat?
That's 50%.
His name is actually John. So
his name is John. Yeah.
The like rate is 50% of the current viewers. Hey, not even total viewers.
50% of anything's a lot.
If you can hear our voice right now.
That can't possibly be true all the time. Categorical imperative going to wreck you on that.
I think it's not. It's like a glass half full thing.
I mean, is 50% of anything a lot?
Or is it a little? Is the glass half empty or half full?
No, it's not.
It's not a little. You tell me, man. Anyways, sorcery. We have a lot of news here. Event on June 1st at White Rabbit. And I can't even say the name of Germany. So
give me the letters. I'll say it. I have German in my heritage
CHEN. Aachen.
A what?
AA.
Okay.
CHEN.
Why do they put 2 A's?
What's that German, man.
What is that?
I don't know. Aachen. Anyways, I ran into Heiner, who's one of the founders and owners of White Rabbit at Pro Tour Lille. Great dude. He gave me he's the one that gave me that playmat with the famous piece of German art on it and stuff.
Yep.
Really cool.
Yep.
So if you're in Germany or if you're in Europe and you can make it to this, those are some lovely people and they're worth visiting.
Cardboard Guy's going to be there too, right? I think so. I think I saw that on the list as well. I don't think it's in your notes, but I saw that they were, I think, going to be there also. Good YouTube channel.
Yeah. Also, again, this is this bottom-up OP approach, which is cool. So that's Germany. Over in the U.S., the Florida Courtesan Cup qualifier was this past Saturday, apparently. Was it Saturday or is it Saturday?
Was.
Jesse, I saw this. Did an interview with Too Fluent leading up to it. And there's a quote, there's not really a right or wrong way to put together a sorcery event.
Oh,
I
yeah.
like that.
Which is
Thought that
nice.
was
Well, I
nice.
bet there's probably a wrong way.
Apparently there was a wolf deck that did very well.
Yeah,
Which makes me happy.
4-0. But I don't know what happened to it after that. I was looking to see what won, but I couldn't find that readily available. I bet it's something crazy. There's a spirits deck that's showing up now. Wolves decks.
One set.
One
It's
set.
still kicking.
I put Grim Reaper in my deck the other night for that reason.
For how long?
I think I got distracted by the foil Highland Princess that you showed. Do you also have a foil Grim Reaper?
Alpha.
That's what was sitting there next to it. Grim Reaper's one of my favorite pieces of art.
I'll sell it to you.
I'm sure you will.
TCGs, man. See, we wouldn't have that conversation with an LCG.
Yeah.
Unless it had an element of rarity in it.
Which I don't know if that works.
You don't think so? I mean, they're already doing it with prize packs, organized play cards. You can only get certain ways. We know it's possible.
Yeah.
Just make something a little shiny, or like make it full art sometimes.
Sometimes.
Or take the Star Wars Unlimited model and have 17 versions of the same card.
It's certainly
you know,
working.
one thing I really like that
Sold
that
out.
Star Wars Unlimited is doing
It's sold out.
is, and it's because there were multiple versions of those cards. The thing about that drives me crazy is like there's not actually a price difference on the aftermarket between hyperspace and non-hyperspace. It's like fragmented, like barely.
Is it really?
So
Why
it's
don't
like
they just stop?
it's not actually like that's my whole thing is like it's not actually collectible. It's just sort of annoying
Yeah.
to get the better. I get it, but it's like when it's 50 cents or 55 cents for the hyperspace.
Isn't it supposed to be more about like just being exciting to open the packs? I heard that a lot whenever on our stream.
But like
The exciting part is the money, Jonathan.
when I open a pack,
With the equity store.
when I open a pack of sorcery and every card's beautiful, that is exciting to me.
Yeah.
Like it's if you made all the cards but one look worse in the pack, I wouldn't. Personally, it's not more exciting because that one card happens
Well,
to
it's
be the
not
good
necessarily
looking
that it
one.
looks worse. It's that a lot of them look better. See?
Okay, I don't need to die in this. So, what was I saying before that? I had something I was actually going to say, and then I got distracted. I don't remember.
Who wants to see what? What are we doing next?
We did it. That's the
So-
end of the news.
So Zach's been training for the Level Up Expo this weekend in Vegas. If anyone doesn't have any plans, and has
You can
some
always go to Vegas.
ticket, you can always go. You can find something to do in Vegas.
And did they
That's how
say
we got
they're
Ian to go.
they say they're giving boxes away, right? Are they giving everybody cards? Are they not?
Millions of cards. I think everyone that plays in the tournament is getting a box of cards.
Everyone who plays in the tournament is getting a
I'm
booster
going to put
box.
this iPad away.
Is that true?
I think so.
Yes.
If that's the case, and you were going to buy a booster box for $100, just go to Vegas.
You get it.
You get the booster box, and you get an experience, and you get to lose about $1,000. Just on the machines or whatever you're doing, you're going to lose $1,000, whatever it is.
All right.
Go there with cash in your pocket.
I have 2 alphaclash decks.
Which one of them are you taking?
That's up to you. But there's something we're going to work through in a second.
Which one are you taking to Vegas?
Neither of these. But I can't tell you what I'm taking to Vegas.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the people are scoping him, man.
Whoa!
They're scoping him.
I've never seen you be. We were playing
Well-
our Fab decks on stream before we took him to the big Fab event.
Normally, like in Fab, I oftentimes played Viscera or Briar and was like the only person doing it. So it was mine to...
So you thought it was bad, and so you didn't care if people.
It's not that I thought it was bad. It's that me sharing it wouldn't affect anybody else but me.
Okay. But this
now-
will affect Michael Hamilton.
Particularly will affect Michael Hamilton.
Yeah.
But here's where we started, and I think this is a cool... I'm hoping it's a cool way to demonstrate this. So there's this Torque deck that won that 20-something person event. I think it was in the Philippines.
Okay.
So Torque, can we pull up the contender Torque?
Yeah.
Should be Torque the Diabolical.
Mm-hmm.
I've got this fancy
classic.
foil version. So 30 health, like most contenders, 1 attack, 0 defense. And he's got a once per turn during the primary phase, you can engage him, so tap. If you do deal damage to a clash card.
Yeah, great. Always good.
Whenever non-clash damage is dealt to this contender, you draw a card, but only once per turn.
And there are things in the deck that hurt him.
Yeah, so like one of the best cards in the game is Torque the Uncontrollable. This was the first. This isn't the promo version. That's in another stack. But
Gotcha.
this is our first Covenant promo with set.
Yeah, and it was a heater
Yeah,
too.
and it is. But when this is a 1-cost card that when it enters play, it does the damage to your contender.
Yeah.
So he enters play, you take a damage, but you draw a card, etc. Plus,
Easy.
if they play any burn spells or abilities, to just directly damage your contender, you could draw a card on their turn.
Yeah.
Which is very good. So this is literally card for card. The Torque deck that won, as far as I know, the biggest alphaclash tournament to date. And I would consider this the classic kind of red deck wins situation. It's aggro. It's one to be aggressive.
Slap. And
this Torque the Uncontrollable card is a problem card because it can't take direct damage. So if your opponent has like a do 2 damage to all your opponent's cards, he prevents 2 and gets +2/+2 for the turn.
Yeah.
So the only way to remove him is with like removal effects that don't do damage, which is kind of the whole game. So this is like the aggro deck.
Okay.
And this is where we started, and it was like, all right, let's test into this and figure out how to beat it.
Ooh, Ryan, that's a good point. The alphaclash Kickstarter for the comic book, which is about Torque. The next stretch goal tier is a special Torque promo contender. So if everybody goes and backs that real quick, you can unlock it.
How far away are they from that stretch goal? Just curious. Okay, so the next card we have here is Clarity. This is the other contender.
I'm a big Clarity fan.
Yeah, so I assume you will pick this. But I have this giant stack of cards. It'll be really easy to build. I have several deck lists built. But
wait, this isn't the deck?
This is a deck, but there's options.
Okay, so it's not that somehow this deck makes sense at a billion cards?
No.
Okay.
So this is, if I divide it out.
What have you figured out, man? It's a fatigue deck?
There's basically, let me just divide it out real quick.
Like little packages. You have your core and then...
And I'll have to, mess with this. But
so wait, you're telling me these are all viable options in this deck?
Yep.
How is that? That seems like a good sign for the card pool.
That is what has been crazy to me.
I think that's what Zach's been finding out.
Is that almost like overwhelming?
Yes.
Like Ashes? Like Ashes level?
And one of the things that's been fascinating to me is I've been on a 3.5-year bender for Fab, right? Mm-hmm. Just aggressively competing at Fab. Fab is a very mathy game. And what I mean by that is you can assess, go back to our Fab Foundations videos, you can assess the value of a card at a certain point pretty easily. Mm-hmm. Like I can just look at a card and tell you, all right, here's the value. And even when you're playing, it's like, well, I can block for 3 with it, or it's going to be worth X amount on offense. And then part of the skill of the game is knowing, of course, you don't want deck cards that did nothing. Mm-hmm. So the balance is if your opponent's doing multiple things, you have to decide when to block. And if you block early and then they present a hit effect late, now they've messed with your plans and that whole thing.
And that's where it comes down a lot to understanding every single matchup and what moments are best for the deck that you're playing against that you cannot fall into.
Yeah, and I can look across and see that, well, if you don't attack me again, which means this one card in my hand is dead, it also means that you had 2 dead cards. So you've got to do something else. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to wait and see what you do, because the max number of cards I want to block with is 2 or whatever. Yeah. So the interesting thing is, like, a good card to example this is Here Comes the Boom, which is another prominent red card in this deck. So sometimes you're looking at your opponent's field and they've got 1 character on the board. And Here Comes the Boom is a card, and this is similar to sorcery, does 5 damage to everything in play. Yeah. So if they have 1 character out, this is a card for a card. Mm-hmm. If they have 10 characters out, this is a card for 10 cards. Mm-hmm. And so it's really hard to look at this card and know this is the mathematical value of this card. Sometimes you draw this and it's unbelievably good. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you draw and it's blank. Mm-hmm. They have no characters in play. So what do I even do with this?
It is a resource.
Yeah. So evaluating
Pass
cards.
That quiz, then.
Evaluating cards when the design, sorcery has the same situation, which is like a card like Incinerate in sorcery is it 5 damage to everything on a location?
4. Cost 5.
So similar to Here Comes the Boom in that if they've got 5 things on the same location, worth a lot. If they're on death's door and they've got 5 things on the same location, worth the game, because it's like one of the few ways you can just definitely kill this thing. Anyways, so going back to Clarity real quick, she's got the same stat line, 30 health, 1 attack, 0 defense.
We're talking Aegis Defender?
Yep. Her ability is at the beginning of your draw step, you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put any number on top and the rest on bottom. Basically, put any number on bottom of your deck and the rest on top in any order. So you can put 2 on top, 2 on bottom, etc.
1, 0, 2, 0, 2.
And then her, once she has 10 health or less, during the turn, you can look at 3, draw 1, put the others back on top.
Yeah.
Huge card advantage card, and very good. So one of the notable things here is that, sort of like Ashes, there's no color restrictions. So Clarity is green, but the 3 colors I brought to pair with her is white, green, and black. And she's white, I'm sorry.
I was going to say.
Yeah, it's a weird looking green. She's white, but you don't even have to play white with her. That said, the set 1 clash buffs are very good.
Now, clash buffs are like really good, right? Is it like the name of it's like the game? It's a big deal.
Yeah, so you can pull up Morale Boost.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like an attack reaction in
Man, good looking card.
In Fab. You attack, your opponent gets to block, and then the attacker gets to play a clash buff if they want, then the defender gets to play a clash buff. But you only get 1 chance. So if you pass as the attacker, you can't get back in. But it's sort of like the one unknown variable math that everyone has. And the set 1s particularly are 0 cost, they're +2/+2, and they draw you a card.
So good.
Which is just like, so it, in my opinion, and I'll spill some of the tea for this weekend. Like we were looking at, when we first started playing with this Torque deck, we were looking at the War Contender, who can't play the set 1 Flash buff because he's a Harbinger and not an Alpha. And I think the War character is better than Torque. But because you don't get to play these clash buffs, Torque is better. And the reason being that to play the set 2 clash buffs, you have to save a resource.
It's horrible. That's why the traps are no good.
That's not, and I went down that lane. It's like, hey, let's just try all the control traps and see what happens. But if I have 4 resources open on a trap, the opponent plays cards, pass. And then the next turn I spend my resources and you're like, oh, now I'm going to attack. Yeah. And now you have a dead card sitting there that did nothing. So similar with these things. So they're kind of, design-wise, a little bit of a problem currently, if they're not all going to be 0 cost.
Didn't they say they were errating them or something?
So they errated it to where you can only, like the red clash buff over here, the actual way it reads on the card, you can only play this if the contender is red. But now you can only play it if your contender is red and an Alpha.
Got it.
So they locked it into just Torque.
Okay.
Which, if they hadn't, I think War is just superior.
Okay.
So the builds we're looking at, and Clarity was kind of where we started, which is how do we actually build a Clarity deck that can play to this level? And then we got to a Clarity deck past that, and then the internal meta started evolving. It's like, well, how do we beat the Clarity deck? So the cool thing is, some of the builds of Clarity don't have white in it except for this. Yeah. Because we almost never resource these cards. They're amazing. Like the Clash buffs are so good. So you play 4 white cards and then you can play any colors you want. Yeah. And it's kind of like Spoils in that you can technically play like 3 colors or, go crazy, 4 colors you really want. But you also have to meet threshold, and it's not like a door that unlocks. You have to have, if you're playing 2 white threshold, 2 white threshold, you have to have 4 out. Yeah. Which is a lot to ask for. So my question to you is...
I'll play this.
You want to play Torque?
Yeah. I'll keep it simple.
All right. Look through those.
Give you some actual testing here. Because do you think you can consistently beat this deck with what you've got over there?
Yes.
Or is it close?
I think yes. But
like you've got it sorted. You've solved it.
Then the problem, though, is decks that beat this, can they beat that? Yeah. Because then you would have a superior deck. Yeah. But if you have a deck that beats this, but if, in my opinion, my assumption is a lot of people will end up on a deck similar to this. Because that's the known red deck, aggro, pretty easy to understand. It's a prominent deck that won, and it's harder to play not that. But again, the meta is unsolved. So I'm hoping that some deck comes out of the woodworks and it's like just better than all of it.
So you would feel really good if you could beat this deck, but you would feel even better if you could beat this deck and the deck that beats this with another deck.
That's right.
Which you maybe have. And then you would be really happy if you found a deck that could beat all 3 of those.
That's exactly the truth, isn't it?
And then, do we need to get the board out for this?
Something tells me we're fine.
And then if we run a pick route, we've got 2 on the outside. We send the tail back around. Are you feel me on this? We're in the shotgun formation. We hike the ball. We go back. We do a fake to the running back. He comes up to block the right side. Still with me? Okay, and then we come around the outside. We have an option on the pitch, but we actually throw it back to the fullback. who then takes it to the left side, now offering kind of a screen option if the long man overrunning the long post from right to left doesn't find his way open because the safety played up. I mean, it's basically that in card forms.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Football. How does it work? This will not take me very
They tell me that you run plays in basketball, but as far as I can tell, they just run up and put it in the hole.
I forgot Zach was a basketball guy. Yeah. I think they just run and shoot at the hoop.
All the highlights of basketball I see, there's nothing except somebody running towards the hoop.
And then they shoot it.
And then they shoot it or they dunk it.
Yeah.
That sounds like my wife describing football. If you're out there, Serena, I love you. It's not a diss.
She's not, man. She's nowhere to be found. She's as far away from
the pandemic. There were times where she would have us on in the background.
She's nowhere near this stream. Most of our audience isn't even near this stream. They're long gone.
Honestly, I'm not even near this stream.
I don't even know where I am.
As long as they smash the like button before they left.
As long as they smash it. How did we gain any?
We actually gained quite a bit the last hauler.
122 likes. That was a significant gain. That was 20.
We did pretty good there.
If you're out there and you smash that like button, thank you.
We're about to cross likers to watchers. We always lose.
It's ticking up. I can see.
We lose about 30 to 40% when the game starts, almost across the board.
Yeah.
Which goes to show you that the real winning here is in the talking.
Yeah, people, and we have the whiteboard now. We'll see if the whiteboard gets more likes.
People enjoy talking and they hate games.
So we can just go home?
That's why they're here.
Yeah, that's what we're going to start doing.
Going home?
Well, no, this game is going to be pre-recorded.
Oh, yeah, I've heard this plan.
And then we're going to do a premiere.
I like this plan.
After the stream. And then the two things can live alone.
Oh, no.
Does YouTube penalize us for percentage watch time? Like if we have a 6-hour stream like we seem to do and people watch 20 minutes of it, is that better or is that worse than 20 minutes watching a 1-hour stream?
So as far as I know, it may be for the algorithm. But as far as like, I don't know. The algorithm counts views. Views count for 30 seconds. If you watch 30 seconds, you get 1 view. Yeah. So if you have like a 4-hour live stream and someone watches a minute and a half of it or 20 minutes, like goes and do something, comes back in 20 more minutes, those are each likes.
They're views. Those are each views.
Yeah, they're each views. So it's kind of like juicing the algorithm. I don't know about percentage. I wouldn't be surprised if it factors in, but I don't know for sure.
Because like if you had a video that was 20 minutes long and everybody stopped watching after 30 seconds, it would have a lot of views, but YouTube would have to assume nobody wants to see this, right?
Yeah. Although, I mean, in the analytics, all it talks about is, hey, you have 40% of people were watching after the first 30 seconds. That's higher than usual. That's lower than usual. Okay. So that's a metric of tracking.
Does anyone even watch anything for longer than 30 seconds these days? I've seen
Not
Shannon on the Instagram,
Not
dude.
the kids, no.
It's crazy.
I mean, you do.
How do they even read books? I mean, can they even sit still long enough?
Our audience is not Shannon, it's you.
No way.
Your own audience.
How many YouTube videos do you watch that are over 10 minutes?
I thought everybody out there was a 37-year-old woman. I've been crafting my message wrong this whole time.
Let me spoil something for you.
Mickey T's got the secret sauce here. Generally come for the discussion of the news. I usually leave before the gameplay, but I'm recovering from getting the teeth pulled, so I'm here for it. So we need to get the wisdom teeth market. We need your sister-in-law's a dentist.
So if you can't go anywhere, it's great content.
They can hand out like a business card after the wisdom teeth come out and say, hey, this is good for recovery. You should watch and like and subscribe.
It's really
particular people.
It's about Brent. Are we deathing by data again?
It's about partnership.
Also, last week we talked about in alphaclash. Now the case topper, box topper cards are playable.
Yeah. So
you'll find on the back of that you actually have the full art fancy torque.
So perfect. I can't read it.
If you've played enough to not need to reference the card, you can do that. But I'll let you. Mileage may vary.
We're officially more liked than viewers at this point.
We just had to drop a bunch of viewers.
Oh, boom! There's the magic.
I guess the magic works both ways, huh?
Anyway,
Jay Zilla, there's a joke somewhere there between getting your teeth pulled and watching Steve and Zach play a live stream.
Taylor's right here. Taylor is our YouTube audience and aggressively not me. We disagree about everything.
But you could be very similar on the macro, just difference on the micro. Like your approach to life, but the decision, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like your thought process and philosophies, you just got to different conclusions.
It's like we always eat at the same pizza place, but we get a different pizza.
Or like you always eat at the same place, you just choose to eat at different places. But you're the kind of person that always eats at the same place.
Oh, yes. Okay,
that's
I got
the macro
you. Yes,
to me.
Right. Okay, so
Like-
we both like going to the same restaurant. It's just a different restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like some people, it's like let's say they go out every weekend, they want to go to a new place.
Yes.
Some people want to go to the familiar place.
Right.
So on the macro, you would be similar in that you want the familiar place.
Right.
On the micro, you'd be different because you like burger place and he likes pizza place.
Right. I see that.
Or you like corporate chain and he likes farm to table, local, small restaurant.
I got you. I don't like corporate chain.
Solly, I know. Is this a shuffling ASMR stream? Yes. Okay.
I haven't seen Solly. I haven't seen that name ever in the chat, I don't think. Solly?
I'm going to use my gigantic D30 that I have here. I only got one.
It's one of my favorite things about dice that track health and that I cannot read it.
Can you read it over here?
No.
That's a 30. Can you read that?
Not really.
Can the stream read it? Give me the top down.
No. Zach, if you put a random number on that die and
no chance.
We've got the stream maybe the biggest it will ever be.
Give me the D6s. All right, I'll use that this weekend.
I don't know, actually. Yeah, these other ones are better. Let's use these.
So one thing I've come to really dig about alphaclash, these games are so fast.
Yeah, it's actually a miracle these days.
The tournament, the way it works, is best of 3, and you play one, then you sideboard.
Yeah,
which is cool.
That's how Magic does it.
Yeah.
Sully just found this from our old Netrunner videos.
Ah, yes.
Watch it on the live stream.
Is Solely, are you the one that was also in Discord I was interacting with this weekend about finding us through the Netrunner videos? Those Netrunner videos continue to do work.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Still getting comments.
Freaking genius doing a bunch of evergreen content.
I'll go first just because you haven't done this in a while. Can you give me top down?
Can you imagine going from learning Netrunner to whatever this fever dream is that we do every week?
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty crazy. I'm with you on that. I'm gonna put this over here.
How many people are watching this on a phone?
Can you give me a poll?
If you're watching this on a phone,
I can do that.
You cannot see anything. I've done it. I've tried it.
Well, you can't see the card pops.
You can see the card
right.
pops. That's right.
And you can follow like the presence of the board. Okay, I'm gonna go first game.
No, I can't do a poll. It's too difficult.
Draw-
No, I can.
You're gonna draw 8.
Did you lay out those dice in a way that was just going to annoy me?
These?
Like, did you do that? Like, just that's exactly how you wanted to do it. You didn't think about anything about what I would say about that.
I can see it from here, and it looks great. It's a little disheveled up there on the screen. What about that? How's that? Here you go. I'll match you.
See, I like that because it traces the majority of the side there. You know.
Sure.
How many do we get? 8.
8, and then you shuffle back any number and draw back up to 8. It's the greatest mulligan in baseball.
No, the set aside is the best mulligan.
I'm pretty okay with the way it worked out.
Because you could draw the same stuff, you just mulligan.
All right, so here's just general recommendations for you. Keep clash buffs.
Okay.
0 cost pump.
Keep clash buff, keep clash buff, keep clash buff.
Yeah, and then generically speaking...
Just kidding, I don't have 3.
Like I'm arranging by cost.
Yep.
And effectively you want to be on curve, right? So as an example, I've got 2 4 costs here. I can't play both of those on my 4 drop.
Right.
So I'm going to keep one of these 2. And then I've also got 3 5s. So I can't play all this. So I'm going to get rid of 2 of these. And because this is green and it's 3 green, I'm going to need 3 threshold by the time I get to the 5. So I'm going to get rid of the black card. And then I'm going to keep one of these 1 drops.
So you're saying I should play on curve.
That's what I would say.
And if I have a bunch of 1s.
And it's the kind of thing too where like if you know the 1 cost you're going to play on the 1, and it's, let's say it's red, and you have a mediocre red card in your hand already, you can keep it because you know you're going to resource it and you won't draw back into it later. So I'm going to keep the unit. It's funny. I've been playing on TTS for testing purposes. On TTS, the Clarity's ability is obnoxious. Because because you look at the top 2 and then put any number on top or bottom of your deck and then draw. And it's just like, we got to the point where it's like, wait a second, why don't we just draw 2 and then put them wherever you want? I trust you to take the ones you drew and do the right thing with them.
Yeah, TTS is fun, but
it's better than
physical,
nothing.
It's nice. I mean, when I was playing Bryce online sorcery all the time, it was fantastic. But then I played sorcery in real life, and I was like, "This is beautiful and it feels nice." But that's the way. That's fine.
It's better.
How many?
I think it's good to have both.
How many white cards are in this deck? In the sense that if I had one in my hand that I wanted to play, what are the likelihood of me drawing a resource for it?
It's not a lot.
Okay. So if I see one white card in my opening hand, it's probably like, don't risk not drawing a white resource.
I'll just tell you the math on it real quick.
Zach, we've got 37% on the phone, 63% on something bigger than a phone.
Cool. Okay.
A lot of people on both. Well, a lot of people in chat on both.
So you have 8 white cards, Steven, and 10 blue cards.
Oh, wow. Okay. So
and you're essentially looking for one threshold on either of those.
Yeah. So maybe, I mean, you could just keep it and drop them both as a resource so that you could play
100%.
all the, okay, let's do that.
Yeah, that's probably exactly what you do.
Okay. And I'll ship this one. And I'm going to hold on to this one. That's acceptable. Wow. Okay. Well, we got there. Only one card down. Ugh.
All right. You ready to party?
Sure.
So we'll start with Clarity's ability. I gotta look at the top 2. Let's put this on top and this on bottom. And then, wait. I don't draw on my first turn.
That's right.
Do I still filter? That's a good question.
Yeah.
I think so. Okay. I will play one resource here. And then I'll pay 1 for a Moxie. She lets me draw a card. Surprise. I knew what it was. And I can't attack on my first turn, so I'll pass to you. So start your turn, you draw a card. Then you play a resource.
You want to tell me what the second part of
that sorry.
Preparing for battle?
Yep.
I can kind of match the art. But.
Yeah. It's also, if you look at the resource cost, like we'll scale 1 resource, 2 resource, 3 resource, 4 resource. So
I can't really see that, but that's a cool idea. I might put that in there in the future.
Yeah. A lot of times, like when we're talking about it on voice when we're playing or like talking in person, it's like that's 1 cost Moxie.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah.
So I might inadvertently refer to cards like that.
Okay. I like it.
What have you discovered about like engaging to just take Moxie off the board and then getting wrecked in response? Have you guys found that that's the right, that you should build up your board before you trade?
The other notable for you is that you can also engage him to do that.
Yeah.
And then I can't attack her and you have a blocker on the table. Another thing that people will often do with the flare is engage this to clear this, engage that to do damage yourself and draw a card.
But and then you lose the flare almost assuredly next turn, right? Do you end up getting in that kind of tit for tat in these testing games a lot? Depends. Like it's like I play a thing, I kill the thing that you did, and then you play a thing, kill the thing that I did, and then I play a thing, kill the thing that you...
That's part of where the clash buffs are really relevant, right? Because like if I send a 2 cost into this to kill it, and then you clash buff on defense, and you don't have to commit that until I don't.
That's true. Yeah.
Then you take my card off the table, and you still have your card.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. Let's engage here and do 1 over there.
Yeah.
And then I will go ahead and engage and draw a card.
Yeah. And like, so I played this card knowing you have that ability on the table. I was basically paying 1 to filter.
Yeah.
In the same way that you kind of just paid a life to filter. All right, over to me. Let's untap here. Clarity's ability. Let's look at the top 2. Let's put this on top, this on bottom. We'll draw a card. Surprising. Let's... Oh, I did that wrong. I'm backing up. What did I just do? This is the card I wanted. Oh, sweet.
You just lost the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. You
Oh,
just
no,
lost
no.
the
I did the
tournament.
right thing. I did the right thing.
You just lost the tournament.
I already have a black resource in play. I was like, I need a black this turn. This cannot be. I'll play a resource, and then I'm going to play Spatial Gateway. So there can be one Clash card in play at a time. It's 2 cost. Enter. I can activate the portal, which I will. Love that foil portal. Looks great. Harbinger cards. So it's
Horsies.
Horsies, yeah. This is called Spatial Gateway. Yeah. Harbinger cards with initial resource cost of 4 or less get triggered defeat. You can pay a resource of any color and put that in your hand instead of into Oblivion. So if things, and this is on both sides. So any Harbinger that we have in play, if it dies, you can pay 1 and bounce it to your hand instead.
Okay.
And then
Sick.
I will use Clarity to attack your Flare for 1.
Oh, to take it off the board? I'm gonna. You're not buffing it, right?
I'll pass.
All right, I'm gonna buff it.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, so I'll take 3.
That's right.
And you get to draw a card for your pain and privilege. And then I'll pass you.
Okay. Okay, we untap, we untap, we untap. We draw a card. Okay, we've got ourselves a question mark. I could make a big-brained play or I could make a safe play. What do you think?
That's up to you.
Am I trying to win fast? As fast as I can?
Yes, but also the main thing you want is once you get me to 10, kill me. Okay. Because once I'm at 10 or less, my secondary ability's on, and I just get an extra card every turn, and that's really hard to keep up with. Because by the time we get there, if it's late and we have like 8 or 9 resources, and you're drawing 1, I'm drawing 2, you're gonna have problems.
Got it.
And I'm filtering to draw my 2, so I'm playing like perfectly on curve the whole time.
Yeah, so we need to get it done. We need to get it done. Okay, and she can just deal 1 directly. That's crazy. Just deal 1 to you and deal 1 to you again? That's nuts.
She's good.
And then I can just draw a card?
Woo!
Okay. Let's go.
Ric Flair in the house, baby.
Let's go Haven resource. Let's tap it to play a Haven.
An absolute classic.
Draw.
This is Haven, the resourceful helper.
Resourceful helper, that's right. And there's really no way.
Yeah, Ryan's on it. You want to close on 11 with enough damage on board to kill him 1 or 2 turns from there. If you get a Clarity sitting at like 5 to 8 health for like 3 or 4 turns, you usually lose.
All right, we'll do another Flare.
Hot dang!
And then we'll do, I guess, do I want a card or do I want, does this, he hits, it's just Clash cards. So he can't hit Contenders.
You can punch me though, and we both take a damage.
Yeah, but I don't.
So a lot of times if you're looking to close a game and you have like positioning, you'll just trade 1 for 1. You're almost there, but you're not quite there yet.
I don't know. I feel like I just want to run. And then who can block for who? I forget. As opposed to Ashes?
I can only attack if you're engaged. And then anyone can block for anyone.
So Haven can block in front of this engaged thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a keyword intercept, but that's to block flyers.
Okay. Got it. So I'll trade. I'll do 1 and 1.
Yeah. You're probably in that position. You're also going second, which is the advantage for that play.
And I'll do 1 direct.
And you're tapping to do 1?
Yeah. Tap, do 1.
Yeah.
And then I can either get a card or I can just do 1 more damage to you and take a damage there. Let's see how fast that I can go. Let's go 1 to you. And then I'll pass it over.
As long as you don't torque boom me, we'll be all right. All right, Clary's ability. I'll put this on top and this on bottom. Draw a card. So crazy. Then we'll play a resource. And we want to play here now.
You can play things?
Yeah, I'm playing a resource. We're gonna bet. Let's play here.
He's betting.
Yeah.
Is that green?
Yeah. I'm gonna play Pestilence the Infectious for 1. Trigger enter target clash card gets -2/-2 until the end of turn. If the portal is closed, it's open. I would discard a card, so I opened it so I don't have to do that. So I'll give that -2/-2.
Does it die?
Sure enough.
That costs 1?
Yeah. But
oh my gosh.
If the portal was closed, it cost 1 and I discard a card.
Right, okay. So close that portal.
Pay 1, we'll do it again and get rid of one of these.
Okay.
And
That's a
then
standout card.
I will attack your Flare. And we'll go to Clash Buffs. I'll go ahead and pump 2/2, draw a card.
You got it.
And then I will pass to you.
This card is so good, it hurts me.
Yeah.
It's
well,
painful.
I have a resource floating, so if you kill one, I can pay 1 to bounce it. And then you see what
so
the
is
deck
this the whole idea?
This is what the
Yeah, you build around the best card in the deck.
So the other thing is that your best card is that 1-cost Torque. So this immediately just can get rid of that Torque, which is one of the few cards that can.
Yeah.
And then you can recur it, basically.
Is that why it's the answer?
It's part of why it can answer this particular deck.
Okay. And so then if I get rid of stuff, you can put it back in your hand. Okay.
It's also the kind of thing where if I can attack your contender with him and do 2, you would kill me. I can pay 1 bounce and play it on my turn.
Right.
So I can kind of proactively do it too.
You can keep doing the weird stuff.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to start playing Portal Hopsy here at some point. What do I have to do? 2? Does it cost me 2 money?
Cost you 2. Portal Hopsy.
Okay, let's do this.
Mark of Victory in the chat. What up, Sasha?
Oh, Sasha. Well, that's a blast from the past, is it not?
I see Sasha once every 3 or 4 months through Fab. Not very recent past for me. Kelly, sorry, just joining. Not sure if it was mentioned back during the co-op PvP talk, but Okana is coming out with a co-op box. Looking forward to that. That is a TCG that is introducing co-op. And Fab's talked about it forever.
That's right.
But you asked if there'd ever been a co-op TCG.
That's right. Okay, let's just do this. We will play Haven.
This is Bountiful Collector.
Put 1 card from my hand into my resource zone engaged.
Ooh, she's the ramp, man.
Okay, so we'll do that here. And then if we put one of these, you get to use them again. So that's not great.
If you attack one of those.
Yeah, and then if I swing at your contender, can you block with this thing?
I can.
Yeah.
And then I can use the 1 to bounce.
Understood. And then I could clear one of them, you bounce to hand, and then I could attack for 1.
Yep.
Which is a thing, I suppose. But then, I mean, your resource gets used. What have I really accomplished? Have I accomplished anything at that point? No. It's just worse. Strictly worse.
Yeah.
Can't close the portal. Don't have anything else to play. I don't want to play a good card because you can just take it off the board.
That deck plays blue basically to do that once.
Yeah,
and
okay.
you've now ramped.
Okay, we're ramped. We're officially in the ramp. Okay.
Beast and Bruce. Ask him what game this is. John over there on the keyboard. It's like a band. John on the keys. It's alphaclash.
Just doing... Okay, so I need to start dropping. But if I don't, and then you can run yourself into me, is the other problem here.
Yeah.
And then you can get yourself back. So wait, does this card have a clash ground to overwrite that? Does this deck do that?
It should, yeah. You have...
What's that clash ground name?
That is Spatial Gateway.
You have Frontline and International Space Station.
Okay, so we need to get there. Okay, I'll pass.
Okay. These ready. Clarity's ability triggers. I like you.
Thanks.
Let's do that. Draw a card. Play another black resource. I'm going to play Kilimanjaro for 4. When he enters play, I can discard a card, any number of cards. So I'll discard 1. Give something -2/-2 for each card discarded. You got it.
-0, -2. So this is like I need to Here Comes the Boom to win at this point, right?
It would be good, particularly if you play another red and then you like play the 1-cost Torque and Boom. It would be a very good swing for you.
Yeah.
I'll use Kilimanjaro to swing at you for 4.
Okay.
4.
This is Kilimanjaro and Ascendant Champion.
Ascendant.
4. He's the 4/4 beefy. Then I'll pass to you.
4/4 beef.
Yeah. Now
It's pretty beefy.
some wisdom would say swing with these in case you do boom me. So I can just get the damage in. I'm not going to, because if you're gonna boom, I want you to boom now, not later.
Boom now or forever hold your boom.
Your booms.
That's not funny. I don't think.
Had all the right pacing though.
It did. Yeah, it really did. Felt good about it.
Big Hank saying, I wish alphaclash had some sort of presence in my area, but it seems like it's just not in Ontario at all from what I can tell. It's, for indie games like this, one, it's tough to get those communities going in various areas, but then especially when you're not in the US. But I do know they just recently added a Canadian distributor, I believe, for the first time. So maybe we're checking and or trying to make something happen on that front. See you, Taylor. I'm just going to start quoting Jonathan in the chat.
Okay, cool. I see this. I'll see that. Okay. Let's go. It's fun. This.
I live for the day when someone gets one of like your obscure references and like would post it, because I'll see that. It's from an old poker.
You
game
can't even
online.
imagine what that's from. Unbelievable. Okay, let's go 5 for this Torque. Let's attack your Kilimanjaro on a good trade there. 4 and a 5, 5 and a 4. So you don't kill me, I kill you.
Thinking about my life. Okay, so I can block
First, trigger attack. When does this happen?
right now.
Deal 1 damage to my contender. I'll do it, and I will draw a card.
You got the goods.
It is.
So if I
Now, keep in mind that when this card is obstructed by one or more opponent, deal 1 damage to each clash card obstructing it.
Yeah, so if I block, you would destroy me, and then it would fizzle.
Yeah.
You wouldn't take any damage. Okay, I will allow this to happen. Do you have any clash buffs?
Pass.
I will clash buff.
Cool.
Draw a card. +2/+2.
He dead?
He's dead.
Okay. And you have... Does that damage, does it stick either, does it?
Nope.
Okay, and then we'll take care of one of your
Now,
dudes.
You were swinging for 4, and I go up to 6. Because technically you could have done that here.
You could do
before,
that, but it doesn't matter.
You're
one of those guys. Yeah.
He gone. Okay.
And pass it over.
I've lost so many games against Torque in this exact setup.
All right.
I feel good. Let's use my Torque ability.
Torque ability.
For my Clarity ability.
Are you torquing?
Let's put both of these on the bottom. And draw. Beautiful. Let's play here. Swing at your face for 4.
Take it. Don't have a choice.
I'm going to pay 5 cost for Sonoro, the Awakened Breaker. He's a 4/3. He has a trigger attack, which I'll be doing. Gets +1 attack, +1 life. Until the end of turn, I draw a card. And then my contender it's blank. The rest of that's blank. So I'll attack you for 4. It technically goes to 5, and I draw a card.
Cool.
Yeah. And then pass to you.
Consider it done. All right, stand up, draw a card, etc.
Big thanks, and I mean, I still get my product from you guys. Back to the book, the graphic novel, and the recent comics, so I'm at least getting stuff and have a friend who basically will play anything. Well, that's nice.
Zach, what's Sonoro's deal in like the book and the comic?
I don't even know if we met Sonora, actually.
That was my...
Well, at least in the book, I don't think. He may have been briefly mentioned.
But he's not like on the scene yet. Okay.
On the scene, on the story.
I don't think so. He at least wasn't a character I particularly cared about in the book.
Yeah. He seems like not necessarily mysterious, but you know, there's more
unknown quantity.
Yeah, it's not like, you know, like Flair just got a contender card and stuff.
Yeah. You take a damage draw card when you play him.
All right.
That's the one. That's the one that does the things.
He cannot be controlled. 2, 3, 4. Boom it there.
Okay. So then Torque gets +5/+5.
Yeah, so he's a 6. So we make him a 7?
Yeah, most people don't think to do that. Good,
All
good
right.
on you.
Hey, look at me playing some card games here. Swing at you for 7.
Yeah. So I'm at 17.
And then I'll Haven draw.
Yeah. You gonna swing with Haven?
No, Haven's gonna block.
She's a good little blocker. All right, let's look at my ability. We like them both. Put them like this. Draw a card. Now this will rock your socks. I'm gonna not play a resource.
Love it. Big fan. Big fan. Is there a number that this deck usually wants to be at? 6, 7, 8? Unless you have the 7 in your hand, which I played early. Machina, I think.
You have several of that card because he's awesome.
It's just a 6/6. What's the big deal? A barrage.
Yeah, he does his damage before the 6, and he can divide it by 2. So it's like 4 here, 2 here, clear 2 blockers, and hit for 6. He's crazy. 7
barrage is the weird one, yeah.
Yeah, 7 is probably the peak, but depends on your hand. I'm going to play Death Stalking Spectre for 5. When it enters play, I can send a clash card with an attack power of 3 or less to Oblivion. That one. When a clash card is sent to Oblivion from the clash zone, this gets +1/+1 to the end of turn, and it has flight. So we're going to swing at your face for 4 with flight.
This face?
This face, yeah.
And that would put me at special ability?
Special ability indeed.
Oh, I see.
If you pull up Torque, the Diabolical.
That seems like what I should do, right? That seems like a good ability.
Yeah, I've got flight, so unless you have a buff or something, which maybe is worth utilizing here.
Really, you can barrage yourself.
You can barrage yourself.
So like Machina can barrage your 1-cost Torque to give it plus and overkill. Then he hits for 6, and then yeah, it's really wicked.
It's really good. Okay, I took it.
Okay, I'll pass to you.
Yeah. Stand up. Stand up.
Now this is a scenario where if Haven wasn't on the table, I would have swung it and traded you for 1. Because I'm just trying to finish the job now as quickly as possible.
That's right. Okay, what's the point? What am I trying to do here?
Big question.
Okay. That's a 4? That's an actual 4?
4 life, 3 attack.
Can I attack a flight thing?
If it's engaged. Okay. So on defense, flight is the same. Because if I was ready, you couldn't attack me anyway.
Okay. So I mean, I don't know. Are these ideas? It is an idea. What are you at? You're at... Okay, and I need to be able to like end it.
You can technically do like... The problem with even doing like 6 to me and getting me to 11 is that I can attack you with her to get myself to 10.
But then, you know,
then you're close.
And then I got to get there.
Yeah, without summoning sickness, you can die real easily. Especially if they have 7-8 resources. Like they can just all of a sudden destroy you.
Okay, do I want to play a resource? What am I at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I probably do because I don't think I'm going to ever play this card anyway. Yep. So it may as well be a 7 resource kind of game. Okay, I'm gonna play fast and loose. No, I'm not. No, I'm gonna be smart instead.
Multiple choice quiz.
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'll be this guy. Okay, because I gotta play around your little 10. And what does this do? A free card draw?
Look at the top 3. Put one in my hand, basically, and put the other 2 on top. So start of the turn, I filter 2, draw 1. During the turn, I can look at 3, draw 1. Powerful, yeah.
Powerful, yeah. All right, I'm gonna wait. Damage doesn't stick around forever. Just at the end of the clash, it goes away.
Clash damage doesn't stick around, but like his damage would. Like his tap do a damage to something.
Yeah.
Or if you had something that did like 2 damage to everything on my
Okay, this works then. Yeah, we could get there, right?
So,
yeah.
You know.
Okay, so I'll do 1 non-clashy there. And then, oh, I see why it doesn't work.
Because if you attack with Flare, you kill your Haven.
You kill your own Haven. So there's no way to do it.
Well, that's... Shucks.
Wait a minute. Whenever non-clash damage is dealt to this contender.
Tom Malucci in the house with beautiful beer saying Steven trying out a new strat.
Target clash card you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Non-clash is dealt to this contender. Okay. Okay. +1/+1, and that goes to 3. Ooh, weird play. How much is it? How important is it to get that off the board?
It's a 3/4 flyer. That
put it up in the neighborhood.
That's funny. Probably the sickest thing I can do with this card at this point is play another resource, attack you. If you block and defeat it, I pay 1 and bounce it and play it again, and you get the interplay effect again. But it just depends on what you do.
Maybe we're just getting a little too fancy here. Sometimes you can be a victim of your own success,
6-cost flare is good though.
I mean, I think I'm just gonna swing into it.
Into this?
Yeah, so like Haven swings here.
Yeah, agreed.
For 1.
You don't die.
That's even better.
But you will die when flare attacks.
Yeah, we're about to.
I'll take 1.
And then I'll pay 6.
Yeah. And it's particularly good now because I don't have a resource up to bounce it.
Yeah. And then I'll just swing into that.
Yeah.
Do 2 to everything. Yeah. Sadly. And then I could do a 1/1 trade. But I don't know.
It's mildly sketchy right now.
It's a little sketch, isn't it? Can I do 1 here? No? No. Okay. Go for it.
All right, Clarity's ability. That's a little late. 2. Yikes. I suppose
I declare Thumb War. Someone talking earlier about a Taylor Swift card game.
Yeah, they had the whole thing played.
It'd work.
Color me interested.
It'd work. It's like a 700 card pool just from song titles. You just drawing cards whenever you want over there. Or?
I filtered it then, Joe. I'm going to pay 4 for Pestilence Devious Servant.
Is that something that does direct damage and kills me?
No. He gets +1 attack for each card in my hand. So 2.
Okay.
He's a 0 attack. So now he's a 2 because I have 2 cards. When he attacks, if I have 3 or fewer cards in my hand, I can draw a card.
Okay.
At the end of my turn, if I have 7 or more cards in my hand, I ready another target clash card I control.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to swing at you for 2.
Me for 2.
When I do, I get to draw a card.
Yeah.
So then now I'm actually swinging for 3.
Oh, it happens instantly. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm going to swing at you for 1.
Okay.
I'm going to take 1.
We each do onesies.
Yeah. And then I will pass to you.
Okay. Draw a card. Okay.
Steven seems unfazed there.
X, Flesh and Blood X. If the Wolf X is actually on mean streak, I'm going to scream. Are you on mean streak? That's the question.
Okay, so pretty sure we're fine.
I told you I've lost from this position many a time. Holy smoke-a-reenie.
1 pump here.
Hold on. You spent 7. Do you take a damage from this and draw a card?
Sure, I'll do it. And then whenever non-clash damage is dealt to this contender, we'll give this guy +1/+1.
Okay, I'm just going to put this here to mark it.
Okay. Then we'll do 6 to your contender, giving +2, yeah?
Before that resolves, I'm going to play a clash buff. So I'll draw a card.
Okay.
And then I've got 2 defense basically for the turn.
Oh, it's forever.
For the
clash buff is for the turn.
So I'll take 4.
You got it. All right, then we'll do 2 to everything here.
Take 4.
And then do I have a clash buff? Then we'll do... I mean, I could take your thing off the board, or I could do a bunch of damage. Is that the idea? Do I have to have a blocker up?
6 is a lot to just do, and then I basically... Well, I guess you do, because I can...
You just have to do 5 and then it's over, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting.
But that's like a Bugatti setup.
But it doesn't matter, right?
So
I just kill that, but then.
Oh wait, you did both of those. This dice.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so I'll pay one with the portal and put it in my hand.
Well, don't do that yet. Hold on. This needs to happen first.
Oh, okay. Then I won't pay one.
Yeah. Sorry.
This can just go. There. Okay, you got rid of my portal and then
Play
you
that.
blowed me up.
Play this. And then he takes 4. He takes 5. He's actually at 6 because this gives a +1/+1 when he comes in, right? And then this taps to give him +1.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
So when he took a damage from that, your ability gave him +1, and then you're tapping to give him +1.
Yeah.
So you're +6, so you should be swinging for 7.
Yeah. So then we swing for 7, getting you to 1. Getting you to 2.
Getting me to 2.
Yeah.
If I didn't have that, you win the game on the
Yeah,
spot.
isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Or I could just hope you don't have a 5 damage card in hand, but you're going to be able to look at the top 3 and get 1.
Well, I filter 2, can put on top or bottom, draw 1. Then I filter 3 and pick 1.
I'm supposed to look at the top card of each player's deck here on trigger enter. Okay. Very cool. That's a good one. I like that. Okay. Is there any other way during your... Okay. Got it. During your play, you may engage this card. Okay. And we did that, and there's nothing there. So he's got to stay up.
Yep.
Sadly. Might not matter anyway.
All right, let's do Clarity's ability. That is good for this moment. Oh, you have one. Oh, you don't have one too much left. Okay, we'll put one of these on top, one of these on bottom. Draw one of them. I will not play a resource. We'll trigger Clarity's ability.
Clash buff on turn is good. That's good.
I'll draw this card, and these have to go on top. On the defense turn like that?
Just that it's not per clash. It's for the rest of the turn. It's crazy.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
What's
that about?
That's different.
It's a clash buff, but it's a primary phase buff actually.
Because it doesn't have the same ring to it.
Yeah. Oh.
Nail biter.
During your primary phase, you may engage if you do deal. Whenever non-clash is dealt, draw 1. Got it. Okay. And then you draw, and then whenever non-clash, you give somebody. Okay. I guess.
Did you get to draw for all that stuff? Did you get hurt? I don't know.
I guess. Hey, take 1 more damage. Because all I got to do is give this +1 instead of this, because I didn't swing with this. So why would I get that?
Oh, yeah, that is pretty silly.
Yeah.
That's a big brain play right there. All right, let's see. If I do there, then you're going to have something. Okay.
Breakthrough doesn't ignore defense, right?
It doesn't. But I'm going to do Sinister Assistance for 1. Blow that guy up. I will swing at Torque.
Okay.
But I'll buff it by 2 and draw a card.
Have you drawn all 4 of those?
I filtered 2, put 1 on top and bottom, drew. Filtered 3, drew 1, drew 1.
Do you guys?
How many Clash buffs you played this game? 3?
You guys see what Ryan's saying?
What's Ryan saying? What about it?
So it's any non-clash damage. Well, he didn't do any non-clash damage to Clarity.
I could though.
It seemed like a.
Is that what it takes?
Well, so non-clash damage sticks for the round. So if I have 2 defense because of a morale boost, and you did 2 direct damage to me,
so can I just do 1 with this?
He doesn't do direct damage to contenders. He only does it to clash cards. And this only does it to clash cards.
Clash cards, okay.
But if I had like pumped someone out here, the 2 would stick and cancel the 2 defense for the rest of the.
Weird.
Yeah. So swinging for 3. You've currently got.
Ryan's got that judge program.
I kind of think I understand that.
So clash damage removes after every clash.
Yeah.
Non-clash damage sticks.
Yeah.
So if I have 2 defense or health, then non-clash damage would stick, and I would just have 2 on me the whole time.
And it reduces the defense?
Yeah. Because that's the defense stat on a normal card. When it's reduced to 0, your card is defeated. But contenders just start taking damage when they're at 0.
Interesting.
Okay.
That is so weird for my brain to process.
It took a long time for me as well, because like it's weird that not all damage clears.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of.
So it's not really non-clash damage. It's almost a totally different. It's not even damage. It's a totally different thing.
It's almost like life reduction.
Almost minus life.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's only a special contender thing, only for contenders. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's particularly weird because contenders usually don't have defense.
Yeah.
Unless you play the buff, so it doesn't come up super often. Now, Pestilence is an example.
That'll lose you to the level up expo if you don't know that right there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You will lose this game.
Yeah,
at level
100%. All right, I'm gonna play Death the Relentless for 3, and I'm gonna swing your face for 2, and hope you don't have a clash buff.
I don't. I've got one on the top of the deck though.
Oh no!
Can I play it from that?
You can't. So I did play all 4 clash buffs, but one of Clarity's biggest advantages is she's seen so many more cards.
She sees all the clash buffs.
Yeah, so it's interesting because like Torque's ability, you take damage and draw, so you see more cards too. You just are top decking, whereas she's seen more. She's filtering more. So like it's filtering is almost as good as card draw as long as you like. I have 3 cards in my hand at the end of the game. So filtering 5 times or drawing 5 cards would have been similar because I would have just had. Yeah.
Okay. Are we doing? Are we done? Are we doing another?
I'll do
doing
another
one more in best of 3. BO3.
You can go first this time if you'd like.
What? You think second's better?
I think. Well, it depends on the matchup, but I think first is generically better. There's caveats to that though. If they have blue and they're ramping, particularly if you go first, like you can just get to your like 7 cost 2 turns before me. Or actually one of the more lethal moments is when you're at your like 4 drop and I'm on 2 resources. Like I don't have answers for 2 turns.
Oh, true.
So you're just like, or imagine if at 4 you're at 4 resources, I'm at 2, and you play 6 cost Clarity because you ramped twice. And it's like,
yeah, that's tough. That's very good. Very, very good. Okay, so now we know more. So in your mind, if you were playing this deck, what are the things that you're trying to set up? What are the powerful things that...
So now that you've seen my deck, if we were in game 2, I have tons of cards that just kill that Torque. So one of the best ways for you to win is Torque Boom. So don't put the Torque on the board for me to kill.
Yeah.
Because you saw, if you'd played it early, I would just destroy it.
What about the Flares?
Flare is amazing.
Just let them die? Because they're in the same...
The 6 cost Flare? Oh,
no, the 1 cost, yeah.
I mean, you've got to do something.
Don't have to. I can try to dump them all at once.
You can. It's like a prisoner's dilemma situation, because like if you do nothing, let's say I play things and I'm not removing cards because you didn't do it, but if I get to do something with them and you just don't have anything out, but you can see like card draw is more abundant in this game than something like sorcery, but you eventually don't have a lot of options. So if I'm playing things on curve while I'm removing your stuff, that's the point of this deck.
That's called good.
Yeah.
We call that good. Got T-Bone in here, huh?
If your best thing would be if you can ramp to those early, like get the Haven ramp going, and then at that point you just like outvalue me.
Okay, I can try that. Okay, keep this. Keep this. Keep this.
Don't want that. Definitely want that.
And I'm gonna keep this.
Resource that.
Okay. And then this too, I don't need. This maybe I actually want. This.
See you, Mickey.
I do want. This I don't want. Kind of interesting. So okay, so I'm gonna go 1.
It's actually dump these as well.
Boom. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna need better than that.
X Flesh and Blood X. Do you have Torque on Solar? I don't think Solar Flare's in that build of the deck.
3 back.
What you did at the end though is exactly like sometimes you feel way ahead.
Yeah.
And like if I was that far to health and head in Fab, I do not lose that game.
Yeah.
Almost
There's no
never.
way. No.
And that's part of what makes
Same,
this game kind of exciting. Is like it's so hard to do the math on even where you're at in the middle of the game. Hello, darkness.
Interesting.
All right, you're first.
I don't draw. I don't do anything like that, right?
Not on your first turn, no.
Okay. Okay, so on my first turn, I will play resource and pass.
Okay. Clarity's ability. One on top, one on bottom. I'll play resource, and then I'll play Weber's Binoculars.
Nice.
So it's a gear. I can pay 1 to attach it. When I attack with whatever's attached, I look at the top 3, put a 2 cost or less in my hand, and the other 2 on bottom.
Filter.
Filter and draw.
Understood. All right, draw it up. Let's play a resource. Tap both. Haven.
There he goes.
Play a resource. Huh. Yeah. But then, well, that's just tough. I'll do a resource here.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta put the good cards down.
And then return target non-trap accessory from your Oblivion to your hand doesn't matter. And then it's a 1/2. Go and swing in.
Yep. I'll take 1.
Get some value.
That's exactly what you want to do with that.
All right. Good.
Refresh. Oh, Haven's ability. Well.
Well, it's hard to love and not be loved.
Okay. Let's put this. Yes, like this, and we'll draw a card. And then let's put down a green resource. Play Spatial Gateway.
Boo!
And over to you.
So you're saying I should close that portal before you play all those little swamp boys.
Play the Swamp Boys.
Oh yeah. Also, I meant to correct this earlier. I had the 5 cost death that can't be bounced by this because it's just 4 cost or less cards can bounce.
That would have changed everything. Draw a card. Ready everything. Play a resource. We will play
X/Blood telling you should resource a boom, which you did.
yes. Probably gonna do that again, actually.
Boom, boom, boom.
If you can, if you can believe that. And then
I can truly.
I think I might actually end up closing that stupid portal. That's crazy.
I think it's a fine thing to do. You're ahead on resources too.
Boom.
Ryan saying if you close the portal, it makes me give up more to that 1 cost pestilence. Yeah. Oh no.
Oh, Tony.
Oh no.
Tony.
Double action on the corn. This is what I was talking about exactly.
Somebody told me to do this, so I'm doing it.
It's a problem.
But I kind of have some weird. I like all the cards in my hand. You understand? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you'll get more. Yeah, that makes sense why you close the portal here.
Yeah.
You're in a great spot. This is like tip-top shape.
Tip-top shape. Close that portal. Swing, swing.
Take 2. All right, over to me.
Over to you.
This seems like it's working.
We've officially entered ramp mode.
Time.
We're Tony Hawk, and we're about to do a stale fish.
I'll play resource.
Get him with the stale fish.
I'm going to play Death the Relentless. So when this leaves play, I search my deck for another copy of this, and then it costs 1 less black per copy in my Oblivion. But it can only reduce it to 2 because it's the 2 pips here. So if I had one of my Oblivion, this would cost 2.
Okay.
If I had 2 of it, it cost me 1.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to swing at one of your Havens. And I will pass Clash Buff.
Just kidding.
Over to you. I do like playing this in Sorcery. The inability to evaluate the math of cards as easily. And the second thing is the building of resources means you go from like very simple and you slowly build the board. I haven't played games like that in a while. Like Fab is like you're at your most powerful and you get weaker over time. It's nice.
You're right.
Even Ashes is like you have 10 dice from the start.
Okay, so it sure feels like these are all just less impactful cards than they used to be.
Yeah, right, that's accurate.
Okay, so if I do this and then you do that and then I do this and then we sequence that and then this happens and we're sitting at 6 money on the turn and then we swing that through and then if this doesn't, then that's just horrible. Let's do
You're so far ahead on resources.
and I've got to pay attention to my little pips.
Not good.
See, and
My little pips.
I'm gonna all right, I'm gonna do that.
Ooh, 2 blues.
Blues
Oh,
everywhere.
you have a 6 cost? I don't like where this is going.
I don't have a 6 guy. I do have this boy.
Yeah. He's beefy.
And maybe I'll go ahead and swing at you for 1 before we get ahead of ourselves.
This one.
And then this guy will come in and it's gonna cost me 2 of these pips and 3 of these pips. And then okay, got it. So I think that works. And then we're gonna swing, deal 1 to me, draw a card.
Yep.
And then we're gonna do this, and that's gonna go to okay, got it. So I'm gonna do this to I don't know. I don't want to waste damage.
I will say, like, valuing like whether or not you should take care of a unit or hit me in the face, it's like really strange because sometimes you forget, especially without summoning sickness. Like, if you let boards get a little out of control, especially you're the red deck, like you would way rather play a boom later or something and just take care of all my stuff at the same time.
Yeah. Well, I've already got 2 in the stack, so I don't know if I'll see another one.
Or like if you have, if you play 6-cost Flare,
Uh-huh.
it's like this ability plus Flare means you clear that without having to waste any damage.
Yeah.
But you can sometimes like ignore what's on the board and just be like playing things. And you have 6-cost Flare that flies, so you can just like start smacking me. But I don't know the right answer. I'm still not very good.
4 to your face there.
4, yeah. 1.
And then I will go ahead. I don't know if you have like board clears and stuff, but we'll play Toric here. We'll give him +1, and then we'll swing you for 2.
Now that's crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
That to me smells like a man who's got a clash buff.
I can't tell you how many copies of this card I have in my hand.
Do you take a damage from that
Do I?
when he comes into play?
Oh, yeah, so I don't want to play that at all, because I want to get that ability next turn.
Yeah. You probably save it.
Okay, I'll just wait.
And then how many did I take?
2 less.
2. Okay. I mean, I would love for you to have done that, but here we are. Okay, I will play here. We're gonna play my man Kilimanjaro. Actually, before we do that, don't do that.
Okay, didn't even see it.
Surprise!
I already popped it.
Surprise! He's not there. He's not in my hand. He's not in my hand. I think that's fine. Let's do this first. I'll swing at your Haven.
Yeah, so what do? You kill it?
I do too, and then
You got
unless you buff, then we're not doing anything. I'll play Kilimanjaro, and I won't use his ability. I can discard to get -2/-2. I'll swing at your face for 4.
Just at my face?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then pass to you.
So I just get to win that exchange? You must have a clash buff. There's like no way.
This guy's good. This guy's real good. You must be a card gamer.
He's picking it up quick.
Woo! Yeah, that's like some tier of learning where you start sussing out, why did they do this weird thing that doesn't make any sense?
Isn't there some sort of like fancy poker word for that? Broadcasting or something?
Telegraphing?
There it is. Yeah, I was there.
I guess I don't need this Haven, right?
Oh, hey, Adam's coming to us from Earthborn.
What's up, Adam?
Not Earthborn, Australia, but he's talking about Earthborn.
What's up?
Saying, first time catching you live. Got to thank you guys for showing Earthborn Rangers. Been having a blast with it. Happy to hear that. That's I played day 4. I forgot to talk about that in the news.
Yeah, how was it?
Oh, it's great.
I don't even know if I resource here.
This didn't make it in time for the news, but they just released here on Earth Day that...
Is today Earth Day?
Yeah,
we're not playing Earthborn?
No, we missed an opportunity there.
That's some content pun.
Some guy just fumbled.
Yeah, go ahead.
They've got a weekly Ranger report. Corey says, to celebrate Earth Day, we'd like to start something exciting. Weekly Ranger report. Each Monday, we'll be posting a new report which includes a predicted weather for the week and a special effect based on what's going on in the valley that you can apply to your next game session of Earthborn Valley.
I love it.
So for this week, Lutrinols, the presence of Lutrinols is +1.
Love it. I love that.
It's so cool.
I love that.
Yeah. So we'll be talking about that next week.
Yeah.
Because that's awesome.
I'm not here next Monday. Be aware. Traveling home from Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
We can talk about it.
We can talk about it. We can play Earth.
I'm just letting you...
You see this new 17K cinema camera?
Yeah, we're talking about
it. It doesn't matter if the shot's not good.
That's right.
You can see
I could go
every pore on our faces.
It's like, man, it's just like a classic problem. It's like it becomes all about the K rating and nothing about the freaking composition.
Yeah.
X-Flesh and
Blood
X
the Hobbit problem.
does like...
The Hobbit problem, that's right. Yeah, exactly.
Like fancy music video production stuff.
For who?
For fancy...
Like Taylor Swift and stuff?
I don't know if it's Taylor Swift, but I know he's like in that world.
It's not just for like
no,
Flesh and
it's
Blood?
like legitimate.
Oh, cool.
It's not just for Flesh and Blood's like a hobby. He's a jet setter, world traveler, crazy.
Wow.
Anyways, he knows what he's talking. That's why he's asking about.
So he might utilize all 17Ks.
Probably, yeah.
Nice.
But for this here stream, we do not need to get that personal.
No. No one needs to see our pores.
Same for archival. It's amazing.
That's really interesting stuff. How this all works.
So like
This game's weird.
Because you have to clash buff on offense before I do on defense.
Yeah, I can.
If you attack
but then
here,
you just hold and then.
Yeah, and then I stopped you from. I hit you for 4 and stopped you from hitting me for 4, which was the goal.
Yeah, that's a good goal.
But if you just hit me for 4, I can swing right back for 4.
And
we can do this all day.
Potato, and I only get 1 card draw a turn, even though every card in my hand draws me a card from hurting my guy. So something has gone wrong here, sequence-wise. It's the cards that I drew who were the problem. This third Haven was not. I didn't want all this.
You don't. That's not what you ever want out of that deck.
I didn't want this.
I agree.
So I've got to get a card. I'm gonna get a card before I commit.
Yep.
That's at least one way to at least look at what's going on here. Love it.
What's NAB?
I don't know what it stands for, but it's where all the fancy stuff happens.
I told you. He's like real fancy.
Yeah.
He's a fellow Viscerai player, so we connected.
What is this card for? Okay.
High level, low class.
Clash. Okay. These are the wrong cards. These cards are bad. All bad cards. Don't like these cards at all. GD6. I'm Lebowski. You're Lebowski.
National Association of Broadcast. Got it.
Did we just trade these?
You were doing so well with your hands.
I drew all the bad cards. These cards are bad. These
so
and I'm stuck. I'm stuck in this garbage can.
Who built this deck?
This is a garbage can of cards.
Hey, you can always pay 2 to open the portal for me.
If you had that Here Comes the Boom in your hand, would it solve your problems?
It would be better. I mean, I could pump Torque. I probably should have held one, but then I wouldn't have. Everything makes sense in context.
Yeah.
And then you just try this dumb energy absorption card, and it's like, not only does it look crazy. I mean, look at this card, right? That's kind of got some bamboozle vibes to it.
Yeah.
But then
it doubles up your boom turn.
Yeah. Which is cool, but right now it's dead.
Particularly because your 2 booms are.
This is dead.
So things you can do with it. If you play it on this torque and ping yourself, you'll double pump. It's at least something.
You can do that. Yep.
For the record, the windows are looking the best they ever have right now. This is peak windows.
Peak windows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 5 o'clock stream hour. My goodness.
See, I could pump him to 6, but that's not enough. I need him to go to 7.
Yeah. What you really want is like play Machina and that.
Oh, yeah.
And
Machina
then
be good.
Well, you Machina barrage into your own thing to pump it by 6.
Mm.
So then you get like 82 damage. But this is not the time you want to have it in your hand.
Right.
You're still like way ahead in my mind.
Okay. Well, I'm going to draw some cards and prove you wrong / right. Let's absorb the energy. I don't know. Do I even want to do that? It's 1 damage. It's worthless.
I wouldn't use it yet.
It's an absolute worthless card.
I'd wait.
What's this here? Did I tap this already? Yeah, I played something already. I played this. All right, let's make this thing a 2, and how about we just swing at you for 2 into the face there?
I'll take 2.
And then let's swing at your face in there for 4. How about that? Or we could kill that thing. We could kill this thing. Let's just kill that thing, right?
Do you have any clash buffs?
No, because if you buff to 4, you don't kill me.
That's right, but I don't die.
Well, please do that.
I want to die. So when this leaves play, I get to search my deck for another copy.
Oh, you get to search. Hold on. Go to your face. I thought it just reduced the next one, not you go get the other one.
So this discards and I go get another one.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a worthless thing to kill.
We don't want that.
Agreed.
Over to you. Now it's
Clarity's
time
ability.
for so long. But we'll sing just one more song.
Yeah, we don't want any of this business.
Thanks for doing your part.
Draw a card and hope it's good. Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, we will play another green. I'm going to play Death. Stalking Spectre will blow him up.
With what effect, sir?
Enters, you may send a target clash card with an attack power of 3 or less to Oblivion. When something does get sent to Oblivion, I get +1/+1 for the round. I'll swing at you for 4 to face.
Take it.
Swing at you for 4 to face.
Take it.
And then I've used all these, and I'll pass to you.
Here comes the ready or not. How you like me now?
Steven's drawn a great card. He's reading.
No. No, it's not.
Stinker.
It's not great at all.
There's been a mistake. You put those beefy T-bones in resource too.
Well, yeah.
If you had 2 of those out right now, they'd be.
Well, the first one had to go in so I could play the Haven. And then the second one was either that or it was the Torque Uncontrollable or the Clash buff. And I couldn't put any of those in, right?
I do understand it.
And then I drew the Energy Absorption. Then I just drew Frontline, which is like, okay. I guess I can ready a Clash card.
Yeah.
Everybody can ready something, which including you, which is not great. Not that much matters, I guess.
You said Frontline?
Mm-hmm. One with the Hammerman and the Dragon Ball Z pose.
Uh-huh.
I can do 2 damage to my contender. It's worth something, I guess.
I'd probably swing with Torque and use my Clash buff to try to draw a bomb.
Oh, I'm definitely going to swing with Torque. I don't know if I use the clash buff though. That seems wasteful. You're a wasteful person. Wasteful person. Let's swing. Do we swing at your dudes? No, we just draw. Here comes the boom. That's our win condition, and then the game is over. We just dig for 2 more of our 4 of.
So you're swinging, do a damage to yourself.
Yeah.
Draw a card. Who are you swinging at?
At your face.
Okay.
Can you block that with this thing?
I can.
All right. How about that thing?
I can also block that.
Oh, okay. Well then, whatever. That.
You can't swing at that. But I will block with this.
We understand.
We're gonna go get another copy of it.
Okay. Okay. Here comes the ready or not. How you like me now? Boom.
I like watching Steven descend into chaos. He really wants to wiggle. He'd like to get a dub here on Monday.
I don't even... what is it, you know?
Hey, you picked that deck. I was prepared to play Torque. I thought you were going to definitely play Clarity.
I understand. When you're playing a deck that you don't know really what it does. Like when I was playing Sorcery the other day and it was the deck that I truly had built and like tweaked for like months, it's a lot easier.
Yeah.
Let's throw... Oh, wait. Right.
Yeah, that was part of what made me realize, like, when we started playing this, about 10 games in, we were doing it a lot better. It's like, oh, there's something going on here about little decisions, like what you're resourcing, when you're taking things off the board, when you're trading, etc. More than meets the eye. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
And now you're deep into deck building and testing. And
yeah, that's been one of the fun... The openness of deck building compared to like the class system of Fab has been refreshing. Yeah. Oh, buddy.
Let's keep hurting me. I'm going to swing at Kilimanjaro. I'm going to clash buff it.
You got it, man.
Let's see what else is in this pile.
Yeah, you're doing fine.
Pile of cards.
This is great.
Good. This is a good card.
This is one of them. They're good cards.
Let's play 2 for frontline.
What's it do?
Each player may ready a clash card they control.
Don't like that.
Until the start of your next turn, the portal can't be activated.
Oh, also, hold on. Did you draw a second card with the damage ability?
No, okay, I drew
good.
from the clash buff.
There it goes. Good.
Yeah.
And you did do a damage to yourself with each of those?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm going to do it again and swing at your face.
I will take 4.
Like, you could just win here, doing 13 out of pocket, you know? That's possible.
Green black is not that deck. Like,
I've never heard that noise before. It sounds like Ghosts and Goblins, man.
Green is just not that deck. I'll tell you that much. Let's put both these on bottom.
I think this game is somewhat difficult, in fact.
Yes. Let's play here. I'm going to pay 6 for Kagan and we'll blow up one of your guys.
What's the ability, sir?
It just says, trigger enter, you may target a clash card and send it to Oblivion. When it's sent to Oblivion, this gets +1 for the round.
Is that K-A-G-N? How do you spell
K-H-A-G-A-N, the dragon. Kagan the dragon.
I see.
You do 9 of 13.
Also, that clash ground of yours is gone, my friend.
Oh, yeah, that one's gone.
Sorry.
I'm the front line now.
It's a shame. It's a shame. It's really... Wait, my things get +1.
It says you control.
Oh, gotcha.
Not you.
Not me, I wish.
I'm just Marvel Champion.
So 5, 9, 10. Oh man, if I have a clash buff, I can get you down to 1.
You do. We both know
I'll swing at you for 5 with Kagan.
Yeah. You want to buff it?
No. I'll swing at you for 4.
Oh, okay. You're going to do the thing where you make the clash buff give you +2 for the rest of the game, right?
For the turn?
Mm-hmm.
The odds are high, yeah.
That seems like an incredibly non-intended thing. Guess we'll find out.
Who's to say? Ridge, are you out there? Garrett? Josh?
I think Garrett's here.
Garrett is here. He said, only showed up 3 hours late, but I made it. Love to see some alphaclash. Yeah, I've been having a really good time diving into alphaclash the past couple of weeks. Garrett, question on the clash buffs. the 2 defense for the round on the contender, was that intended, and or how you feel? How would you feel about the 0 cost clash buffs? On the one hand, it makes me not want to play contenders that can't use them, if I'm being honest. On the other hand, if you only could play clash buffs when you have resources up, there's so many more moments that are just black and white obvious what you should do, and there's no like bluffing or like that kind of a thing. So it's this weird. I really wish that they just didn't draw a card. If it was +2/+2 at instant speed, I think that's a good baseline. The fact that they replace themselves is like unbelievable.
Tough question.
Explosion Blood Sand. I really didn't think you had Kagans in there running 3 colors. So in my mind, technically, I'm only running 2 colors. I've got the 4 white clash buffs, but I never play that as a resource. So I'm basically on green-black, which is one of the cool things you can do with the contenders not blocking you into a color.
This is more interesting than I originally had thought.
Yeah, old Steve Arini's head's cooking over there.
Look at this cryptic answer, Zach.
Garrett's saying there's a master plan.
Just play it like Fab. Just take credit for anything that happens. Yeah. Okay, now hold on just a second. We just need to calm everyone down for a second. I still might resource a card here.
You're good, man. Take your time. Take it back. Do whatever you want.
There's some wiggle mania. Wiggle mania is coming at you.
You wiggling? Mr. Stephen Wiggle?
I was just thinking I would definitely pay the pay-per-view for Wiggle Mania.
Wiggle Mania 5. With Sting's retirement back in March that I went to, I kind of got a little more back in the wrestling, watching old videos. My YouTube feed is full of wrestling videos now. We should definitely do pay-per-views. That'd be hilarious. Garrett saying the set 1 clash buff served their purpose with the release of a new game and introductory set. Things will shift and change as we move into new sets with a lot more options.
Okay. Okay, so is there anything that's going to be greater than that? 7, 8, 9. Really need 9 money. And I could get to 8.
Which is almost 9.
And I assume that you have clash buff in hand, so I've got to do an extra X based on how many times I'm going to attack. So if you got 12 and I'm going to attack 3 times, I need to be able to do 18. I've got 4 on the table.
So 14.
I've got 4 on the table. I've got 12 without thinking on top of that.
Too short.
So I'm at 16, which makes me too short. But I will be drawing a card. If the card I draw is a clash buff, I will win this game.
Heart of the cards.
And if it's not, you just have to play something and do 4 instantly.
Now, are you also clearing my board as part of this?
I would clear your board as a side effect, not as something that matters to me.
Yeah, well, it just is relevant. Obviously, if you're not clearing my board, you've got bigger problems.
And then until end of turn, so that also matters. 2, okay. And then
Mickey, T-Swift album takes. I can't distract Steve right now. He's got more opinions on this than me. I haven't even made it through the entire album yet because she did the whole release an album and 2 hours later released another album that is the other half of the actual album, which is kind of cool but drives me crazy. Just drop the whole thing at once. Put it all on the vinyl set. Don't make me buy 2 things, etc. But I have a fancy new car play now. So I was running errands this weekend, listening to my car, did not realize until, I don't know, it was 15 songs deep. For some reason, my car was shuffling the songs, which is devastating to me.
You can't build a mood that way.
I can't un-listen to the songs and then listen to them in the appropriate order. Devastating.
Rough.
Okay, so this is another +1/+1 here.
1 short.
1 short.
Oof.
We're close. We're close.
He's mapping. So look, I can't do anything on defense. I do have a clash buff.
I know
you can play hands up. You can work. You can tell the stream about it at least.
I can't even. All right. I can't even. All right.
That's cool. Well, X Flesh and Blood X. He's connected. Saying apparently one of his friends' bands got a shout out on a Taylor Swift song. Look at that. We're like 3 steps from Taylor Swift.
And it's getting closer every time.
Closer than Kevin Bacon.
Okay, so this is obviously a big part of the plan.
This is the 6-cost flare.
6 cost 2 to everything.
Flare, explosive combatant.
Explosive combatant. Here we go.
And you save that 2-cost thing, right?
Yeah, so I've got this. So this is an instant. If I resource a card, this is an instant 12. Plus 2 to everything twice. And then I can tap Torque to do 1 there. Clear your board. Cool. So then we do that, and then we can come in for 4, and that gets us close, right? So that's at 16 of the 18 needed across 3 swings, which is kind of close. If we swap this out, we can go Torque here. He goes to 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. This ability, flare hits him. We tap here, so you kind of got 4 coming through. So he becomes a 5er. If this Torque attacks twice, you deal 1 damage twice. This trigger this ability twice. So that's 2 instances of +1. But I don't think that's ever going to be stronger than just.
I was just listening to the Black Dog song this morning for the first time. That was the last song I listened to when I got out of the car.
We've also got energy absorption. So you could throw energy absorption on.
I see why you wanted to get to 9.
Torque, yeah, right.
If you can play those 3 together, it's see you later. Also, be mindful of your reds, because she costs 3 reds.
Yeah. So I'd have to resource this guy to play this guy, to play the energy absorption.
Yeah.
But then, this, you could go 6. You could get rid of this one, would get +2 from this. But so this is like the weakest of the options. Unless I'm missing something crazy. It doesn't have an exponential reality here.
Yeah.
This is worth 6 damage.
So you also have the, because this does damage to yourself, right? Any attacks. You could do the line of play this, swing 6, play this, swing 6, clear, leave him for blocking. So then now you clear my board. I have to get through him to win, which is tougher because you've got more life still. And then the other thing is you have flight on the board too. So if I can't get through you, I still have to clear that, and I'm in a really weird.
I could also lead by swinging with Torque and seeing what's on the top of the deck. Because
that old trick.
If that's like a clash buff, that's good. If what else could it be? I don't know if there's anything else it could be that would change the math.
So you're 4 plus 7. Okay, if you swing there and draw, and it's a Machina. And you resource this, you can play him, Machina hits him to pump him, and swings, and then you just easily kill me.
Yeah, so Machina and Clash Buff are in.
Both are winners in that scenario.
Both are dinner time.
But once you go down that path,
there's no going back.
You do damage to yourself, and then now she's going to have to stay as your blocker if you want to have a blocker.
Yeah.
And now by attacking you have to block, it can actually kill you, whereas before I couldn't necessarily move her. And if I get you to 1 and these are your attacker guys, you can't even use them.
We've also seen a lot of cards you play that instantly remove stuff.
So
if you just Kagan again, I lose.
Yes, Kagan can kill anything, and I'll get to look at basically 5 cards.
Yeah.
But this death can only do 3 power or less things, so you're safe with those things. That thing's not safe. Kilimanjaro, I could play and discard any number to kill, then you're in trouble. Yeah, that's the whole idea. Of the deck,
but your odds are so much better, drawing through all that stuff. All right, I'm gonna resource this, and then one other thing.
Explosive Blood, you gotta hook me up, dog. Let's get on a plane. Let's 1 connection away, and then I can just die on the spot.
I'm gonna take this.
That's right.
I'm doing this one.
All right, you're swinging.
Yeah. Do 1 damage, draw a card, and whenever non-clash
damage. And you
did
resource a red card, right?
I did resource a red card, yes.
Okay, so I will
So I'm going to swing, and then I'm going to give him +1/+1. Whenever your clash damage, you can do target. So
is that once per turn or any number of times?
That's once per. That's it forever.
Okay. I will clash buff, draw a card, and so I'm blocking for 2, taking 3.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
Wait, you win.
Do I?
If you play Flare, swing 6, I take 4. Play this.
Mm-hmm.
Ready him. Is he +1/+1 for the round?
Yes.
Then when he attacks, do a damage, give him another +1/+1, hit 7, and you kill me.
I would just go to 6 here, though, yeah? He's at 5. He would go to 6 from this. It's the same as Flare swinging. Right? Just 6.
Yeah. Because the one you can't hit me for 1 with this guy because I've got 2 defense now. Got it.
Mm-hmm. Now, okay.
Yeah, it's close. Garrett, I agree with you. Torque is powerful, but not unbeatable. He's saying clarity might be a little slept on with the public focusing so much attention on Torque heading into Vegas and Manila. I forgot about that. So there's 2 Clash rounds going on this weekend. One's in Vegas, one's in Manila. And what country is that in?
I think we're okay. Watch out, bud.
It's close.
I think it's better than close. Take 1. I'm going to give him +1/+1.
Okay. And then your tap of red.
For the round. Tap of red. Then we're going to boom.
Ooh.
Take him to +6. And clear these guys.
What did you already tap the reds for that?
I just did. I just tapped the 2. I need to pay the money as well.
Okay, got it. So you boom.
So then he swings 7, which is 5.
Yep.
He stands up. And he swings 7 again.
Well,
yeah.
Got him.
We did. Here Comes the Boom also won that moment. Okay.
Yeah. That's kind of textbook. Like your resource, you're just so far ahead of me.
Yeah.
And what you can do, and then you do a big powerful turn like that. It's hard to stop.
So Here Comes the Boom wins. Clash Buff wins. Machina wins. In that scenario.
Yeah, you had a lot of outs there.
There's a lot of things that don't win. I'll tell you that though. Like if I'd have drawn that Haven.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's
you draw your bad cards in the middle of the game.
That's card games though, right? You had a lot of the and that's the classic cards that are good early and provide value are not good late. And so it's that's the balance. But that's also part of what makes having best 2 out of 3 so valuable. And it's not best 2 out of 3 because you can just be mana screwed, so to speak, and flooded with resources or lack of resources.
Can I not play a friendly overflowing? Oh, you can't do that. Yeah, so you can't overwrite your own Clash Ground. I suppose.
Good to know.
Could you do that in Netrunner? Could you overwrite your own current? I feel like you could.
That you're asking the wrong dude.
Okay, there's your rule for Vegas.
You're learning all the time. So I've not had a lot of scenarios where, like, if the location in this deck, as an example, Spatial Gateway, there wouldn't be a reason to do that.
Yeah.
Because if this was already out, I could just pay 2 to activate the portal, which is the only reason I would pay 2 to play it.
Mm-hmm.
So this particularly is a good one.
That's good to know. You would have get bamboozled by that.
Yeah.
I feel like I've done my duty on stream to prepare you for the original or for the event.
Yeah.
All right, good to know.
But it's actually wild how I feel like so many contenders and cards and decks are playable right now, and there's no meta.
Yeah,
and there's no way to know. Like all these cards that kill the little 2-cost stuff could be useless against some decks.
Maybe the winning deck's just gonna pump to 7 and then just go
hammer time.
Drop them.
Yeah.
Okay. So Flesh and Blood X is learning also that you can't overwrite your own Clash Grounds, so I think we've done everybody a very good service.
A PSA.
Now you're a deck past Clarity, right?
Now wait a minute.
Secret tech. Uh-oh.
You can overwrite your own, just not with something that's the same name.
Really?
Yeah.
So if you had a satellite, you could satellite, and then you could overwrite the satellite with the location. That
seems that way. Yeah, seems that way.
That's crazy. So this Clarity deck is something I'm considering playing this week, actually.
Okay.
But it's kind of a equation of you can tweak this deck to beat Torque, but then this gets worse into the other things.
Do you know what the other things are?
Well, like Mean Streak, Machinas. Machina is another red hero who can use the alphaclash buff, but I think he's bad into Torque, but he's very good everywhere else.
Interesting.
So, but again, I don't even know the dynamics. Just in terms of it's so easy for. I remember when Hamilton won the call in Orlando. He was playing Oldham and he'd figured it out before everyone else, basically.
He just decided to swing hammer.
To block and swing hammer. And everyone was just playing zero cost Briar stuff. So that deck could exist. I don't know. We're going into the dark. I hope it does. I hope some deck comes out and it's just like, oh, Pestilence is just crazy.
Something crazy happens.
So we'll see.
That is an exciting one. You're supposed to find that deck. That's what you're supposed to be doing, yes. If you're not doing it, well, you're supposed to be doing that. That's your whole job. That's your role. You got the ringer on your side. Yeah, you brought in the freaking Pele.
It's the value man, not the combo man. If we found the deck, I think we found the Oldham deck, not the Cheerios Briar deck.
So you ran the numbers and you figured out that numbers say go.
But it's not. Sometimes, like when I was playing Viscera in Baltimore last year, and to basically everyone that wasn't Lexi, I thought I was like 80% plus, and I was 90% into if you haven't played against this. Mm-hmm. We've yet to find that, even that level of like.
Got it.
It's not that big of a gap.
Got it. Okay. Well, thanks y'all so much for watching. Appreciate that. Also, can we call him Machina Hamilton?
Machina Hamilton?
Get it? Like Michael is his first name, but the name of the character is.
I was like, what are you talking about here? Yeah, we can call him whatever you want.
This stare of absolute obliteration.
I don't know. It's been a long stream, man.
Thank y'all for being here. Be sure to like that video, subscribe, buy some alphaclash. You can find alphaclash on our website.
Promo from the next set.
You want to start playing? Promo from the next set.
Give me the top down one last time.
On display.
This flare. Can you pull up Flare Pyroblast Assault?
If you're here this late in the stream, though, you're already subscribed.
Hit that subscribe button on both YouTube and
on twocovenant.com. Yeah, the one that actually makes the money come in.
Yeah,
is the preferred one.
Haven is yet another. That's a weird deck.
The backpack one?
Yeah, someone's either gonna break it and it's gonna be great. I don't know. Like we played against it, and it's like I don't know what's happening.
That's your job. You're supposed to know what's happening.
Yeah. I mean, I know what's happening, but I don't know how to win with Haven.
Yeah.
It's like we're trying. It's like we're just missing something. Either there's a card missing that they're going to give us later, or like we just don't understand. But it's also this weird, like as we got better with Torque, you start valuing things differently, and things you wrote off early suddenly are good.
Yeah.
Because you were like,
not awesome.
Play this.
That's why we do it. Thank y'all for being here. We will see you next week, probably. Jonathan and I might try to hold down the fort. We also might not. A lot going on. Ooh, there's a lot going on actually next week.
Oh, there is a lot going on.
There's a lot going on next week.
Maybe we should consider streaming a different day next week. Like on Tuesday.
That's why we rebranded to Covenant Live instead of Monday Live.
Yeah, because Tuesday there might be things going on that are worth streaming about.
What a big.
I'll let the content big brands decide. Oh, you've got a weird schedule going on.
I got a crazy schedule, but that's all right.
Buy my book. Fine. I don't actually have a book. I'm just packing my stuff up.
It's good looking. We'll see you in Vegas. Zach will at least.
The proverbial we.
Take care, everybody. Have a good week.
If you're in Vegas, say hello.